Let's think that story is real for a second, okay? Like your kid's like, oh, I would want to give the homeless people homes. And you're like, no, you're a Republican now, bitch. Fucking dumb baby, dumb bitch ass baby. 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 You wanted to help those who are marginalized? Fuck you, dude. I need you to be a fucking paleo conservative right now. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby face. I almost got, child labor going too. It was fucking tight. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby.
What's going on, everybody?
Dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from
the homeless.
sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, May 21st, 2025, 11:31 a.m., and I'm a little late, and I apologize, but there is, of course, a lot going on in my life. That's right, but we are tuning in from a beautiful sunny day here in California, Los Angeles, and that's precisely the reason why I am having a fantastic one. And I hope everyone, every single one of you is also having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, like I said, almost the end of the month of May. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I'll tell you exactly why I'm late, because this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'ma do. Oh my Lord. Okay. South African news, please. Okay, fucking cool it. All right, cool it. Calm it. How about you freaking calm your face? IOF, Shada, EU, and Canadian diplomats. I know everything. I know everything that has happened. I know everything that has happened in the universe. Okay, I know. I'm the guy who gives you the news. Okay, not vice versa. Calm down. Anyway, personal news-wise, the end of the broadcast last night. End of the broadcast last night. 8.5 hours. You already know. It was a half day. Blah, blah, blah. And after I ended the broadcast with the half day, what did I do? Hung out with my brother and his fiance. This old bitch is sleeping right now because she was running around. But Fifi's here. Fifi's staying with me. I'm taking care of Fifi. But yeah, I just we didn't really do much. We just hung out and looked at TikTok reels and Instagram stories. He was sharing some of his Instagram reels that he has on his feed, which are absolutely insane. Just the nuttiest shit. It's mostly hydraulic press. Like, you don't want to know what a autistic engineer's Instagram reels look like, okay? Like, I'm looking at my TikTok For You page. He's looking at his Instagram reels. And let me tell you, my shit's all politics and very annoying. His shit is all hydraulic presses and like industrial equipment. It's crazy. I don't even know how, like, I don't even know what kind of satisfaction you can derive out of just watching hydraulic presses and other types of industrial equipment just constantly at work, but to each their own, I guess. But yeah, I did that, went to bed, woke up early. You already know what it is. It was leg day. And while doing the leg day, I hit a decent number, so I'm happy about that. I'm proud of that. Obviously, here is the doggos, little cutie pie doggo action for you. Okay. But also this. Look at the fat bulging through my waistband. Now, this is 310 pounds, right? This is 310 pounds. And to be fair, I hit 385 so easily right before this. And I filmed that as well, but I wanted to post this instead because this is 310. And I haven't done 310 in a minute. But look at that. Look at that range, baby. Look at that range, baby. Look at that depth. Look at that depth. Okay. Look at that depth. McDonald's BDS is on. Yeah, I know, dude. Don't worry. I'm not eating my shorts. Okay. It's a sports shorts that I purchased before it was fucking BDS. Shut up. Jesus Christ. That one more. See? Like even on the last one. Even on the last one. Popping that shit up. Popping that shit up. Anyway, yeah, I was doing leg day. Kaya was also running around as always. Obviously, she was going crazy. And now she's super tired and sleeping like a freaking baby. So, yeah, that's it. And then I had a big business deals, of course, as always, big Hollywood business deals. As you guys know, I control the media. And as a person who controls the media, I constantly have to do these big business deals within the media structure. And that's what I was doing. Later today, of course, we're going to go and get some spuds, yeah? Fucking spuds with FINNEAS. With FINNEAS, yeah? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Let's go. What is this? Hasan the Hun, Lisa and Al Gabe for you, brother. God damn, how many? Is that 3 plates? Woo! Okay, that's crazy. Your butt wink is insane. That's a insane. I mean, you went way past my fucking. That is nothing. That is Vans are fine. Vans are perfect to fucking squat in. Those are 55 plates. Are those triple 55 plates? What weight is this? Yeah, flat sole shoes are good. Ass mogged? Yeah, you are butt mogging the shit out of me, dude. Great form, too. Holy moly. What was this weight? Cake the frig up. 55 times 6 plus 45 pounder bar. That is a crazy amount of weight. Crazy. I barely crack 300, go above 300. It's very hard for me to go above 300 on my squats. It sucks. Beltless too. These motherfuckers never skipped a ass day in his life, dude. What the hell? Are you just all ass? Is that what it is? A whole lot of ass for you, sir? That's crazy. That's wild. That's intense. Dial it back a little bit, homie. Goddamn. Okay. Respect. So I just got butt mugged so early, dude. What the hell's going on? I what is this? It's not even 12 yet. It's not even the afternoon yet, and I got butt mugged. Anyway, where was I? So yeah, no, I got freaking big business deals lined up, you know, Hollywood control the media type shit. As you know, that's the reason why I'm late. And past that point, yeah, I've been watching Andor. You know, shouts out to Jerry Connolly, R.I.P. My goat, gone too soon. Hate to see big homie pass away and perish like that. He just had a real great career opportunity at the end there. But, you know, so young, so healthy, so virile, and yet he's dead now. It's really fucked up. So we'll get into all of that. Okay, we'll get into all of that in a second. Let me blast off real quick. Let's get started. Old Dems keep passing away in Congress as the caucus refuses younger talent. Yeah, it's like a Democratic pastime, dude. It's a Democrat tradition. It's just like you're gonna hold on to your seat until you freaking die. I mean, Republicans do this too, but I guess they're more evil, marginally more evil than the Dems are, so that evil allows them to continue surviving. Like that evil actually stops them from dying, you know what I mean? Like Democrats are evil too. That's why they go on for a very long time themselves, but like in any case, old Dems keep passing away in Congress as the caucus refuses younger talent. Trump trade blows with South Africa over genocide, in air quotes. Israel reveals even more ethnic cleansing in latest op as EU leaders finally start offering critique. Spud date later with FINNEAS. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Dems keep dying in Congress. As well, okay, it's too long. Hold on. While blocking younger talent. Okay, that works. Did you invite Cutie to Spuds? I did, but of course, I invited Cutie Cinderella to Spud date, and she is doing something else, which is why she can't make it. Isn't that crazy? She's doing something with Extra Emily right now. Okay, but like she's also her loss. Can't blame you then. Yeah. Judy doesn't like you, bro. I know. Which is why I don't. Which is why I don't even invite her to stuff anymore. Actually, like that's the reason why I don't invite her. Is NMP coming to DreamCon with you again? Yes, he is. He is coming to DreamCon with me. Okay, I'm not gonna do the fucking Nancy Mace like revenge porn case. Please stop linking it to me. I have it on the docket. If I get to it, I get to it. Okay. Yeah. Also, last night, friend of the show, Noah Sampson, interviewed other friend of the show, Rashid Al Haddad, cleverly dubbed as Timothy Chalamet. And I will probably look at that interview, that back and forth conversation that took place as well, because it's a wonderful opportunity. Rashid is a great dude overall, and has been unjustly maligned and smeared over and over again for being a person who happens to live in Yemen, who also agrees with the actions of the Ansar Allah movement as it pertains to offering some sort of economic penalty or any penalty whatsoever to the criminal enterprise that is Israel for the crime of doing the worst crime of all time, a genocide. And of course, I wanted to point to this really quickly because this is like, we are so back on the post 9/11 Obama era Islamophobia. We are so in the post 9/11 Obama era Islamophobia, where basically the pirate Houthi is on Noah's stream. Noah did a heart sign when asked if he supports what the Houthis are doing. This is insane. Holy shit, we're living in bizarre world. For real, for real. How is this shit career ending? Just reported the stream for promoting terrorism. I'm disgusted. Dude just looks like evil. What the fuck? There's a knife around his neck. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's a ceremonial blade for Yemeni people, for the record. For those of you who don't know. Lemau, what the fuck? Even has his murder weapon on him. Fuck this timeline, bro. Yeah, the Jambia, which I asked him about when we had a conversation as well. It's actually so fucking insane. I can't believe this is so widely accepted and considered okay. Had genuinely thought we'd left this war on terror horseshit in the rearview mirror, or at least made it broadly uncool. I have a feeling this is Europe's fault. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Jambia. Literally everyone in Yemen has a fucking Jambia. Like, it's not even a stabbing dagger. It's a cultural one. But, of course, I feel like their political expression in most online, like, politics adjacent communities now is just like pure unrestricted Islamophobia. On the one hand, they claim on the one hand, they sit there and they fucking claim like, oh, we're pro-Palestine. On the other hand, they're like, every person that is pro-Palestine that isn't my white neighbor in Connecticut is a fucking terrorist. The only way to be pro-Palestine is if you are exactly like me, living in America, and every now and then saying, it's really fucked up what's happening over there, huh? But why don't we just care about the feelings of Israelis more? That's the only way to be pro-Palestine, according to these fucking freaks. All right. Yeah. So scary. Such a scary state of affairs. It's like, how far removed can you be from the situation? Like, even look, the reality is he reposted a Nazi account to get an own in. The only problem, that's not what Rashid said. Oh, yeah, this is like Rashid is saying the Houthis are Yemenis, not that he's Houthi. What does he think this proves exactly? He's not saying he's Houthi. This man is beyond evil. This is dangerous. It could get him killed. Yeah, I don't think he cares. I think if the American government was like doing targeted executions in Yemen still, as they were for months on end, and this Yemeni civilian died in the process, and Ethan Klein contributed to that lie, he would not care. I think he was like, as long as I won an online argument in my mind, that would be valid. I'm seeing people get mad at you for your usage of girly pop as a substitute for anti-women terms. No. It's my expectation that like a girly pop community is supposed to not be fucking this Islamophobic. Anyway, this is a horrifyingly racist attitude to have in general, and really fucked up. And that's it. And he's just gonna keep fucking crying about it. But I do like that Noah found a way to contact Russia and had him on the stream. I think it's nice to offer him a platform again and to have him speak his truth. That's a good thing. It is. It's a brave thing to do. It's a good thing to do. It shouldn't be. It should be treated as like talking to any other fucking normal person. But, of course, Canary Mission's very own Ethan Klein, basically operating like a Canary Mission schizo or a Barry Weiss style psychopath, is actively invested in deplatforming anyone and everyone, but in the most cowardly way possible, where he can't fucking. He can't just be like, Israel is the most defensible country on the planet. How dare you go after Israel like that? He has to do it in this like very weird way. He has to do it in this very weird, cowardly, cynical way where he's like, oh, but I also don't think it's good what Israel is doing. But also, if you also don't think Israel is doing the right things, and you say that it is perfectly reasonable for other countries in the region to try and stop Israel from doing this thing, then you're just as evil as Israel. Actually, you're more evil than Israel. I'm not going to talk about what Israel is doing at all, and I'm simply going to complain about those who do talk about Israel. It's like, yeah, you're a fucking morally bankrupt 40-year-old man who literally wants to fucking make personal drama around the genocide, the ethnic cleansing of 2 million Palestinians. That is the ultimate goal. That's the final solution. They're not hiding it. They're openly saying that they want to do it. This is Israel's plan. Netanyahu keeps coming out and saying that. Israel today, earlier today, Israel fired shots at diplomats traveling to the West Bank. A consortium of diplomats from, I believe, like 30 different states were traveling to the West Bank, and the Israeli occupying force shot at them, directly at them. Luckily, they suck and couldn't strike any of them from 20 different countries. Sorry, not 30. Yeah. Think about how psychotic that is. And what is Ethan doing? Terror jacketing a Yemeni teenager with the hopes that he can deplatform a person that's fundraising for UNRWA. It's the most cowardly way to approach the subject, where he can't say, like, I think UNRWA is a terror group, because that's what he wants to say. So he has to just be like, maybe I can find a way to stop this fundraiser in some other capacity. And his fucking hysterical, sociopathic, Islamophobic, pig-like audience is playing a formative role in brigading every and any avenue they can to participate in this process, while they also sit atop their ivory towers and assume foolishly that they're actually still allies of the Palestinian plight. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely repulsive. They are horrible monsters for doing this. And one day they will look back at their actions that they engaged in at this very moment in deep shame, and they will lie. They will lie about what they did. They will lie about their position. Yeah, also one of the members of NECAP is charged with terror offense. Liam Ohana was charged with displaying a flag in support of Hezbollah, a prescribed organization. A Metropolitan Police said the 27-year-old from Belfast is due to appear at Westminster Magistrates Court on the 18th of June, the force added. This is literally because they said, fuck Israel, by the way. Like, this is not because of the fucking flag. First of all, waving the flag and getting fucking arrested or getting criminally prosecuted for waving the Hezbollah flag is fucking insane, especially considering that the Hezbollah flag is a flag of an active political party that is a part of the Lebanese parliament, right? But of course, that's just how the UK goes, okay? You can't do that. Fuck you. I know it's illegal. I know it's completely insane. We'll start off our conversation with the Kneecap Boys. Let's take a look.
Bring you now because I can tell you that UK police have charged Liam Hanna, who is a member of the band Kneecap, with a terrorism offence for displaying a flag in support of Hezbollah. That is the allegation. That is the allegation that the police have charged Liam Hanna with, a member of the rap band Kneecap. A bit of breaking news to bring you now because I can tell you that UK police have charged Liam Hanna, who is a member of...
England doesn't have a First Amendment, so this happens all the time. I know. Did they not do it in the US? Sorry if I'm dumb. No, they did this at... I don't even know exactly where they did this. By the way, if the rest of the band didn't fucking apologize, they probably would also be going to jail too. This is just the one person that had the flag that's going to, maybe going to go to jail. Hopefully it's just a fucking fine. But yes, this is England behavior, England activities. You already know what it is. It's disgusting. Like, think about it this way. The EDL doesn't get this level of fucking aggro attention, and they've been able to basically become a part of the Reform Party, and they're out and about fascists. Keir Starmer is unironically channeling fascist sentiment. Okay, hold on. Why is this fucked up? Keir Starmer is unironically channeling fascist sentiment when talking about immigrants. Meanwhile, you have this situation where a fucking popular Irish music group is criminally prosecuted for waving the fucking Hezbollah flag. I personally don't give a shit about people who wave the Hezbollah flag. Like, yeah, oh no, it's branded as a fucking terrorist organization. This is completely not allowed. Suck my dick, okay? It would be a lot different if they were actually waving a fucking dangerous flag, like a Nazi flag or the EDL flag. Except, you know, when you do that kind of stuff, you get to basically be a part of the British government. You can do blood libel against Muslims all day, every day, but fucking God forbid. Yeah, you can wave the Israeli flag, even though Israel's doing a genocide. The EDL haven't become a part of the Reform UK. The EDL haven't been active since the late 2010s. The EDL has not been active since the late 2010s because it's de facto what the fucking Reform Party's positions are. And it's actually not only seeped into the Reform Party's positions, it quite literally is a part of, like, it's a part of the Labour Party's positions at this point. Like, we've moved past the Tories. Whenever someone says like, "Oh, EDL is inactive," yeah, I know. So is what is it called, like Pagida or whatever. There's no need for your outsider terrorist white nationalist group to fucking exist if the same exact positions are being championed by an active party, and also the same exact positions are now even being repeated by the opposition, the Labour Party that is supposed to be in charge right now. Yeah, they went from EDL to UKIP, then vote leave, and now Reform. Anyone who doesn't understand that that's precisely what's going on here is being silly. Starmer literally did a speech that used the Islands of Strangers line that Enoch Powell did in his fascist Rivers of Blood speech. He's trying to out racist reform as if this won't normalize them further and lead to their victory in 2029. That's precisely what's going on. And it's something that I fucking mentioned. It's something that I mentioned was going to inevitably happen. And it's happening faster than I thought it was going to. Oh, God. England. UK. What the fuck are you guys doing? On the one hand, they're like, well, you know, Israel's mass starvation campaign seems unconscionable. Maybe we should stop that. On the other hand, they don't even, like, Israel is a far worse terrorist group by any fucking metric of terrorism than Hezbollah is, okay? It's not even a goddamn question. It's not even close, okay? It's not even close. Same with Hamas. And yet, you can obviously wave the IDF dog tag everywhere you go. You can wave the Israeli flag everywhere you go. There is not even a fucking ounce of scrutiny towards that sort of thing. I hate this goddamn double standard. It's just one that only can exist if you don't consider Muslims to be human, if you don't consider Arabs to be human, because Israel and all of the people that Israel is killing are technically collateral damage because, you know, they were in the way. Israel terrorized foreign diplomats just today, earlier today. Oh my God, stop touching your hair. No, I can't stop touching it. It's fucked up. And I don't know. I don't care. Whatever. Shut up. It's fine now. I have a hard time believing so much opinion can get us all this war footage, but no other country besides the one person learning it has interpretations present that I'm waiting for a daily exhibit with Donald Trump and there's no one stopping the war with mind control. What are you saying? Okay. The BDS movement in Berlin has been classified as an enemy of the Constitution. This could increase repression. Nice. As Israel gets more violent, its Western allies get more repressive with their speech laws. But no, Hezbollah oppresses women and Hamas are homophobic. Double standards at its finest. Yeah, that's the other side of this. It's like, yeah, those guys are. Okay. So what? Israel is killing all of the fucking women and all of the gay people. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. I hate this shit. I hate it so much. It's so frustrating. Oh, yeah. Genuinely so worried about reform getting elected next gen election. Labor is straight up using the Democrats' failed strategy. I know. But look, the inconsistencies are glaring and they're obvious. The inconsistencies of saying, like, maybe what Israel is doing is kind of bad too, on the one hand, okay, while also on the other hand being like, well, you know, this is illegal. Like, you will go to fucking jail if you wave the banner of the enemy. But of course, they do not have free speech. And for the record, this should be a warning sign for all of you here in the United States of America, because they want to have this lack of free speech here as well. Snappy Apples 5, thank you for the holy moly 25. Get the subs. Where is the Macy's? Did you send a playlist? Oh, you do? Here, playlist for later. Yeah, Trump is ambushing the South African president with video compilation. We'll obviously talk about that in a second. But yeah, these guys, we have devolved so spectacularly that on the one hand, I criticize slop tubers all the time. But on the other hand, the goddamn president is behaving like a fucking slop tuber. So what are you supposed to do? You know what I mean? This is insane. He's got a clip compy. He had a clip copy ready to go to be like, what do you have to say about this? Seems like it's a real white genocide. Like, how are you going to clip chimp as the president, dude? What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? And no one seems to care. I watched Asman before he came on. All I'm going to say is I have a new renewed what? What the fuck? What are you saying? Oh, black fatigue. Oh, yeah. Asmongold is entertaining the new meta of black fatigue, which is like, I'm sorry, the lamest fucking way to be a white supremacist. Just say it. Just say the N-word, dude. Like, that shit is so frustrating where it's like you're such a fucking pussy that on the one hand, you're like you just can't fucking openly be racist. You have to just be like, oh, I just have black fatigue. Like, what is this soy white supremacy? If you're going to be a white supremacist, just be a fucking white supremacist. Like, what are we doing? Oh, it's emotional labor that I have to be around black people. Yeah, for those of you who don't know what the fuck black fatigue is, it's good that you don't know what it is, but it's like a new TikTok thing, okay? It's a new TikTok meta of just being racist, saying that you're fatigued by the ways in which black people fucking behave. That's what this is. Gonna get clipped so hard, man. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up about clipping, please. Oh my God. Yes, I am talking about white supremacy, okay? Yes. In the process of me talking about white supremacy, white supremacist bad faith actors will clip me out of context to make it seem like I'm actually in favor of white supremacy while I'm in the process of complaining about it. Stop crying. Fuck. Anyway, that's what black fatigue is. For those of you who don't know, it's basically racist people saying like they are too tired of the ways in which black people behave. They're too tired to give a shit, as though you ever gave a shit. Like the idea that like being an ally to black people is tiring. It is basically a role reversal of the dumb fuck bullshit that people present in academic contexts at the height of like identity politics when referring to emotional labor. Now, a lot of people are going to get mad at me and say, wow, Hasan, you're criticizing emotional labor. I'm just criticizing the silly application of fucking emotional labor that liberal academics constantly fucking engaged with. And now the racist soy right is basically doing the same, turning around and saying, oh, I have emotional labor from dealing with black people. And it's none of these people have ever fucking like actually, none of these people have ever actually defended black people to begin with. That's it. That's all this is. And it's such a fucking lame way to just be racist. Just be racist, man. Stop trying to use therapy speak and academic language to fucking be racist. Just say it. God damn, I'm so sick and fucking tired of it, dude. Oh my God. He did say there's things he can't say on Twitch, but he wants to say, but he would get banned if he did. Yeah, that's probably what it is. What is this? Hot take. Rap is the worst genre of music. I don't understand why people torture themselves with it. This is Ben Shapiro, okay? You are not bold. You are not subversive. You're just saying the things that Ben Shapiro was saying and the things that your dad was saying in like 1997. That's all you're doing. God damn, dude. It's so fucking annoying. It's like, it's the worst genre of music. It's not even real music. Shut the fuck up. Who cares? Okay? Who fucking cares? Shut up. Like, before people go, Hasan, you're so triggered. Like, I don't even listen to any music, okay? I don't listen to any music. I don't listen to any fucking music. I don't care. I don't care that, like, this person is like, I don't like rap music. It's like, no, you are just doing this incredibly cowardly way of just being like, black culture, which is the most consumed culture, perhaps the most significant aspect of American culture, okay, is shitty and is lame and it sucks. Why? Because black people made it. It's just fucking rage bait. And not only is it rage bait, but it's like the lowest form of rage bait because it's the most cowardly form of rage bait. They should be like, it's not real music. Yeah, okay, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Did I say the same shit about country pop? I just want to thank you for inspiring me to get politically involved in my community. I'm part of the DSA and now I'm running for city council. Hell yeah. I know Kneecap got brought up for terrorism charges. I know. I'm going to talk about it. Where was I? Dude, everything sucks. Everything fucking sucks. Let's start with the South African president coming to the White House. And it's like, it's one of those situations where you can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? What are you supposed to do? You have to go there. You have to fucking talk to the guy, right? And you know he's going to be a dickhead in the process.
Turn the lights down and just put this on. It's right behind you.
There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not?
So in the midst of this normal conversation, from what I understand, Donald Trump just comes in hot. Okay? Don't want to be that chatterbait. Are you covering the Israel-Iran situation? What do you think? I covered it yesterday, and of course I'm going to cover it today as well. Just calm down, okay? We'll get to all of it.
We are going to occupy land. South Africa occupy land. That's who we are. Whatever we want to do, how can we drop our membership from this useless parliament? Honorable. Yes, honorable member. Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill, Gaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer.
Bro, okay. This is a real serious question that I have to ask right now. Do we think that Donald Trump has the capacity to tell people apart? Do we think that Donald Trump thinks Julius Malema is the president? Do you think Donald Trump unironically looked at this clip compilation and thought, "Oh, that's you"? I don't know if it's a possibility. Because the guy that he's talking to is Ramaphosa, a totally separate guy. But I think Donald Trump might legitimately think that this person on the screen, a whole separate person, is actually the same guy that he's talking to right now. Ramaphosa, sorry, not Fosa.
The man of DIPE is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you have turned a white man. Not because Mashaba and Sunni will not be turned.
Why is he showing these videos? Because he's a embarrassing little gremlin, dude. That's why. Because he's basically Ethan Klein. Like, he's literally doing an Ethan Klein move here on the global stage as the leader of the most powerful nation on the planet. This is where we're at. Our president is a Facebook grandpa. Our president will look at memes and go, well, what do you have to say about this? This is what he's showing the South African president, okay, who is from a totally separate party, for the record, a clip compilation of Malema. Malema is the leader of the EFF, a separate party in South Africa. Okay? This is a totally separate human being. A group of older men meet in Washington to gossip about me. No significant amount of intelligence evidence has been produced about white genocide. We will not agree to compromise on our political principles on land expropriation without compensation for political expediency. I'm from the UK. Do Americans think this shit is as cringe as everybody else? I don't know. I assume no. They probably think this is brilliant. A lot of Americans also don't have the capacity to understand that this is a totally separate political party. They also don't understand that it is a constitutional right to do expropriation of land, and it never actually took place. It was one of the biggest criticisms of the ANC government in the aftermath of the dissolution of the apartheid in South Africa, and that the reason why the Boer in South Africa, the Afrikaners that are claiming that white genocide is happening, is because the ANC is moving in the direction of enforcing at least some of this constitutional right. Now, the constitutional right is land expropriation with market rate compensation. They're not just like going up to these dudes and being like, it's our land now, fuck off. They're supposed to, this is again a constitutionally protected right. Land expropriation and reallocation of land, redistribution of land is literally in the fucking South African Constitution. Okay? It's not just eminent domain. It's not just eminent domain. It's like this is the reparation structure that is supposed to exist because, lo and behold, this might shock you guys, 10% of the South African nation is white. They, however, own 90% of the fucking land because that's what it was. It was a fucking settler colony for the longest goddamn time. So, of course, there is supposed to be, 7%. Of course, there is supposed to be some reparations in this process. It was supposed to happen initially, immediately after the dissolution of the apartheid, and it never took place. And the enforcement at this point, I don't know what Ramaphosa thought to do in the situation. Like, have you thought to butter Trump up and hope he likes you enough? They brought him a golf book as a gift and also brought famous South African golfers law. Given that I think Ramaphosa did what he could, he didn't try to debate Trump, thank God. Yeah. Like, these guys are one of the only, I mean, I think Africa technically is the only state that did not go through the process of like complete decolonialization, where you can still be a, white person, a person of British background, or a person of like Dutch background, an Afrikaner, and still live in the country that you previously were a colonial occupier of. And it's interesting because it's like, yeah, South Africa, yes. What did I say? the state of South Africa is the only state in Africa. No, the only state in Africa, the continent, if I'm not mistaken. I'm saying South Africa is the only state in the African continent where the colonial occupiers were not completely fucking purged from the ranks. I didn't say the nation of Africa. I'm saying it's the only state in Africa, the continent. Fuck! Brother, you said the state of Africa? No, I'm going to end the broadcast, dude. I think. No, it's not true. Namibia and Kenya, for example, Botswana too. Okay, I might be wrong on it regardless. But no, it's because chatters think that this is a haha funny moment to be like, oh, classic trope. He said country of Africa. It's like the classic uneducated person that says like, that treats Africa like a fucking country, okay? The entire continent like a fucking country. And they think that they got me on that, knowing full well that that's not my fucking position. But they just want to fucking meme around, all right? That's what it is. That's what's going on. And that's what they're trying to do. I just have no time for it, okay? Ramaphosa said that. It wasn't true. It was a clip from a few days ago. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Anyway, the reason why I'm mentioning all of this is because I need people to understand. I need people to understand the background here before you fucking dive into a clip compilation of a person that Trump has identified as like doing white genocide. But the real reasons as to why they're claiming that there is a white genocide happening when there is no fucking white genocide happening is because of the slow legal process that the ANC is pushing for at this point, for at least like the lightest of land expropriation that was, again, a constitutionally protected right for the black South African citizens. That's it. And the ANC, especially at this stage, is like is not even a competent is not a competent display of leadership that they're engaging in. One might even say, even after the apartheid's dissolution, there was still there was still a lot of problems with their lack of interest in land expropriation. So they're in this unique predicament where they're trying to they're just trying to manage the anger that people understandably have due to the horrible economic standards for black South Africans that has not changed all too significantly, in spite of having more civil liberties as opposed to in the apartheid structure where they had no civil liberties. Their economic circumstances have not actually changed at all. South Africa is an incredibly poor country, an incredibly a country where there's a tremendous amount of inequality still for black people. So that's the situation ahead of us. That's the situation in front of us. This is precisely the reason why, people are feeling some type of way about it. The other reason why they're claiming white genocide, there's a couple different reasons why they're claiming white genocide. Number one, obviously this is a major point for white nationalists. So Donald Trump is trying to fucking offer them a little bone here to say like, no, I'm with you. Okay. Give them a nod. Give them a nod that he is still with the white nationalists, that they're like pet issues or something that matters to him. The other reason why he's doing this is because it is a political weapon he can wield against South Africa, which, of course, set up a court case in the International Criminal Justice Court against Israel doing a genocide. The ICJ has a genocide court case in front of them. ICJ is state versus state, okay? And the state that brought up the genocide charge against the state of Israel is South Africa. So, of course, this is a little bit of a know you situation from Donald Trump to be like, oh, good on you. Oh, look at you claiming that there is a genocide going on in Israel, which is the most moral nation on the planet, the best nation on the planet. How dare you do a fucking genocide case against Israel while they're doing a genocide? That's not very cash money of you, my guy. You're doing a genocide, actually. Guess what? You're doing a white genocide. Someone asked him about the ICJ. Trump clearly had no fucking clue. It doesn't matter. It's not Trump that's setting this stuff up. It's Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is the one who's setting this stuff up. Trump doesn't know his ass from his elbow. He is rapidly Brandonizing, okay? He is rapidly and alarmingly Brandonian day after day. It's the bald Himmler on his ass cheeks that's basically designing all of this shit.
What are you expecting on the ICJ case? Are you expecting South Africa to drop that? Is that what you're trying to...
On which case?
The ICJ
The International
case is
Criminal Justice.
I don't expect anything, to be honest. I really don't. I don't know. It's they've got a case. There's a lot of anger there, tremendous anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have a ruling, and who knows what the ruling is going to mean.
One good thing from this meeting is that the ICJ case seems to be off the table for negotiations, at least I hope. Regardless if Ramaphosa withdrew from the ICJ, it would be political suicide in South Africa. People here are overwhelmingly pro-Palestine. Yeah, of course. They have fucking like pro-Hamas and pro-Hezbollah banners in South Africa. Like, at least what I've seen. I don't know. What is the ICJ? I don't know. Who cares? Ay, ay, ay. You're not showing up automatically on the Twitch app. I had to search to find you. I don't care. Fuck it, dude. Who cares? Who gives a shit? All right, I'm being blacklisted again, probably. It's probably not the case. There's probably something wrong with your algorithm. No, the ICC case is a separate case. The International Criminal Court is a separate court than the International Court of Justice. The International Court of Justice is state versus state. The International Criminal Court is a body that has prosecutors that can prosecute individuals for war crimes. The ICJ prosecutes states for war crimes and the crime of genocide. The International Criminal Court, on the other hand, prosecutes individuals for war crimes.
Yeah.
On that subject, what are you expecting?
There will be times, come on. But we're starting with this whiteness. We're cutting the throat of whiteness. Shoot, kill, Yamasa, kill the brewer, the farmer, kill the brewer, the farmer. Pa, pa, pa. Shoot to kill, Yamasa. The poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer,
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, was not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't ever see the future.
Yeah, but, I mean, you understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocide on
I can't take it.
Who will expropriate land without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refugee in America.
Now, this is very bad. These are the...
Being a guest in the Oval Office has become a chance for Trump to try to humiliate you in front of the world. I know. The problem is it's humiliating for Donald Trump. Of course, this is not something that... it's just like the Zelensky shit, right? Like what Donald Trump did to Zelensky was supposed to be humiliating for Zelensky, but it actually was humiliating for America because every other country and its citizens that look at that back and forth, that look at that conversation, they go, this is the most insane thing I've ever watched. What the fuck is going on? The problem, on the other hand, is that for average Americans, they actually do think that this is a display of strength and dominance because they're fucking stupid. We are a nation of stupids. Getting increasingly dumber by the day, increasingly more fucking racist by the day. So if everyone is stupid, you might as well be stupid too. It doesn't fucking matter. And that's where we're at. Every homeschooled nation, law 6%, 76% literacy rate in this goddamn country. Richest person on the fucking planet. 76% literacy rate. Of course, this is the type of shit that Donald Trump is doing, and it's actually making waves amongst the dumbest Americans. Every American has the brain capacity of an iPad kid. It's so crazy. 54% of adult Americans can't read above a 6th grade level. You don't need to be mean. What are you saying? I don't need to be mean. What am I supposed to do? Say that it's like perfectly normal for the goddamn president of the wealthiest nation on the planet to run a fucking clip compy? Like he's a fucking slop tuber? What are you, Ethan Klein? What is this? He did the exact same shit that fucking Ethan Klein tried to pull on me, where he's like, well, what do you think about this other guy? This other guy said a lot of mean things. Nasty things. What do you have to say? He's like, well, he's not a part of my party. What do you want? This is no different than being like, defend the fucking Sabra hummus tier list. Like, what the fuck? This is two leaders of two separate states sitting side by side in the fucking White House. This is a moment of national shame, okay? A moment, if we were at least a little bit more intelligent, we would look to this collectively and go, this is perhaps the most insane thing that has happened so far, only we will most likely experience an even more insane thing tomorrow, given how things have happened so far. No shame. No shame for Americans whatsoever. We revel in our stupidity. We revel in our stupidity. We think it's a badge of honor. Nowadays, like the last generation of Republicans used vice signaling. They substituted vice as a virtue. They would be like, the meaner I get, the worse I get, the more I dunk on marginalized populations, the cooler it is. I'm going to be a fucking asshole for the sake of being a fucking asshole because people are going to read that as a positive. Was the last generation's conservative movement. Now it's also a badge of honor to be dumb and racist. Okay. Not only am I fucking signaling vices, I'm also dumb. I'm signaling how stupid I am. And yeah, if people are just as stupid as the president is, or even stupider than the president is, they respond positively to this. They go, yeah, that's my president. He owned this guy. It's fantastic.
These are burial sites right here. Burial sites. Over 1,000 of white farmers, and those cars are lined up to...
You don't know why you're talking? Have some respect. The president of South Africa is actively committing a genocide. Why don't you stand up like that, what you did with Israel? Oh, wow. What an incredible genocide it's been for the white South Africans, that every fucking white South African, Afrikaners, and everyone else basically laughs at these fucking dumb fat piggies that we actually ship to the United States of America, where they're like, everyone in South Africa, white people, black people, are like, what the fuck do you mean a genocide? Oh, I got a boo-boo in my finger. There's a genocide happening. You genocided my fucking finger. What a spectacular display of genocide that's taking place, where the overwhelming majority of all victims of even the farm murders are still the black workers at the farms, the farmhands. It's a white genocide when black people are dying at alarmingly high rates. Incredible white genocide taking place here. Later on in the conference, they asked their white agricultural minister to speak, and he calls the genocide allegations completely insane. Yeah. It's so utterly ridiculous, dude. It is so fucking ridiculous. It's so funny. You sound like an Israeli now. Wow, it's interesting how, from the perspective of that chatter, he's listening to you now as we listen to the Israelis yap on TV. Yeah, except the difference is it's not real. The Israeli genocide of the Palestinians is real. The white genocide of Afrikaners is not real. So what do you want me to do? Fucking lie? Not a single fucking human rights organization recognizes even a fraction. There is a lot of violence in South Africa. That is certainly true. The overwhelming majority of the victims of said violence, at even disproportionate rates, regardless of the fact that only 7% of the South African population is white, is still black people, of course. This is like, when you ask white people what genocide looks like, what white genocide looks like, they literally say, oh, we own 90% of the fucking agricultural output in South Africa, despite making up 7% of the population. Wow, dude. Incredible. Wow. If only one day I could get genocided like that. You know what I mean? Or if you ask dumb fucks in like the UK or in America, white genocide is when white people voluntarily have sex with non-white people. That's what white genocide is. The Great Replacement is literally white people getting out-meated and out-competed in the marketplace of dating by dudes with salsa hips, okay? That's what white genocide is for the average American white person, the white nationalist who's like, yeah, I can't compete with a fucking Mexican dude who's way cooler than me. This must mean genocide is taking place, because that's what it is. They want to make miscegenation illegal, okay? They want to make race mixing illegal. This is the only way you can fucking, ensure the purity of the white race. Nobody even asked the question, like, why the fuck should there be a pure white race? Like, what are you talking about? Oh. This is why I joke about this all the time. I used to all the time. I was like, yeah, I'm doing a white genocide, bitch. What's up? I'm out here. I'm out here fucking your moms. That's white genocide. You know what I mean? They're showing you on NBC right now.
The DHS posted on X that Sav's experience was not politically motivated and sent us a statement saying, in part, lawful travelers have nothing to fear from these measures.
Yeah. It's fucking bullshit.
Allegations that political beliefs trigger inspections or removals are baseless and irresponsible. But it's not just regular travelers. Some high-profile names have also shared their experiences.
I was invited to the back room to be questioned on my opinions on a multitude of different things, from Donald Trump to Israel-Palestine.
Hasan Piker is one of the biggest left-leaning commentators online and believes he was intentionally held up for several hours at Customs and Border Patrol in Chicago last week.
I don't know. The Department of Homeland Security denies that there was any sort of political targeting that took place here, but given the line of questioning and how directional it was, it did not feel that way at all.
I don't think it's random at all. Nobody knows for a fact. Customs and Border Patrol is not going to say, this is why I flagged you.
The DHS told NBC News that according to their data, although overall searches have increased, advanced searches at immigration sites have gone down slightly.
But if you are the small percentage that it does happen, think about in advance what you want to do. Don't be logged into any cloud services. Another thing you can do is you can carry a burner phone. The more you say no, the more questions you're going to have, and the longer your stay at the airport's going to be.
Now, all of these rights depend on your citizenship status. If you're a visa holder or here on a green card, for example, you likely have even fewer protections. The best thing Brad, the lawyer, says to do is to stay calm and answer truthfully.
I mean, they are talking all about this on social media. Really interesting reporting there. Maya Eaglin, thank you. We appreciate it. The entertainment world is paying tribute to TV icon George Wendt. He died Tuesday at 67.
My brother-in-law is a farmer in the South. They have 30 or so South Africans come to America during harvest season because they apparently can't get jobs in South Africa. I'm not defending Trump. His white genocide agenda is absurd. There's a lot of violence in South Africa, and the president even says, ask Trump for help in the video. The farmers I know even say there's no genocide. Yeah, the number of people that say that there is an actual white genocide happening in South Africa is so tiny. That's why it's extra ridiculous. That's why it's extra ridiculous that, like, it's like you got maximum 1,000 people together and they were like, we're being genocided. And then now the fucking leader of the most powerful nation on the planet is elevating this to a status, offering it dignity. It's insane. Like, only 58 people came, dude. And every single one of those motherfuckers are like, they own mines. They own fucking massive amounts of farmland. And I suspect they will still turn around and go back to South Africa eventually, too. Yes, I know Kneecap Mohara has been charged with a terror offense. I know that. I know. Hold on. I'll fucking... Yes, I know. I'm going to talk about it. Hold on. Typical Hassan shit, downplaying white genocide. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Don't even joke about this. There's like unironically people that think this is a... When the president says something, it holds a lot of value, unfortunately, okay? The bully pulpit is powerful. I know you're joking. I know you're joking right now, but it doesn't matter. Like, there are literally people who believe this now. That's why the dumb fuck juicer in the chat was like, oh, why don't you stand with the white South Africans that are being genocided like you do with the Palestinians? Like, it's over. It's like, officially now, you have the dumbest people. You have the dumbest people in the United States of America championing this cause that is not real.
Love on a Sunday morning. Each one of those white things you see is a cross, and there's approximately 1,000 of them. They're all white farmers, the family of white farmers, and those cars aren't driving. They're stopped there to pay respects to their family member who was killed, and it's a terrible sight. I've never seen anything like it. Both sides of the road, you have crosses. Those people were all killed.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President?
No.
So I'd like to know where that is, because this I've never seen. I don't. Okay.
I mean, it's in South Africa. That's where.
We need to find out.
Mr. President, the Pentagon announced that it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You know.
Elon is literally mentioned in the wiki page for that monument. The Witcreus Monument Place Moord Monument is a monument complex alongside the N1 route between Mokopane and Polokwane, South Africa, conspicuously located on the slope of Easterberg on private property of the Harms family. Since June 16, 2004, symbolic white painted metal crosses have been planted on the area. Well, you wanted me to fucking show you what real, anti-white South African genocide looked like. Now I'm showing it to you, okay? It's my accent, my worst accent. I know. Shut the fuck up. I know. I know! Elon Musk posted a clip that falsely claimed that the crosses were the graves of white farmers in South Africa. In 2004, farmers erected white crosses along N1 to raise awareness of the farm murders. Senral and the road authority, however, objected to this, so that the crosses had to be moved further up the ridge. 300 members of the community met. First crosses were planted on the farm, and then owner, Mr. Stefan van der Walt, Dr. Niels Rulofse, criminologist at the University of Limpopo, and his wife, Rena, were the initial organizers. There were initially 1,200 identical crosses, each weighing 7 kilograms. In 2010, there was a surge in interest of the monument, upon which the local Vow Festival company made arrangements with the new landowner. The number of crosses grew to 2,506. Place Moorde means piss murder, by the way. Wait, really? One of them commemorates the well-known white supremacist and neo-Nazi Eugene Terre Blanche, who was murdered on his Vendersdorp farm by 2 of his employees after an altercation of over unpaid wages. No, Place means farm. Terre Blanche. Eugene is an all-time hog. Yeah. Dude, a lot of people have never encountered South African hogs, by the way. So they don't even know how fucking insane. Like, dude. The Afrikaner hogs literally live in a different universe. They live in like a different century, okay? In their minds, they're not even just LARPing. They're like still trying to maintain. They're still trying to maintain the colonial extraction, like the direct old school colonial experience of Africa. It's not even in this universe at this point. Fuck Terre Blanche. He literally started the Afrikaner Nazi Party. They're Israeli coded? Yes, of course they're Israeli coded. They also had an apartheid. From the same time frame that Israel started its apartheid, South Africa also had an apartheid. It's just that it dissolved by the 90s. Whereas Israel continued and dramatically escalated in that same time frame when they noticed what was going on in South Africa and the failures of South Africa. They learned about the failures of South Africa and learned the wrong lessons, of course, which wasn't to instantly to instantly change what they were doing and offer citizenship and liberty to the Palestinians that they were oppressing. Instead, they went in the opposite direction. This is why I use the South African apartheid as an analog when describing the conditions in Israel, because it's one that, like, albeit did not actually offer the proper economic restoration that was necessary in the aftermath of the dissolution, but it's important to recognize that, like, at least the legal structure was eradicated. And you are watching dumb fucking Americans who are terrified of reparations point to South Africa as a country where they are doing what they fantasized newly freed black people would do in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery. And on numerous other instances throughout American history where there have been civil rights struggles, like, this is precisely what the fuck Americans think. They think, like, affirmative action is basically white genocide. The most racist Americans. So it's perhaps one of the most dangerous idiotic conspiracies to entertain. And Donald Trump, of course, is entertaining it.
You to get out of here. What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw. You are a real, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to go into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing. They also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back, you ought to go back to your studio at NBC, because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions from you. Go ahead. Go ahead, talk about that. His name is Peter something. He's a terrible reporter. Quiet.
That's my question now.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. President Trump and a disaster from ENCA in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve.
What would you like President Ramaphosa to do about the situation that we've just seen on the screen?
I don't know.
I don't know. It doesn't seem real because it's not real. I don't know what he should do.
These are articles over the last few days. Death of people. Death.
This was in his notes. Like, I saw a report coming out of the office that it was like he literally had a note sheet that just said death.
Horrible death. I don't know. To pick anyone, white South Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws. And this is all, I mean, I'll give these to you. So when you say, what would I like to do? I don't know what to do. Look at this. White South African couples say that they were attacked violently.
President Trump, when will you go and see for yourself if it is?
Well, I could do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place. These are all white farmers that are being buried. And he asks about a jet that was given. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You know, you are so bad. You're such a bad reporter. This is one after another. This family was wiped out. I'm just looking.
Can we get a response from President Ramaphosa?
Your reaction to those videos, Mr. President?
Well, I think the videos are so. No. When you look at the videos, I mean, how does it get worse? And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their land. That's what. And I have other friends in South Africa. I have people that left. One in particular that says you can't go there. He said they want to take your land, they take your land, and they kill you. It's okay, and they say it's okay to do. Now, we're going to talk about it, but this is a tremendous, look, this is a story recent. These are all people that recently got killed.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it can get any worse. These are, and you know, the man that...
Yeah, we got the new 40 beheaded babies. This time, the Afrikaner edition.
You saw the men that you saw, the people that you saw on that...
Yes, I think it's also a way to undermine and soften the term genocide in the media zeitgeist, taking its power away when used for Gaza, as people see it used for this shit show, while also being like, hey, don't get any ideas, African Americans. That certainly is a part of this as well. You're not wrong.
Well, those are officials. Those are people that were in office. They had one march. They had a dance.
I hate this so much. I hate it so much. It's like, it's stupidity. It's dangerous levels of stupidity paired up with dangerous levels of racism. And it's getting elevated to a position of prominence by the fucking president. It's the worst. It's so bad. We are so goddamn cooked, dude. This is what happens when you got a fucking groiper president. It's so frustrating.
In your parliament, whatever you may call it, legislature.
Well, let me clarify that.
Yeah,
let me clarify that, because what you saw, the speeches that were being made, one, that is not government policy. We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can take land.
And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No.
Oh. Just a maddening situation. Because, like, he's so cucked, he has to fucking play nice. He has to play nice. Yeah, luckily Trump didn't make a bigger deal about the ICJ situation. Yeah, thank God he's so stupid he doesn't know what's going on there. That he's not bringing that up to be like, well, you know, you say that Israel's doing a genocide when it's not. It's just defending itself. But you're doing a genocide to the white farmers. Why? Why doesn't he just rip him a new one in front of the cameras? I don't know, because it's the United States of America we're talking about. Think about the unprecedented amount of power that they have on the global stage. If he wanted to, he could literally arrest this person and claim that he was arresting this person for the crime of genocide. Okay? Do you understand the amount of power that the American president has? They could literally arrest him on the spot and say, you're doing a genocide, I'm arresting you. What are you going to do about it? Once it was made clear that black people were possibly going to run South Africa, they had to dissolve their nuclear program, so they don't even have fucking nukes to retaliate, so they have no power. So what are they supposed to do? Who's going to go back and say, hey, what are you doing? Think about what Israel has done so far. The only reason why they're able to do this is because they are backed by the United States of America. So if, like, there is nothing that the United States of America could do that any other country is going to turn around and complain about. The only thing that people could do is just like try to play ball to the best of their ability and hope that like this insanity passes by. That's it. BRICS? Yeah, BRICS. Totally, dude. You're right. South Africa India is going to tell America, hey, you can't arrest the South African leader. What are you talking about? The only thing that I hope people can draw out of this is that this is in some ways not different than the way he treated Zelensky. Okay, this is yet another obvious showcase that like there is no real democratic process. What America says goes, and when this guy is holding on to the reins, he's already dropping the pretext of democracy or the democratic process or diplomacy, and he's just showing you exactly how this power dynamic works. That's what's so frustrating about this, is that all of those people that turn around and say, well, Hasan, you say America bad, but like, look at all the beautiful liberalism that America is engaged in. This is it. This is what was going on behind closed doors anyway. And now Donald Trump has made it so that everyone can fucking recognize exactly what this power dynamic looks like.
There is nothing happens. There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now been utilized.
The farmers are not black.
That's not true. It's actually the fucking farmhands that are getting killed. He's also wrong about that too. When he says like, the farmers are white, the farmers are white. No, the farm owners are white, and you're still wrong anyway. The farm workers are black. I wonder how that works. I wonder why it works that way. The farm owners are white. The farm workers are black. When farm murders are taking place, they're talking about the black people that are being killed in the farms. It's still overwhelmingly black people that are victims of all forms of economic violence, of all forms of structural violence and direct violence in South Africa. South Africa is a very imbalanced country, okay? There is a shit ton of wealth disparity in the country. It is still very much a de facto, if even though it's not a legal structure of apartheid, there's still a not so legal de facto structure of apartheid when it comes to the economics of everyday black existence in South Africa, as opposed to the Afrikaners and white South Africans that live in Johannesburg.
I don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black. And the people that are being killed in large numbers, and you saw all those grave sites, and those are people that loved ones going, I guess on a Sunday morning, they told me, to pay respect to their loved ones that were killed. Their heads chopped off, they died violently. And, you know, I mean, we're here to talk about it, and I didn't know we'd get involved here. But I will say this, that if the news wasn't fake like NBC, which is fake news, totally, one of the worst, ABC, NBC, CBS, horrible. But if they weren't fake news like this jerk that we have here, if we had real reporters, they'd be covering it. But the fake news in this country doesn't talk about that. They don't want to talk about it, but now they have to talk about it. But they won't. This won't even be a subject. They'll have him talking about why did a country give a free, think of this, why did a country give an airplane to the United States Air Force? Okay, the United States, not to me, to the United
He's still talking about the fucking stupid ass plane, bro. White people are 8% of South Africa's population, but own 72% of the land. Black South Africans are 80% of the population, but only own 4%. But there's a genocide against white South Africans. So then you look more into it, and it turns out that there were a total of 50 white farmers killed last year, many of whom were killed by their family and friends. So white South African farmers are the safest group in the entire country, but there's a genocide against them. I'm not sure if you saw my message, but they use Boer, which simply means farmer in Afrikaans, and Boer meaning Afrikaner, interchangeably depending on the motives. I don't care. White farmer in South Africa gets into a fucking car crash and they're like, this is white genocide. Now, here's the thing. The actual reason why people are actually complaining about this is because on the legal front, the ANC has fallen out of grace. They've fallen out of favor. Okay? They've lost a lot of their popularity. South Africa experiences blackouts. Their energy grid gets pummeled regularly. They have a lot of issues in South Africa. A lot of, I mean, the stuff that we talk about in terms of like the remnants of this apartheid still very much exist in South Africa. And the ANC is very unpopular. And in that process of unpopularity, they've decided to actually enact the constitutional change that was supposed to happen in like fucking 1994. Okay? And the process, and I'm telling you, this process is constitutionally protected. It was supposed to happen immediately after the apartheid was dissolved. Okay? There was supposed to be I can't even talk. There was supposed to be an expropriation of land, an ownership exchange from the white landowners in apartheid South Africa to the state. Okay? Keep saying buzzwords. Oh my God. Oh my God, I cannot deal with this. Brother, your stupidity does not, you can't make it my problem that you're too stupid to understand the words I'm using. Like, read a fucking book. Maybe start with a dictionary. Holy shit. Oh. Like, maybe don't watch political commentary or go to a political commentator that is speaking at your level. Said buzzwords, dude. What are we fucking doing, man? The situation is so dire. I am losing so much confidence in my fellow citizens every single fucking day. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway. Chat brigading is getting worse. That means you hurt them, lol. I know. The soy right is... the soy right has maintained ownership over their feelings being hurt. They just like keep they have this crazy ownership over being stupid. Not defending the Kill the Boer song, but his history was in fighting the apartheid. They used Boer to refer to the Afrikaner supremacist National Party government. It was not referring to all white people. I know. And I also don't care that they sing Kill the Boer. Like, yeah, they do. Who cares? I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't care. Like, the major problem in South Africa isn't that Malema is too aggressive in his commentary towards white people, okay? And he's edgy. The major problem in South Africa is what I'm talking about. The lack of economic redistribution that was supposed to happen in the aftermath of the dissolution of the apartheid. It never took place. And as a consequence of that, that inequality has festered. That's the actual issue. It's not like, mean words being said by the EFF. I don't care. It's on the same level. It's even fucking worse, honestly. But yeah, it's like talking about Israelis' feelings during their fucking genocidal campaign on Gaza. Like, I don't give a shit what the Israeli feelings are. What are you, stupid? Are you insane? Why the fuck would I care about that? Like, what do you think is more consequential? the feelings of Israelis while they're doing a fucking genocide, or the genocide itself? Liberals are so distorted in their principles that they just can't comprehend that like systematic harm is far more consequential, far worse, far more pervasive, legalized, and must be dealt with, as opposed to the mean words that people say against said lack of distribution of wealth. They're resetting the history of South Africa in the mind of the American? Yeah, I guess. Oh. Your stance is rock solid? Yes, it is. It is. And if you try to fucking twist this back to like some kind of neo-Nazi sentiment, you will recognize that there is no systematic harm being done to white people in the United States of America. And it's just a product of your imagination. So, of course, I'm not going to take that seriously. Especially at a time when the Trump administration is directed by the white supremacists themselves. So when they say white supremacist shit in the United States of America, that's a lot more meaningful and a lot more dangerous.
United States Air Force, so they could help us out, because we need an Air Force.
Oh, this fucking dumbass still talking about it.
One should what we would also take.
I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay. But coming back to this issue, which I really would like us to talk about, and talk about it very calmly. We were taught by Nelson Mandela that whenever there are problems, people need to sit down around a table and talk about them.
Well, there are problems.
And this is precisely what we would also like to talk about, including, of course, trade matters, investment matters. So the issues that concern you as the United States.
Those are all recent. Those are all deaths.
Yeah, in many ways, I mean, one should say you are a partner of South Africa, and you are raising concerns. And these are concerns that we are willing to talk to you about. Let me just add quickly, you know, the criminality that we are experiencing in our country needs quite a lot of technological capability. And in one of our areas in South Africa, we're using US technology, which is able to, in many ways...
I did not skip over the South African president wishing he could offer a plane. I heard him. And Trump said, I would gladly take your plane. I know. This is how we do business now, okay? It's literally paying the king for fealty, okay? That is how this works. Trump is the God King. He's got the heavens mandate, and every other nation leader has to pay the piper. They have to go up to the king. They have to go up to the king and say, please, sir, we have gifts for you.
Identify where shootings are happening and all that. And I'd like to talk about that because there is support that we can get from you as the United States to help us deal with all these acts of criminality. And that is what I believe partnership is all about. And we are here as a partner so that we can help each other whenever there are challenges. So I'd like us to discuss it, and of course outside of the media, so that we sit down and have a really good discussion that will lead to good outcomes.
Are there any other further punitive measures that could be in place should you not be satisfied that South Africa is fixing some of the very bad things, in inverted commas, that you tweeted are happening?
Well, there are a lot of bad things happening in many countries, but this in particular has been very, very bad, and because of we're going to have the whole world watching in another short period of time because you have the G20, and that's a big deal. And it seems like I mean, I want you to look good. I don't want you to look bad.
Very good.
But we have hundreds of people, thousands of people trying to come into our country because they feel they're going to be killed and their land is going to be confiscated. And
that's not even true. You brought in 58 of the most heart-diseased Nazis you could find. That's it. There aren't thousands of people. I don't even think there are thousands of Afrikaners that would come to the United States of America. Why the fuck would they? Half of them that are racist are still LARPing as though they are engaging in the act of settler colonialism in like the fucking 18th century. And the other half are obviously cognizant that there is no fucking white genocide.
And you do have laws that were passed that gives you the right to confiscate land for no payment. You can take away land for no payment.
I want to clarify that because we have a constitution. Our constitution guarantees and protects the sanctity of tenure of land ownership. And that constitution protects all South Africans with regard to land ownership. However, we do say, because we've got to deal with the past, the government, and as your government also has the right to expropriate land.
Dude, can you imagine? I mean, it's just like trying to describe to Donald Trump of all people the concept of reparations is crazy. Like perhaps one of the worst people to explain this to. In his mind, when he hears this, he's like, oh, so you're admitting that there is a genocide going on. White Americans think there's a white genocide going on when you talk about like affirmative action, dude. Deeply selfish, deeply stupid, deeply racist people.
For public use.
And you're doing that.
And we've never really gotten underway with that. And we are going to be doing so.
You're taking people's land away
we have not.
From them. And those people in many cases are being executed. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers. Mm-hmm. And that's a tough situation. I don't know how you explain that. How do you explain that? They're taking people's land away, and in many cases, those people are being executed. And in many cases, it's not the government that's doing it. It's people that kill them and then take their land, and nothing happens to them. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country. They're also going to Australia in a smaller number. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country, and they're white farmers, and they feel that they're going to die in South Africa. And it's a bad thing. Yeah, please.
What can South Africa do? What concessions would you like to see them make to improve relations with the United States? Then I have one more for President Ramaphosa afterwards.
Well, you know, we just spoke about, I got them a very, very complex machine, 150 of them. I was asked by the president if it could help, and I did that. And, you know, I have great feeling for all countries. I deal with all countries, but I have a great feeling for South Africa because I have friends. I have a couple of friends, a few friends here today. I have many friends from South Africa, but many of those friends are not, they can't go back. I have Elon is from South Africa. I don't want to get Elon involved. That's all I have to do, get him into another thing. But
bro, he's literally like, I'll send him back. I'll send him back and you're cooked. That's a threat, dude. That is the biggest threat possible. I'll send Elon Musk's annoying ass back to South Africa is probably the worst thing you can say. Ay, ay, ay.
Elon happens to be from South Africa. This is what Elon wanted. He actually came here on a different subject, sending rockets to Mars, okay? Yes. He likes that better. He likes that subject better. That's right. But Elon is from South Africa, and I don't
he admits that he's entertaining the stupid thing, partially because he wants to give catnip to the white nationalists and white supremacists. who he's kind of fallen out of favor with because like of his unconditional loyalty to Israel. So he has to like recover. He has to recover that. It's a perfect way to do it, by the way, because this way you can also attack. You do this while you're simultaneously attacking South Africa for its court case against Israel's genocide at ICJ. Fantastic.
I don't think it's fair to him.
That's right.
But I will say that people are fleeing South Africa for their own safety. Their land is being confiscated.
Why is the entire world pandering to the U.S. and Trump like this? Why isn't there some kind of inside coup? Why is USA as the world superpower always as the status quo? Why not try to change it, challenge it at the very least? I think a lot of people that ask questions like this are asking very good questions. And I think those people are basically understanding the position that I have been at for the past 12 years of my professional media career, where I kept describing to people that like when events are unfolding around the world, America always has a hand in said events. When I say like, oh, America bad, or whenever my naysayers constantly say, Hasan says America bad, why do you always blame America for this? Why do you always blame America for that? You're beginning to recognize how much power the United States of America has. That's it. The only difference is Donald Trump has done away with the fake diplomacy. Donald Trump does not play the role of diplomat as previous leadership did in an effort to maintain some semblance of soft power capabilities. America's not playing that game anymore. It's saying we are the global hegemon. You do what we say. We say jump, you say how high. The reality is that countries are self-interested and are desperate. South Africa cannot afford to shut off American investment. They just can't. You can't blame impoverished countries for doing what they need to do to survive. But every other country is in the same status. That's the whole point. When compared to the United States of America, there is a reason why the entirety of the European Union will place themselves in a servile status to American interest. That's because America runs the fucking world. Like, I think a lot of people just refuse to recognize this. And I guess like the silver lining here with Trump's indecent nature is that it's making it impossible to deny. This is the real global order. Trump is basically piercing through that veil. Trump is basically unsheathing America's global dominance for all to see. He's saying it like it is. Turns out all it took for many people was the semblance of diplomacy from leaders in the past to make it seem as though other countries have a say. Other countries have some semblance of sovereignty in this process. They don't. And this is how it's been since the Cold War ended. The most countries can do is basically try to leverage the United States of America for better deals by cozying up to China. That's what the BRICS is.
And in many cases, they're being killed. And that scene of, you see how many crosses they have. Those crosses, that's a dead person in every one of them. And those trucks or cars are paying their respects to all of those dead people on a Sunday morning. That's a rough thing to explain away. And the problem we have, and the way, a correct and a fair media exposes things. But
I do think there is an alternative vision here, but that alternative vision requires European countries to actually switch ownership away from the United States of America to behave like the BRICS nations have done so far by cozying up to China. But they too are far too Orientalist in their framework to engage in this. They are, for lack of a better term, too racist for their own good. I'm not saying like, you know, become China's lapdog. That's not what I'm saying at all. But what they could do in order to at least threaten America's hegemonic power status is to basically leverage build a better relationship with China in an effort to have more leverage against the United States of America, because collectively, the entirety of the world, the entirety of the planet could actually take on American hegemonic power status. Obviously, a major hurdle against that is NATO. But wouldn't America lose their shit over that? Like, wouldn't they try to punish those countries for doing so? I mean, this goes back to the same principle behind what are they going to do? Kill all of us? Like, if there is only so much, there's only so much pressure. There's only so much pressure you can apply. Like, there are competing interests here. No, the answer is not yes. Okay. That's ridiculous. Like, there is another way out of this. Okay. Why do you trust China so much? They wouldn't allow our speech. Oh my God, I'm losing my fucking mind. There is real reason not to trust China. Look at the, and they are communist. You don't even know how to spell Uyghur. And then you used communist as a pejorative. You think I give a shit that the fucking Communist Party of China is communist? Yeah, no. That's not a pejorative here. That's a benefit, okay? Anyway. I didn't even say offer unconditional fealty to China like you have with the United States of America. Wait, hold on. Wait 1 second. How are you able to cherry pick the dumbest people in the chat? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying offer unconditional loyalty to China, become servile to Chinese interests. I'm simply stating that there are a lot of countries that are in the periphery that have cozied up to China in an effort to bargain better with the United States of America, in an effort to get leverage. Okay? And this is what European leaders should be doing as well. China hasn't proven itself to be a meaningful alternative to the U.S. in the ways that the USSR did, but it's certainly better than nothing to give countries a second option if they want involvement in the global economy. Exactly.
We have a very corrupt media. They won't even report this. If this were the other way around, it would be the biggest story. Now, I will say apartheid, terrible. That was the biggest story. That was reported all the time. This is sort of the opposite of apartheid. What's happening now is never reported. Nobody knows about it.
So it's good. This is the opposite of apartheid. Okay, so it's a good thing. The opposite of apartheid is what? Economic restitution? Thank you. Exactly. I know he's too stupid to understand what he's saying. He's trying to say this is reverse racism. This is reverse racism.
All we know is we're being inundated with people, with white farmers from South Africa, and it's a big problem. Marco Rubio was telling me he's never seen anything like it. The numbers of people that want to leave South Africa because they feel they're going to be dead very soon.
Yeah,
Yes,
I was going to say,
Brian, go.
If I could just ask you a question. 72% of farmers in your country are white. If they flee, do you feel that maybe the economy could collapse?
Dude, yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the dumbest, most racist argument of all time. The idea that in 2025, a modern nation state that is run by black people is incapable of doing the agricultural output that white people were doing is so stupid. All of the fucking farm workers are black, you dumbass. The idea that like, oh, what will you do? What will South Africa do without the white farm owners is so crazy. Who do you think works the farms? God, this fucking dipshit, dude. The one who was like, oh, why aren't you wearing a suit to Zelensky?
May not have a gap to fill in those people that need to replace those farmers.
You know, I'd like my Minister of Agriculture, who is white, who comes from an opposition party to mine, who's joined my government at my invitation to address this very issue, including the question that you've just raised. John?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you for welcoming us to the White House. I would say we have a rural safe problem in South Africa. I don't think anyone wants to candy coat that. And
this is also part of the reason why I said like America actually taking some of the fucking white farmers off the hands of the South African government is not necessarily the worst thing. Partially because they're marginal and inconsequential, but also, yeah, great. This allows the fucking government to actually expropriate some of this land and reallocate those resources to the fucking black farmers. Great. In a weird way, they're so racist that they're unironically helping the interests of black South Africans. That's why I jokingly said they're decolonizing Africa. I don't have an issue with that. I don't like if these guys want to leave because they feel like they're getting a shitty bargain here and they're worried that the government might take their land or something. Then great. Like leaving the land is great. There are so many racists on Twitter who have been like, you should salt the earth before you leave. Fuck those guys. And it's like, dude, you are such a piece of shit. Problem is that they still own the land. Nope, not a problem. Not a problem when you can, when you could take the land. You could just take the fucking land. They're no longer there. It's your land. No, it won't happen. Black oligarchs will take it. Please don't make such statements. Of course, it's probably not the farm owners that are leaving, because why would they leave? They own the farms and they know it's not a real problem. Black oligarchs? Yes, that is also not fake. That is real, for the record. That is a real thing. All that took place in South Africa in the aftermath of the apartheid was basically a couple black dudes were able to also reach the highest levels of wealth, and then that was it. It's not wrong to suggest that like the ownership changing from white hands to like a singular black one is not going to offer the economic restitution that was promised.
it requires a lot of effort to get on top of it. It's going to require more policing resources. It's going to require a different strategy to be able to deal with it. But certainly the majority of South Africa's commercial and smallholder farmers really do want to stay in South Africa and make it work. And I've just come from the largest agricultural show in the Southern Hemisphere with organized agriculture and farmers, and the majority of them want to stay. But they too there have a memorial to those who've died as a result of farm attacks. And as the Minister of Agriculture, it is something that I'm particularly exercised with my colleagues at police.
There it is. A member of the group that's being genocided, by the way. This is John Steenhuisen. I hate him so much. He's from the DA party, which is like the Democrat Party in America. Pandaroo Raccoon, please stop fucking making the gorilla analogy. That's why you're getting ignored hard today. Okay? That's why you're getting ignored. Where you're making an analogy that uses gorillas when talking about South Africa. Okay? Perhaps that's the reason why I'm not paying attention to your fucking stupid analogy. Please stop. There's also 30,000 other people in here. Obviously, I'm not going to get to every single person and their unique commentary on the situation.
And my colleagues in the justice cluster to start making farm attacks and stock theft a priority crime. And it affects all farmers in South Africa, particularly stock theft. It has a disproportionate effect on smallholder black farmers. I also want to just say this, that the two individuals that are in that video that you've seen are both leaders of opposition minority parties in South Africa. Mkhonto Wesizwe under Mr. Zuma and the economic freedom fighters under Mr. Malema. Now, the reason that my party, the Democratic Alliance, which has been an opposition party for over 30 years, chose to join hands with Mr. Ramaphosa's party was precisely to keep those people out of power. We cannot have those people sitting in the union buildings making decisions. And that is why after 30 years of us exchanging barbs across the floor in Parliament and trying to get one over on each other, we've decided to join hands precisely to keep that lot out of government. Because the day they get in to the doors of the union buildings in South Africa or control of our Parliament, that's what you're going to see. And that is why this government...
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Ugh. He's literally there to be like, listen, the real villains here are the people who would do a white genocide, which is EFF. Like, that's why we have this coalition. And they are the right wing. Like, the ANC are already neoliberal. And the DA, the Democrat Alliance, is even more right wing than they are. And this fucking dipshit is sitting there being like, no, white genocide will happen if the EFF gets into power. That's why we have this alliance, this allegiance here, after years and years of being an opposition party.
Working together needs the support of our allies around the world so that we can strengthen our hand, grow our economy, and shut the door forever on that rabble getting through the doors of the union bodies, because then South Africa's future would be...
So you denounced that type of language in the video that you saw?
Oh yes, we've always done so. As government, as my own party, we are completely opposed to that. We, in 1955, adopted a document which said South Africa belongs to all who live in it.
But why wouldn't you arrest that man? That man said, kill the white farmers, kill the white farmers. And then he danced, and he's dancing, and it's kill the white farmers. I think, I'm not sure, but I think if somebody got up...
I guess the answer to that question would be, if we don't actually do any sort of expropriation of land, they are going to win. Okay? Isn't that the whole point? Like, also, like the Kill the Boer shit by the Free Speech Warrior. Kill the Boer is a anti-apartheid song that they're singing, and the entire position of the fucking party, aggressive in its language or not, is that obviously the economic restitution that was promised has not been provided to black South Africans, and they are the ones who are demanding it. The EFF is a CIA asset. It is there to control black frustration because of the neoliberal order, which causes the rampant inequality. The Supreme Court here ruled that it is not hate speech. It's just excusing calls for violence. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Yeah, this is the EFF manifesto. Frequently asked questions, okay? On land expropriation without compensation. They are against the South African government, the current government's and the Constitution's position that is much lighter terms, okay? The lighter terms here from the ANC is that they get offered market rate for all the farmland that the government takes, okay? The government has the legal responsibility to take the farmland and reappropriate the farmland to black South Africans, okay? The EFF says, fuck that. No economic restitution whatsoever. And to be fair, I don't even disagree with that position. Like, what do you mean? Economic restitution for land that was stolen from the fucking population that lived there is already ridiculous. But we live in 2025. So I understand why this concession would be made. The very fact that people are still freaking out over it, though, when they want market rates, like what they're freaking out over market rates being paid out to stolen land for farmers, white farmers, is crazy. If you don't let that happen, if you don't let the market rate redistribution of land potentially take place, then yeah, you're going to actually see this. You're going to see this attitude take its place. Wait, what? Sounds like there's some middle ground of taking the land away and giving assistance or market rate for some time or some discount being given. Interesting you say that, because that is the middle ground. Hold on.
Up in Parliament and started saying kill a certain group of people, he would be arrested very quickly. That man is going all over South Africa, and that's not a small party. That was a stadium that holds 100,000 people, and I hardly saw an empty seat. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of representation. And those crosses, we have dead white people, dead white farmers mostly. And you take a look at Australia, they're being inundated, and we're being inundated with people that want to get out. And their farm is valueless, it's valueless, and they just want to get out with their life. And this is a very serious situation. And if we had a real news or real press or media, we don't have that, because they won't talk about this, because they're all guys like that idiot. But if we had a real press, it would be exposed. And you know, the beauty of exposing it is it's like a cleansing action. When it gets exposed, it'll get fixed. That's when it'll get fixed. But people don't talk about it. And I'll tell you who's talking about the thousands of people that are fleeing South Africa right now.
We discussed USAID and the devastating impact the cuts are having across the African continent.
You know, it's devastating, and hopefully a lot of people are going to start spending a lot of money. And I've talked to other nations. We want them to chip in and spend money too. And we've spent a lot, and it's a tremendous problem.
Sorry, that suggestion that you presented is literally the suggestion that the ANC government is starting the process of acting on, and that is what these guys are calling. That's what Trump is calling a white genocide.
Going on in many countries, a lot of problems going on. The United States always gets the request for money. Nobody else helps, as you know. Europe doesn't help. Europe hasn't given anything. All they do is sue our companies. You know, they sue Apple, and they sue all of our companies. Apple had to pay $17 billion on a nonsense lawsuit. Very unfair. But we're going to always be there to help.
President, the Afrikaner extravagant rise by South African broadcasting. If this Afrikaner resettlement issue is resolved, you're going to go into a room after this, you guys are going to talk. If it is resolved, what is the potential for the future-looking relationship between the United States?
It's got to be resolved. It should be resolved. It's a little bit bad when you see a stadium with 100,000 people in it, because that means it's more than just a little movement. It's a pretty big movement in South Africa, so it has to be resolved. It'll be the end of the country if it's not resolved.
Hasan, your charitability is something I aspire to obtain myself. My brain shuts down when I hear racist people speak about anything involving a minority. I just want to... Vietnamese man waving his gun. Yeah. What? People are not 100% responsible for the actions of their ancestors. Some retribution seems fair. Wait, what? Yeah, yeah, except these guys are quite literally continuing that same exact unjustifiable hierarchy. That's the problem here. The problem here is, you know, that is what these guys are seeking to continue.
Potential for the relationship moving forward.
I hope so. That's why I'm here.
November.
I mean, I'm not here for my health. I'm here to see what it is. No, I'd like to see. I have friends. I can tell you, Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, they feel so strongly they wanted to be here on behalf of South Africa, not on behalf of me. And, you know, they said, can we be here for this? Because they love the country. Ernie, do you guys want to say a couple of words? I hate to put you in this. This is tougher than sinking a 3-footer. They have, and they've sank many 3-footers.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks for the honor of being here. We've known each other a long time.
Yeah, they brought the golfer to appease Trump. Seemingly it didn't work.
We're proud South Africans. I still have my South African passport. We travel with this passport, you know, and I got my visa here. So, you know, but we want to see things get better in our home country. That's the bottom line. It's been 35 years since the transition. President Ramaphosa was right in the middle of the transition time in 1990 and before that. So it's been 35 years of ANC government, and I know there's a lot of anger, you know, through the transition. There was also a lot of stuff happening in the apartheid days. You know, we grew up in the apartheid era, but I don't think two wrongs makes a right. You know, President Mandela, when he came out of prison for all that time, didn't come out with hatred, you know, and really unified our nation through sport. You know, we won the Rugby World Cup in the '95.
4 times.
We won the African Nations Cup, soccer. You know, we won some majors as golfers and so forth. So what I'm trying to say is, you know, this has been a long time coming. That's why we really wanted to meet you, meet the administration, and see our way forward, because we still want to see our country flourish. You know, we've got some great things going on. Business is getting involved with government. Farmers are getting involved in local municipalities, trying to rebuild some of the infrastructure that's been decaying for a long time. So there's a lot of coexistence going on and help from a lot of areas. But I feel we need the US to push this thing through. We've got a great ally if we can have the US. It's always been an ally of South Africa for a very long time. Even in the days of the war, you know, up in Angola, you know, you guys helped us. So very important for us to have your support and you know, get the change we need.
When did you do that well? He might have done that even better than he plays golf, which is almost impossible. Johan, please.
Sorry, Mr. President, if you had to wind all of those tapes properly, you will see I'm the biggest target of that rabble-rouser. Number one for over 10 years, Mr. Malema. In fact, the first time I met him, he was in the youth league with that gentleman And look how he's changed.
Right.
We have too many deaths, but it's across the board. It's not only white farmers, it's across the board. And we need technological help. We need Starlink at every little police station. We need drones. I actually got drones donated for the peace parks to stop elephant and rhino poaching. And his predecessor stopped the importation because he said the United States would spy on us. I mean, US basics, the ridicule. So if you can help us. Remember, sir, you and I lived in New York in the 70s. We never thought New York could be what it became. 2 commissioners, a tough mayor. We need your help to stop this awful killing. But it's across the board.
I can't believe, dude, the more I hear white South Africans talk, the more I hear white South African Bond villains talk about the conditions in the backdrop of Donald Trump claiming that there's a fucking genocide, and these guys are supposed to be the ones who are like, it's not happening, Mr. President, but also it kind of is happening. The more I understand the EFF position. It took me like 35 seconds to hear from the richest man in South Africa for me to be like, okay, I get what Malema's talking about. Like, this is the guy who's supposed to be like, Mr. President, it's not happening. But he can't help himself. He has to turn around and be like, you know, it's across the board, Mr. President, but also look at what has happened to New York. It's like, dude, why are you fucking trying to export? Like, I guess, like, this is why I say why South Africans, like, can be either very cool people or just as hog-like as the American racists are. This is the guy who is like an American hog. He's like, yeah, we gotta be tough on crime, Mr. President. It's not a, like, he has the positive position here because he's at least like denying that the charges of genocide, but then still being like, yeah, but we gotta make sure we do away with this criminal element in the country. Like, you're not wrong. These blacks are getting out of control.
Ernie's right now building a house in George. I'm building 3 cottages for my grandchildren on a farm outside Grafrenet. I often go to bed without locking the door. And we have a serious problem with illegal aliens who stream across the border. And if you really look at our statistics, a lot of these murders, firstly, it's unemployment and illegal aliens. And then I met Vice President Bartz many years ago at Charlie Rose show. My wife loved the book. And she reminded me this morning that you emphasized the devastation that occurs when big companies leave towns and cities, and there's a culture of dependency that develops. And I remember you discussing it. Now that's our problem. If we don't get our economy to grow, the culture of dependency and the lawlessness will increase. I've been against apartheid all my life, and I'm their #1 target. Please just Google my name and Malema. You'll see it, sir. He marched on the farm.
But the crime is bad.
The crime is terrible, sir, but Mr. Steenhuisen won't admit to it, but he runs the Western Cape, where I live. And the biggest murder rate is in the Cape Flats. Gangs. We've got gang warfare, like your M33, what are these guys? We've got equivalents there. But we need your help, sir. And we need Elon technology.
Well, one of the real areas of support is really in investments. We've got to grow our economy, because through growing the economy, we're then able to create more jobs. Because crime really thrives where there is inequality and unemployment. And that is one of the reasons that has brought us here, to improve our investment relations, our trade relations, so that we can preserve the number of jobs that your companies have created in South Africa. By virtue of what we export to you, we are able to create up to 500,000 jobs in the auto industry, in the agricultural industry, and a number of other industries, mining, where we export things to you. And we also know that as South African companies invest here, you are also able to create jobs. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship. So our main real reason for being here is to foster trade and investment, so that we are able to grow our economy with your support, and so that we are also able to address all these societal problems, because criminality thrives when people are unemployed, when they have no other hope to eke out a living. So that is what we need to resolve. And your support, your partnership with us is what is really going to give us a strong capability to move forward.
President, excuse me, do you have anything to say?
I think Lil Bear is correct. Ramaphosa was so good at glazing Trump without conceding. I won't vote for the man, but he's incredible with diplomacy. He navigated this so well. I will give credit. I feel like if you are a black South African politician, you know your way around talking to racist white people. Like, I feel like it just comes with the territory. You are an expert at navigating conversations with like some of the most heinous racist people alive.
I don't want to leave you out. You know, the guy won 3 or 4 majors. 3 or 4?
No, only 2.
2. That's a lot. By the way, 2's a lot. A lot of tournaments you won, too. You have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. President Ramaphosa. I grew up in an area in South Africa that is a farmland area, Polokwane.
Yeah.
And there is some issues up there. Obviously, my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer. And yeah, some of these buddy farmers got killed. The farm is still going. My brothers run it, but it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer. And at the end of the day, you know, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers to produce the food.
Farming, right? He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't even want to do what you're doing, right? They love farming. They don't want to leave. But it's a struggle.
Yeah, and you know, food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. You know, without those 2 things, you can't survive.
How is the water there?
The water's great. Obviously, all the water comes out of the borehole, out of ground for us down there. But yeah, it is a battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time that you're trying to get the water out.
So does your family and your brother, do they feel safe on the farm?
They live behind electric fences, you know, try and be at night safe. But it is constant whenever you leave that something could happen. And
there's nowhere to live.
You know, both of them has been attacked in their houses. My mom's been attacked in her house when she was 80. So it is difficult. But you know, the guys live a great life despite everything going on.
Something.
President Trump, I brought along the president of...
I like that all the fucking rich white guys that they brought along are basically giving Trump enough ammunition to believe that there is definitely a white genocide, and they're too afraid to just openly recognize it. That's cool. Because, like, this right here is enough for him to be like, see, I was right. Like, they're saying it's not a genocide, but basically, it kind of is. Thank you, Mr. President, for saving South Africa.
The largest trade union in our country, Ziggy Solosi, because she leads many, many workers, more than 1 million, 2 million workers. And maybe we should give her a chance to say something, because she's come all the way to join us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Trump, for having us, and President, for extending the invitation to us as organized labor. And I must say that we are here to support the initiative that has been made by our government with business, of course, as organized labor. We've been coming to Washington on the AGOA trade relations in the previous regime. And I think at the center of it all, for me, it is exactly what Mr. Rupert has said, the importance of us growing the economy. We have always emphasized when we were here and kept on coming and negotiating on AGOA that the 600 US companies that are based in South Africa, as you said, President Ramaphosa, 500,000 jobs will be wiped out. We need more foreign direct investment in our country. We are not just talking about those that will lose employment, but we are talking about over 40% of people that are unemployed, that have no hope.
The fuck? That was crazy. Quick on and off there. Anyway, we're still here.
As they have said, that we need to deal with the issue of porous borders in our country so that everyone that comes in is documented. We also need to, and I would have thought that the minister would address the issue of land expropriation and how the policy works in South Africa. Recently, President, as you were preparing to come here on the news, in, I think it was in Natal, there was a handover of farms. And white farmers were saying, we are donating the land, but also there's a willing buyer, willing seller in South Africa. So there is no expropriation without compensation. But it is a willing buyer, willing seller. And that white farmer was even saying, President, that the government is even paying more in buying the land than what the land is worth of. And I think those are the realities, President, that we must say that we need to address, of course, but also the importance of agriculture linked to AGOA. People rely on it, and I think, as Retief have said, for survival and living. But lastly, for me,
I know this is like kind of rad libby and aesthetics focused, but I can't help but notice the way in which he listens to black people in that room versus the white people. Like, the disparity, the difference is too fucking overt to not take note of. He literally, one, constantly cuts off all the fucking black people that speak, and he just lets people spit if lets the white guys speak. And on top of that, he's just like so visibly not listening and so visibly upset when this lady is when the union leader is talking.
President, is also the issue of the crime statistics. There is no doubt about it that we are a violent nation, you know, for a number of reasons. And we're
She's not even saying anything all that different from the white guys either.
But also, if you go into the rural areas where black majority are, you would see women, elderly, being raped, being killed, being murdered. And these are black elderly women that would be found throat slits, raped multiple times and all of that. And the problem in South Africa, it is not necessarily about race, but it is about crime. And we think that we are here to say, how do we, both nations, work together to reset, to really talk about investment, but also help us in how we can have the technology and everything that is needed, President, to really address the levels of crime that we have in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
President Trump, genocide is a very strong word. I'm wondering if you've made up your mind as to whether you believe genocide is occurring in South Africa, or you still have doubts, and if you have made up your mind, why invite President Ramaphosa here today?
Well, I haven't made up my mind. I hate to see it from the standpoint of South Africa, but also, you know, I'm trying to save lives. I'm working with Russia and Ukraine. I don't have to do that. It's not our war. It was started by other people. It was helped along by our past administration. It would have never happened if I were president, but I'm trying to save lives. And no matter where. Rwanda, I have nothing to do with Rwanda and the Congo, but I felt I had a very talented person in this administration, and I sent him there. And he did an unbelievable job, I think. I mean, we're going to find out, but he's done the hardest part of the job. It should happen. If I can save lives, I want to save the lives. If it's in Africa, that's great. If it's in Europe, if it's wherever it may be. And it's a very small investment to do, believe me, compared to what the consequences are. So I hope we can do something. Look, I have so many friends. These two men, I have great admiration for them because I know what they do for a living. Yeah. And that's a very hard living, going from city to city, from country to country, and hitting a ball 350 yards like they do. And
better than you and I.
Getting the ball in the hole. It's a very tough, with lots of people watching, right?
Yes,
that's a very tough living. You know, they're champions. I respect champions. And I respect very much, and I think the country is very lucky. They really wanted to be here. That's true. They could be elsewhere. They could be on a
It really fucking worked, bro. It actually worked.
To be here.
Like, bringing the golfers is such a stupid, juvenile thing, and it literally worked. Like, he's laughing because he's like, I can't believe how stupid this fucking guy is. All you need to do is give him a golf book and then put him in the presence of a couple golfers that he recognizes, and he's set. He's like, I don't know, maybe no genocide. After all, this golfer said, and he's white, no genocide has taken place. So I guess there's no genocide now. My bad. Bye-bye. Coco Melon is Scorsese for this man? Yeah, no, it's just put a couple rich white dudes in front of him to be like, Mr. President, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about with this genocide shit in the lightest terms. And he goes, all right, never mind. Wasn't real. Sorry. Yeah, if there were fucking Palestinian golfers, maybe he would stop the fucking genocide that he is participating in. That was the big issue here, I guess.
from Newsroom Africa in South Africa.
Good.
How important is it for the United States to be at our G20 summit in November, given the relationship between our two countries? You just heard what has been said to you just now. Are you coming, and are you preparing to come?
So without the United States, the G20, just like the G7, used to be the G8, but brilliantly they threw Russia out. It would have been a lot better if Russia was in. You know, a lot of people would say, oh, that's not it. Because if Russia was in, you probably wouldn't have this war. And if you had a different president, you wouldn't have the war either. But we have a G7. It's important that the United States is at both of them. I think without the United States, it's I really believe it's not very important. It's not the same meaning.
As I said to President Trump, the U.S. really originated the G20. And it's important that the United States continues to play a key role in the G20. And we are privileged to be the president of the G20, but we are even overjoyed that we are going to hand over to the United States, who are the originators. And for that reason, I expect the United States to continue playing the leadership role in the G20 together with other countries. And I've said when I initially spoke to President Trump on the phone, I want him to come to South Africa for a state visit, and I also want him to come and participate in the G20. And I want to gladly hand over to President Trump to take the leadership of the G20 forward in November.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What is it going to take to convince you?
They don't want to leave.
Everybody, please keep moving. Thank you.
You said it's very quality for Trump to listen to both sides, except the one side is just making shit up. And they're not even like a big enough side to listen to. It's just a bunch of it's a handful of people on the one side claiming falsely there's a fucking genocide taking place. And on the other side, you have the entirety of the country, down to the richest, whitest people in the country being like, yeah, it's fucking bullshit. It's crazy. Luckily, I guess, for South Africa, the golfers are on the side. Luckily for South Africa, the white golfers were on the side of no, it's not a real genocide. You know? I wish you'd stop eating on camera. Okay. Here, eat this perma.
Incredible moment. Another open to the cameras moment in the Oval Office, meeting with the South African president, President Trump there. A very open conversation. At one point, the president's staff playing out a video showing these claims of genocide in South Africa, which its leader has refuted. An amazing moment, Trace, and welcome everybody. I'm Sandra Smith in New York, to watch this in real time.
Yeah, and I'm Trace Gallagher in Los Angeles. John Roberts has the day off. This is America Reports. It really was fascinating because it became this kind of very congenial press conference between the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa as well as the President Trump. And they had golfers, Ernie Els, Retief Goosen from South Africa, and it was very fun. And then they played the video, Sandra, of these allegations, the video of these groups, including groups that Elon Musk has pointed out, like the economic freedom fighters, that believe that there is genocide, that have called for genocide in South Africa, this time against white farmers. President Trump has given those farmers refugee status. He was asked a question about whether he believes there is genocide, and he said he didn't know, but he clearly is concerned that some white farmers in South Africa are being targeted because he has done many things to try and alleviate those harms.
Another moment of transparency from this White House, the promised transparency. This went for about an hour and 6 minutes. Trace, let's bring in Peter Ducey, our White House correspondent, is standing by. Not only did they play out the video, Peter, but also talking about the G20, President Trump saying he feels it's important to them for South Africa to look good at the G20. He at one point held up copies of articles about South Africans saying these are deaths. What is the reaction so far there?
Sandra and Trace, I didn't even know that you could dim the lights in the Oval Office, which is decades old. Seems like a place that would just have an on or off switch, but President Trump called for the lights to be dimmed so that he could show this multimedia presentation to basically call the visiting South African president's bluff. The South African president came here to say there is no genocide happening in South Africa. President Trump basically said, okay, well, then what's all of this? And he showed political leaders and opposition leaders in South Africa saying some very heinous and violent things.
Incredible, man. Thank you. Wow, they have light dimmers in the Oval. That's crazy. Incredible technological developments happening. Oh, Peter Ducey. All the worst douchebags are winning, and I genuinely fucking despise it. One of the worst aspects of this government, aside from like the metric ton of evil they're contributing to, is also how galvanized the stupids have gotten in the process. I hate it. I can't stand it. According to their standards, wouldn't Gaza be a genocide? No, there would be a different... If what's happening to white farmers in South Africa constitutes a genocide, then you need a different name for what's going on in Gaza. Like, you can't call those two things the same thing. Like a mega genocide or like a super Holocaust or something. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Even the Holocaust itself would have to be named something different. Like, it's just not, you know, it's not comparable. It's ridiculous. You have to rewrite all the rules. The stupidest thing to me is how much credit these people give to a leader like Malema. Yes, he has a following, and the EFF are nowhere near as influential as these people say they are. I think the irony is that the EFF will become more influential if the ANC government doesn't take any action in terms of offering economic restitution. Like, that's it. Like, the resentment is understandable. Because, like, you have to remember something. The EFF is not arriving at this position that we look at as, like, crazy and violent out of nowhere or because they just, like, racially despise white people. Their anger is born out of the false promises made by the South African government in the aftermath of the apartheid. South Africa, broadly, is really fucked up still. That's what all of those like rich white guys were also addressing as well. Some of them refused to talk about the real victims, which would be the black South Africans, who are still in horrifying material conditions. But that's it. There's a reason why Malema has gotten any popularity whatsoever. There's a couple chatters in here that are just like, they have their stories and they just keep spamming it. Like, one chatter wants me to cover St. Louis. The other one wants me to cover Adriana Smith. I haven't looked into it. Okay? Please stop spamming the stories over and over again. I know Adriana Smith is on life support, so the government can forcibly fucking extract a child out of her. I know. I am aware. It's a baby incubator situation. I know. It's not like I am currently covering nothing. I am doing something right now. Do you see that? Do you hear that? And then the other chatter's like, dude, cover St. Louis. I did. I already did. The lack of funding contributed to the disastrous tornadoes becoming even more disastrous than they normally would have.
For several minutes, and he just made the
One of
South
the
African
funniest things I
president-
have to mention here, by the way, is the fucking metric ton of Asmongold fans who have come in here to be like, I hear Asmongold is in your mind. I haven't brought up his name even fucking once today. He, on the other hand, I know has covered me multiple times today, and his dumb fuck fans keep coming in here to bring up his name for some reason. You guys come in here and talk about how showerless you are and how rotted you are, both inside and out, and demand drama take place. Leave me the fuck alone, man. Holy shit. And then the moment that I cover Mold Man, they go, hup, see? Fucking rent-free, dude. It's like, no, you're the one who is bringing him up. I haven't talked about him. I'm talking about the fucking news. Why the fuck would I care about what he has to say about anything?
and the rest of the South African delegation sit there in the half-dark room and watch it. And afterwards, President Trump did want to talk a little bit about trade, and his visiting famous golfer friends from South Africa got to speak as well. He said he has not made up his mind, despite the presentation that he had the staff cut and put forward. He has not made up his mind yet about whether or not there's genocide happening. That is something the South African team strenuously denies. And it's worth pointing out that is definitely the most awkward Oval Office meeting since Zelensky was here. It ended a little bit better because I can see the vehicle. It is not leaving. The South African delegation is not leaving early. They will be sticking around for lunch. But really, when you watch that, it seems like the Trump foreign policy doctrine is a lot like the old slogan for the MTV show The Real World, where people stop being polite and start getting real. And that's what we just saw from President Trump.
A couple of things, Peter, I noticed there. One was a good question from a South
Incredible.
African reporter. She was asking about the G20 summit in South Africa coming up in November. President Trump said it was important that the United States be present at that. Didn't really commit to actually going to the G20 summit, so that's something yet to be seen. But I'm wondering about Elon Musk's hand in all of this. We know that he is South African. Elon Musk has complained again and again about that his Starlink satellite provider was not allowed to operate in South Africa, primarily because he is white. I'm wondering what the reaction there was and how much that played into the videotape playing, as you will, and the lights being dimmed in the Oval Office.
Yes, so the two things in order there. President Trump saying that the United States should be at the G20 doesn't necessarily mean that he is going to go, just that they should have a presence. And there's been some talk.
Where's this fucking chatter who's like, you should cover Asmongold in the same way that you should cover Theo Vaughn with the same disdain that you have for Asmongold. No. And it's simple. Theo Vaughn, regardless of his allegiance or sympathy for the Trump administration, and there's plenty of that, okay? He's quite literally, he went to Qatar with the Trump administration to do a comedy show to the troops there. Theo Vaughn still has an open mind, especially when it comes to what is going on in fucking Gaza, okay? I'm not going to cast aside a valuable ally like that, knowing full well that he is presenting a position to an audience that must hear it more than anybody else. Okay, that's it. That's my strategic focus here. And anyone who doesn't understand that is being ridiculous. That's some 2004 Bush admin shit. I don't know why you're keeping a comedian so close other than careerism. What? Bad take in my opinion, terrible opinion. He's literally gesturing for Adolf Hitler. If you guys can't understand, I think it's because Zach Foster post. No, it's Zach Fox who is right. Who is right in his fucking analysis where he's like, what are we doing, bro? How about you ask the fucking friends that you hang out with? He's not wrong about that. Okay? He's not. But the reason why I hype it up is because there are plenty of people who fucking love Donald Trump, who love Theo Von. And those are the people who need to, more than anyone else, see what Theo Von is saying. That's it. No, you're deluded by the proximity. No, I am not deluded by the proximity. I understand how these things fucking work. This is my take. Happy to see you speaking out, but it's truly bizarre watching someone who's helped Trump get elected and continues to dine with Trump's family express confusion over something Trump has vocally supported the entire time. Yeah, no, I understand it. I do. I get it. But I don't care. Because at the end of the day, friend or not to the Trump administration, he's still a fucking comedian. If he is able to demonstrate moral clarity on this issue, then that's a good thing, especially when he has a shit ton of influence and a shit ton of prominence. I would probably have less smoke for Asmongold if he did this as well. I would have less smoke for Ethan Klein if he did this as well. I'm sorry, when I'm fucking in the midst of having to deal with slop tubers who in the most pathetic, cowardly ways possible defend Israel's actions, yell at the one fucking dude who's not doing that. If you are getting outflanked by Theo Von, who is friends with the Trump administration on the issue of Israel, and you're a Democratic Party politician, you should really take a cold, hard look at yourself. Okay? Everything else is just bullshit. That's it. That's all I care about. Yeah, I should yell at the one of the most prominent manosphere adjacent guys who is called right wing all the fucking time doing the right thing. I should punish him for it. Some of you don't understand how these things work. Okay? You just don't understand it. And that's fine. It's all good. You don't, there is no way of like, we'll hear 10 years down the line, we'll turn around and say, oh, wow, why do we like cast aside so many fucking voices or some shit? It's exactly the same comeuppance that's taking place right now with a million different think pieces coming out of all of the overwhelmingly rad-libbed up articles that were written addressing the articles from 2016 being like, why are we being so ruthless to young men? What's the deal with young men? Why are you writing this article now? And this isn't entirely in the fucking hands of all of the people who are being progressive, but like, yeah, there is a air of arrogance that leftists fucking present all the goddamn time. There's an air of arrogance and an air of like, we are on the right side of history, so we shouldn't make a fucking argument. We should not actually have to convince anyone whenever progressive people try to speak out on issues. I'm not one of those people. I've never been one of those people. I am, of course, still going to do my very best to try to bring more people on board. And you might think that is because I'm clout hungry or whatever the fuck. And that's fine. That's okay. Sure, I'm clout hungry. You got me. I love clout, okay? The clout of what? The clout of more people recognizing Israel's insane actions. It's not about clout, it's about class. Yes, you're in the same club though. We get it. He's in your same class. Yes. the classic Marxist class of what? Podcasters? The podcasting class. You got the lumpen pros. You got the bourgeois, the petite bourgeois, and then you have the podcaster class. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, that's why I defend all podcasters unconditionally. Famously, as you guys know, that's what I do. That's why I'm such good friends with fucking Asmongold, you know? Bro, if you're a single issue voter, you're missing a shit ton of local extremism within torture, displacement, and ruination of a class of people within your own boundaries. I am not a single issue voter. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Go watch the Theo Von conversation that I have to understand why this kind of relationship is productive overall. Because the very same people that have to hear those arguments, I'm not gonna fucking shut off someone who gives that opportunity. Okay, that's it. You're not wrong for your criticism, but if you're like, why don't you fucking ass blast them? Well, then you're stupid. I'm telling you exactly why I don't.
We do not.
Let's get back to white genocide in South Africa.
Not have a genocide in South Africa.
This South African farmer wants to set the record straight. He wrote an open letter to US President Donald Trump after Trump offered Afrikaans.
If he was a rabid anti-Semite like Sneeko, I'd be all for casting him aside, but he's not, so any progress is good. Drama coverage is ruining this community's brains, how they engage with actual news. Stop looking for a target and start trying to understand the shit y'all clearly don't understand. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not pure. Okay? I'm not fucking pure. I'm impure. This is so fucking funny because he'll be like kicking it with Trump one week and then the next week he's sitting with Hassan Piker saying shit like this. No disrespect, but this is the median American voter actually said, Alex Press. Here, it's a good time to retweet this fucking great take. Yeah. A lot of people simply cannot comprehend that, like, a lot of people simply can't comprehend that many people are just like, they don't give a shit. They don't care. They don't understand anything. They don't have the same fucking equipment that you do. Okay? You've done the reading. A lot of people haven't. Do I think it's ridiculous that he on the one hand was like, oh, this genocide is really fucked up. And then on the other hand, he's whining and dining with the genocidaires? Yeah, I do. But also, Theo Von is not fucking Bernie Sanders. You know what I mean? Except he has outflanked Bernie Sanders on his statements about what Israel is doing. So what the fuck do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? You have a well-equipped socialist guy who has spent his entire fucking career railing against, like, at least most of America's imperialist actions. All of a sudden, you got a fucking podcaster who literally played a role in Donald Trump getting elected, outflanking him on this issue. What do you want me to do? Yell at the guy? No, I'm not. I care about this, okay? I'm not going to fucking yell at the guy. Especially because he's saying the truth. If he was running around being like, I don't really understand, I don't think this is a genocide at all, then yeah, I would yell at the guy. Be like, you're wrong. But I'm not going to do that. That's it. Take it where you can get it.
Ghana farmers refugee status.
But it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to.
In a way, is this similar to people getting mad at Rogan endorsing Bernie? Kind of. Yeah. But don't worry. There will be think pieces about what happened to Joe Rogan of the left 10 years down the line. Some people are really stupid, dude. You got to understand. You got to fucking, one, do positive reinforcement. Two, some people are just like, they don't understand it. They just don't get it. Okay? But as long as someone maintains charitability, you should be able to talk to them instead of fucking immediately going, nope, it's over. It's done. A lot of you have this attitude right now while simultaneously maintaining the attitude that the left is doing too much purity spiral shit. You know what I mean? So which is it? Are we doing too much fucking purity spiral shit? Or are we doing not enough purity spiral shit? In a country that is inherently hostile to your worldview.
Right about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be white.
The first group of 59 Afrikaners traveled to the U.S. in early May. It is.
But bro, what are you saying? Like they're saying, yep, there's a genocide across the planet that we're funding and that's bad, with the same breath talking about Abrego is MS-13 or some shit. Is he doing that? He's not even fucking doing that. Also, dude, the other side of this story that is like, notice how engaged chat is right now? Because everyone loves to be a little fucking drama pervert. Like everyone thinks that they're above this, but actually this is juicy. This is the shit. This is what fucking activates people. It's the crack cocaine. Like, oh, fuck this South African white genocide bullshit. Who gives a fuck? Fuck talking about Israel, Palestine. The real fucking crack hits when you start talking about this, okay? Unfollowed right now, lol. Okay, suck my dick. You know? The real crack cocaine hits when we get here, when you're like, I'm going to try to get this out of you. We can't come across as like inherently hostile to people for the crime of moving in the right direction. You have to be more open-minded. That's it. That's it. And you're not wrong for being like, what the fuck are you doing? You're on the one hand saying there's a genocide. On the other hand, you're like, you know, cozying up to the people that are doing the genocide. But the way to do that is not by being like, fuck this guy. Okay? That's it. Especially because he could just as easily turn around and be like, nah, this is not a genocide. And he'd probably benefit greatly from it. Like all the people you just banned, right? Wait, what? What? The people I just banned? What are you talking about? Chatters getting banned in here is not the equivalent of being fucking... I'm a Twitch streamer, okay? I do housekeeping whichever way I want to. This is not the same as like being... This is not the same as like being hostile to people who are on their own fucking journey. You unintentionally promote this behavior when you single out posts that, you know, you like this one? Yeah, I know. I do. But I think part of the reason why I do this is because I want to show like what is not acceptable and what is acceptable in the chat. You don't get killed when you get banned from this chat. You can even still keep watching. You just can't talk. It's very odd that people treat that as like it's really for death. Anyway, this was insane. This was an insane story. We're going to talk about kneecap as well. Piers Morgan jumped ship on Israel. Ugh.
Welcome back to
I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more. We're in agreement. Piers Morgan to me on genocide on a show today. I cited retired Israeli General Yair Golan saying Israel is now killing babies as a hobby. This is also part of the reason why I don't even fucking shit on, like, a lot of people will yell at Mehdi for his commentary, but everybody plays a different role in this. Because if Theo Von is getting Trump hogs to recognize Israel doing a genocide, great. If Mehdi is getting the liberal Zionist coalition or the liberals that normally are turning a blind eye to Israel doing a genocide to get on board with this, then great. Okay, everybody serves a different purpose in this. It's not just about like the questionable stuff that people do. That's why I don't spend a lot of time on like Owen Jones or Mehdi. Like I don't care, you know. Not everyone is going to be perfect vessels here. They're not going to be perfect allies. And I personally don't care. I just, as long as they are, like, even if they're standing, even if they're not standing in the way, that's good enough for me. Does that make sense? Therein lies what I expect from Bernie versus why I don't constantly rail against Bernie. Do you see what I mean? Because Bernie Sanders is a liberal Zionist. Bernie Sanders is like a labor Zionist. It's pure fantasy the way he approaches the subject matter of Israel, where he's like, oh, Israel has a right to defend itself. After 19 months, that's disgusting. What an insane thing to say. Having said that, he at least has the decency to step aside when there are people who have a more radical position on this issue, and he does not fucking stand in their way and tell them to shut the fuck up or say that they're goddamn Hamas agents or whatever the fuck on a daily basis. Do you see what I mean? What's Mehdi off about? Mehdi Hasan is awesome. Zateo has done incredible work. But there are definitely still people who yell at him because he was too much on the condemn Hamas train post-October 7. That's it. It's mostly just like old grievances that people have with people like Mehdi. Or even like an inability to comprehend like what their role is here, what their responsibility is here. Does that make sense? I probably never once said I condemn Hamas. That shit was fucking stupid. Yeah, you're also not a professional media person who is making this complicated math equation of like, do I still get to have a prominent platform where I can say the truth about Israel? Because that's the way to unlock that, okay? Otherwise, the entire conversation turns into not condemning hummus hard enough. That's it. That's the difference. A lot of people also on Twitter will be like, wow, why are people taking these like fucking liberal ass attitudes? It's like, there's a reason. You have to fucking pay the piper. And there's obviously a complex math equation there. And there are understandable red lines that people set. Myself, you know what my red line is. But it is what it is. Speaking of which, by the way, here is something that took place with Zoran as well. A lot of people were yelling at him too over his Israel has a right to exist line, which I totally understand why he said that. Here was my take on it, but here. New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani this morning, following the story that he declined to sign on to the Assembly resolutions recognizing Israel's independence and condemning the Holocaust. I do support Israel's right to exist as a state, he says.
Israel's right to exist as a state.
Yes, I do support its right to exist as a state.
Do you support?
And like, the thing is, this is a gotcha, okay? And I think maybe I'm wrong about this, but this is a gotcha, okay? Everyone needs to understand, like, whoa, do you think Israel has a right to exist? It's a total fucking, it's a total gotcha, all right? It's incredibly stupid to ask this question. No state has a right to exist. There is no like fundamental enshrined right for states to exist. That's not a real fucking concept at all. People have a right to exist within a state boundary, within a boundary that you could consider a fucking state. And the reason why I answer this question is like this, okay? The reason why I say this is because here's my answer. No state has a right to exist. People have a right to exist. Israel already exists as a state. Palestine, for example, does not currently exist as a state. But having said that, Nazi Germany had no right to exist. Neither did Rhodesia. Israel, as an apartheid state doing a genocide, has no right to exist in its current formation. That's it. Okay? That's it. And I will tell anyone that fucking turns around and says like, oh, you mean, so you want Israel to not exist? I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah. If Israel is going to only maintain itself as an apartheid state, as it seems like it will, then yeah, it has no right to exist. It is literally illegal for Israel to exist in the current ways that it does. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. Now, obviously, there's a difference between me saying that as a white Muslim dude in fucking America as a political commentator on Twitch, not even on mainstream outlets, even if I do have a mainstream audience here, versus a brown Muslim dude running for office as mayor of New York. I said, I like Zoran a lot. I don't think that anyone has to play these games anymore, but maybe the boomer electorate of New York City is not equipped to hear that from a Muslim mayoral candidate. That's it. Like, I'm still willing to entertain or give grace to Zoran on this issue, especially because Zoran is not a Zionist. Like, he is not fucking pro-Israel in any meaningful capacity. It's fucking ridiculous to make it seem as though he's now like controlled opposition or totally held captive or something like that. I think it's sort of another from the river to the sea thing. For example, Norm saying it's not ideal because it leaves room for malicious interpretation. Saying Israel doesn't have a right to exist is also not ideal because it leaves room for malicious interpretation. Not to say we shouldn't kowtow to bad faith actors, but it's still an all-force error. Yeah, which is why I'm offering clarity to what I mean when I say Israel does not have a right to exist as an apartheid state doing a genocide. If Israel was not doing a genocide, and if it was not an apartheid occupation, then the equation would be very different. First of all, there would be no fucking Hamas, for example. Like, there would be no militancy against it. It would be an entirely different enterprise. You might as well call it a different state at that point. You might as well call it Palestine at that point. It doesn't fucking matter. It's not Israel at that point. It's something totally different. And that's what it is.
Do you believe
here? Yes, this is Francesca Albanese's take on it, which I'm robbing from, by the way, obviously, when I say what I say. And she is 100% correct.
That Israel has a right to exist?
Israel does exist. Israel is a recognized member of the United Nations. Besides this, there is not such a thing in international law like a right of a state to exist. Does Italy has a right to exist? Italy exists. Now, if tomorrow Italy and France want to merge and become Ita-France, fine. This is not up to us. What is enshrined in international law is the right of a people to exist. So the state is there, the state of Israel is there, is protected as a member of the United Nations. Does this justify the erasure of another people?
Like, I mean, I obviously take a more aggressive approach than she does. She uses the perfect language on this, obviously, as she is the special rapporteur of the occupied Palestinian territories in the UN.
Oh, hell no. Not 75 years ago, not 57 years ago, surely not today. Where is the protection of the Palestinian people from erasure, from annexation, from illegal occupation and apartheid?
I think 19 months in, though, I'm going to be honest, 19 months in, we should be a little bit better with these like very quick responses, you know? I think that if you are a prominent public anti-Zionist voice, like there's some quippy, because this is a fucking cynical question, right? This is not a real question. Oh, does Israel have a right to exist? Like, what the fuck do you mean? What do you mean, does Israel have a right to exist, right? You said it on Twitter. I said it on stream. It doesn't fucking matter. Ideologies have local interpretations. Bolshevism in the USSR, Maoism in China of the socialist ideology. Same way Italian fascism in Italy, Nazism in Germany, and so on. Zionism is fascism adapted to the Israeli condition. Nothing controversial about this, as you've said. Exactly. So this is a very cynical way to ask this question. It is an all lives matter style question, okay? It is an all lives matter to a Black Lives Matter equation here, okay? Just like claiming that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is like the idea that like we have to criminalize this statement, which is an emancipatory slogan, because of what people who defend Israel interpret it as, is ridiculous. Okay? It's the same exact problem with the does Israel have a right to exist question. It is designed in this very cynical way for people to be tripped up and be afraid. Be afraid of answering it in a thoughtful manner. But since it's 19 months into a genocide that has been broadcasted, a live streamed child Holocaust, I think it's appropriate for people to answer this correctly. Zoran represents the DSA. He's saying this is a DSA-endorsed candidate. Does Israel have a right to exist? Is a central question of Zionism. If you do not deny this question, then you cannot claim anti-Zionism. No, I don't chatter, slatty matty. I agree. That's why I'm saying there's an appropriate way to answer it, and I think someone at this stage should be able to answer it appropriately. That's what I mean. Because it is a disingenuous question, okay? It's a disingenuous question. It's like saying, do you condemn October 7, 19 months in? They'd be like, October 7, October 7, October 7, October 7. The answer to that, since October 7, was, how did October 7 happen is the real question that we must ask ourselves. And if you think it happened because of the barbarity of Muslims, if you think that they're just like, especially and exceptionally anti-Semitic, and that's why they did October 7, then you're wrong. That is not the reason. The reason is the 74 years of apartheid occupation and ethnic cleansing that took place that led to the rise of militant resistance against such matters. This is precisely how October 7 happened. This is precisely why October 7 happened. That's it. At Acacia Magazine launch party yesterday, Zohar Mamnani confronted with his recent statement that Israel has a right to exist. Don't be hypocritical and say free Palestine, and you're defending the right for Israel to exist.
The suburbs. What do you say? I have a question. What do you say about politicians that constantly reaffirm Israel's right to exist? Because people like me are constantly attacked by politicians for standing up for Palestine, and you are constantly defending the right for Israel to exist. My family is in Palestine right now, constantly under attack, and I'm hearing you say free Palestine, but also Israel has the right to exist.
What did he answer this with? This is a valid moment of anger, by the way. I look, you know. Is it a genocide or is it not a genocide? You know what I mean? If you believe it's a fucking genocide, then you have to hear what this person is saying and treat it with the dignity that they deserve.
Don't be hypocritical. Don't be hypocritical and say free Palestine when you're also defending the right for Israel to exist. It does not have the right to exist. It does not have the right to exist. It's not your land to say it has the right to exist. Woo!
I wanted to see what he would say after those words. He's in such a rough spot though. New York is Zionism Central. Nah, I mean he's Muslim. He's an anti-Zionist Muslim. What do you mean? He already every moment that he steps foot into any establishment, by his mere presence, people are already assuming that he is pro Hamas and pro a million October 7s. Like, does that mean he has to like massage his narrative? No, I think he should be honest about his perspective. I think the reason why... So what's the right answer? The right answer is what I said. Like, this is a disingenuous question. This is a totally disingenuous question. And the answer to it is no state has a right to exist. People have a right to exist, but no state has a right to do genocide and apartheid. So therefore, no, Israel does not have a right to exist in the ways that it currently does. It's that simple. Like, Zoran knows it's a genocide. He understands it's a genocide. He has spoken out against the genocide multiple times. It's not like... It's not like what do you call it? This is, to me, is shooting yourself in the foot. You're ruining the chances of people getting in power that can actually help. This clip makes him look bad and hurts his chances. You either want people that agree with you in power or not. No, I don't think it's appropriate to be like, yeah, that Palestinian person whose fucking family members are being ethnically cleansed should be chill about the ethnic cleansing that's taking place. So South Africa didn't have a right to exist before 1994? What do you think my assumption is there? Yes. Yes, apartheid South Africa had no right to exist. Exactly. Yes. Did the Confederacy have a right to exist? Did the Confederate States of the United States have a right to secession and a right to exist while still upholding the unjustifiable practice of chattel slavery? You thought this was a good gotcha? Why the fuck would I ever say... What do you mean? America right now doesn't even have a fucking right to exist. Like, what are we talking about? What are we fucking talking about? Yeah. Rights are reserved to people and corporations. Yeah, so Nazi Germany didn't have a right to exist? Interesting. I think given the insane amounts of attacks he's receiving at this point, it's up to him to deal with it whichever way he thinks is the best way to deal with it. You know, you're conflating criminality and a right to exist. Does a murderer have a right to exist? I would say yes. Wait, what? Dude, no. The state, if a state's exist, first of all, people are not states. That's why I say people have a right to exist. States do not. But if a state's existence relies on the ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population, then yeah, it's like saying, does a murderer have a right to exist? No, the real question would be, does a murderer have a right to continue doing murders? And the answer is no. If a state is a criminal enterprise, then that state must cease its criminality. And genocide is the worst crime that you can commit. The fuck? This is very, very, very dumb. You're conflating criminality and the right to exist. Does a murderer have a right to exist? I would say yes, is stupid. What you are actually asking while you're saying, does a murderer have a right to exist, is, does a murderer have a right to continue doing murders? And I think you and I both know the answer is no. Because Israel, as a nation state from its inception all the way to the 77th year formation, has been a nation state that is doing a genocide, ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population, land grabs, exterminationist policies built around the notion of ethno-religious supremacy. And no, that is completely a murderous and illegal enterprise. So no. Like, do you think, okay, in the aftermath of the Holocaust, if Israel was not a settler colonial apparatus for Western Empire, if people were like migrating to this area and everyone was like, all right, let's do a binational fucking form of governance for all of these people that have been ruthlessly slaughtered and their descendants and the people that survived this process, like, let's build a fully formed state together in unison. Do you think there would be a fucking Hamas right now? Or do you think there would be a PLO? No, it would literally be a fully functioning normal state. It's that fucking simple. There would be none of these conversations because there would be no death and destruction. But of course, America would not have a foothold in the region if that didn't happen. So, you know, Can't have that. This question is a gotcha because they don't like it when the answer is anything other than a yes or no. What happened is that last month he got forced into a yes or no response by the Free Press. His views are obviously a lot more complex on this topic than just yes. When asked if he believes Israel has a right to exist, Mamdani replied via email, "My view of Israel-Palestine has been driven by a commitment to universal application of human rights, international law, and the freedom of all without exception." I followed up with Mamdani, asking him to answer the question. I mean, yeah, the Free Press is literally a fucking a Zionist dish rag. Who gives a fuck what they have to say? Zoran has consistently recognized the state of Israel as well as its responsibilities under international law and the laws of war. They just don't want to, he doesn't want to say no because they'll just clip it after he says no to be like, he wants to genocide all Jews. Look at him. Look at this scary Muslim man. He wants to genocide all Jews, which is why the answer there should be what he was trying to establish over and over again. Follow the fucking law. People exist. States already exist. The existing states should follow the fucking law. And if they don't follow the law, then no, they don't get to exist. It's that simple.
Listen, you and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started, this phase of the 75-year conflict.
Imagine saying you were going to vote for the guy over a 3-second clip. I mean, there is not a single person that is as close to power as Zoran Mamdani is that has his level of precision when talking about Israel's criminality, okay? So this is the reason why I say, like, yeah, it's a fucking bad answer, but that doesn't change my support for him at all.
And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government.
I gotta pee.
I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends, other than if you look at what Smodrich has been saying, probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing government, he is talking in a genocidal language about kicking all the Palestinians out. So I think you and I have reached a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement. But my question for you, Mehdi, is how does this end?
I don't know the answer to that question, Piers, and I'm glad we're in agreement. I wish we weren't. Actually, I wish I had been wrong and you were right. I wish that a year ago when I said on your show, you said, well, if it's not about the hostages, what's it about? And I said, it's about depopulating Gaza. It's about conquering Gaza. I wish I'd been wrong. But as you said, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister in the Israeli government, said this week, we are there to conquer, cleanse, and remain. Those are his words. We are disassembling Gaza, he said. We are leaving it as piles of rubble. He says, we're doing something that no one's done in the world before. He bragged out loud, and he said, yes, the Gazans will have to leave. So all of those things are stuff some of us were saying last year. I wish we hadn't been vindicated in this horrific way. The killing is ongoing. The starvation is ongoing. And look, I do hope that a dam is bursting. You mentioned the genocide word. Shmuel Lederman, who is an Israeli researcher of genocide, spent much of 2024 saying it's not a genocide, it's not a genocide. He was interviewed by a Dutch newspaper last week. He said, I've changed my position. It is a genocide. He said, in my field, there's a consensus among genocide scholars that it's a genocide. In fact, that Dutch newspaper interviewed 7 leading scholars of genocide. Every single one said, we think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. In fact, this week, Piers, you have an Israeli former general, Yair Golan, saying a sane country does not attack civilians.
Yeah, Yair Golan had to fucking apologize, though, to be fair.
Does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations. That is Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of the Israeli military, prominent Israeli politician. He was a hero on October the 7th, fought Hamas himself on October the 7th. This is what he said this week.
Chuck Schumer's a fucking fanatic, and it is a goddamn joke that he's even a member of a leftist center party in a democracy. It is a sign we live in hell that he leads it, and that no one beneath him can point out how unfit he is with his hysterical attitude towards the UN. This is his. This is from the interview. This was such a psychotic thing that he said that we just kind of brushed aside. I know exactly what this quote is because I've read it on stream when we read the interview that he conducted here. This is when he's trying to fucking shill his book. His book that was around the the left's anti-Semitism. You know, he's like there's a perfect opportunity. There is a perfect opportunity to fucking pop off on the anti-Semitism, the true anti-Semitism of the country, which is, of course, the left's anti-Semitism. That's what Chuck Schumer's book is all about, right? Thank God. Thank God he wrote this book. Definitely a book for the times. Norm said his book was ass. Yeah, I mean, that's putting it lightly. Anyway, let's see what he had to say here.
So, yes, it's very emotional, and to almost all Jewish people, we all have relatives, and we know about this has happened. Again, genocide is a vicious, vicious word to use.
I will say it's a word that a UN special committee has used.
Please, the UN has been anti-Israel, anti-Semitically against Israel, double.
Like, this is abhorrent. This is repugnant, dude. You are such a fucking freak. The UN is anti-Semitically against Israel. Shut the fuck up, you fucking bitch. God damn. Of course, the expectation from someone like Chuck Schumer is obviously not going to be all that much, considering that he is a AIPAC lapdog himself, okay? Go ahead, call me anti-Semitic for saying this, but a guy who consistently speaks at AIPAC and fucking says, you know, the Bible gave the Jews Judea and Samaria 3,000 years ago, and Palestinians don't believe that because they're Muslim and Christian, and therefore there is no conversation to be had with them, is just as fucking genocidal as Itamar Ben-Gvir is. Okay? This has nothing to do with him being Jewish and everything to do with him being a fucking freak. God, he sucks so bad. He is so awful.
Standard. Moynihan was my idol. He became famous when in 1976 they tried to pass a resolution, Zionism is racism. To say that the Jewish people should
Zionism is racism.
Not have a state.
You just hate Jewish men with swag. It's true. You got me. I specifically hate Jewish men with swag that love to fucking ride their glasses all the way off their goddamn face for no fucking reason. What is that there for, man? I don't understand it. Push your fucking glasses back. Every fucking photo, it's like right off the, it's just falling off his face. Every photo, dude. Push it back. It pisses me off. It's the one thing. The kids hate you.
Shipman.
Yeah, Columbia University acting president Claire Shipman. Welcome to Columbia University's graduation ceremony with sustained cheers and jeers and boos. Minutes later, students break out in loud chants at Free Mahmoud.
Thank you.
Listen, she's getting paid a pretty penny. She's getting paid top dollar to be there and eat those fucking boos. It doesn't mean anything
When
to her.
every other people should have a state is anti-Semitism, the old double standard, ipso other people should have a state, is anti-Semitism, the old double standard, ipso facto. And the international organizations, I have no faith in them being fair. These same international organizations, when horrible...
You're a freak. You're a freak. You're a freak. This kind of statement is not gonna be looked back at fondly, okay? There will be a reckoning, okay? There will be a fucking reckoning where a lot of institutions that played defense for Israel are going to be horrified. They're going to be horrified. They're going to fucking turn around and be like, oh, this wasn't us ever, okay? This was not us at all. If justice is served, hopefully if justice is served, because the other alternative is that it's not justice, but more injustice. And then on top of that, there will be a revenge fantasy played out by fascists against all Jews. And they will use Israel as the just cause for it, when in fact, they have no interest in the emancipation of Palestinians. They just want to fucking kill Jews. I worry that Americans and their predisposition towards bigotry will make option B more likely than option A. But by that point, I'll be long fucking gone, you know?
Things go in Darfur or China or whether they look the other way. So...
anyway, here is Danny Danon, Mr. These children are Hamas, getting shellacked on BBC. A fucking... Wait, is this BBC? Is Newsnight BBC? Yeah, okay, it is BBC. Interesting. Interesting change of attitude here.
You've killed tens of thousands of civilians. You've killed paramedics. You've killed journalists. You've even killed your own hostages.
No! You are Hamas! You are Hamas! No! No! No politic here! No politic here! Israel, number one. Israel high. No politic here. You are Hamas!
But not apparently all the Hamas fighters. Perhaps that's why the British Foreign Secretary said today your government is, quote, damaging the image of the state of Israel in the eyes of the world.
So I would remind those dignitaries to look at the effort of the UK when you fought Nazi Germany. You know, you can speak about civilian casualties and you can speak...
See, look, if I'm a fucking Israeli envoy, well, first of all, if I was, I'd do the right thing and follow the leader, okay? But let's say I'm in a hypothetical situation, I'm an Israeli envoy. You know what I'm not bringing up? Dresden. Because of the closeness of Israel to Nazi Germany in this equation, okay? Because you just keep reminding people of like what the Allied forces did in Dresden, and considering how close Israel is both ideologically and also in practice to the fucking mechanized death that took place in the Holocaust in the hands of Nazi Germany, you probably shouldn't remind people what people did to stop Nazi Germany. That's all I'm saying, okay? Because it's weird that you keep reminding people what it took for the Nazis to stop, and we are in unprecedented times where a lot more people are aware of who the Nazi Germany equivalent is in this situation. That's all I'm saying. Nothing else. It's the same thing that I brought up after Israel was trying to do the Hamas is ISIS. ISIS is Hamas. And it's like you're just reminding people what took place in Dresden, like what it took to stop Nazi Germany at a time when more and more people are recognizing that like Israel is quite similar to Nazi Germany, you know? Like... Weird thing, weird route to take. I perhaps would not take that. I would probably talk about like, you know, restitution and being kind to war criminals or something. Like at this point, I think that's the route that Israeli envoys should be taking.
Think about tens of thousands of people who died in your efforts to fight evil. Today we are fighting the same evil force. It's not easy, it's hard, we are in pain, but we are determined to finish the job. We will not idly buy for the next attack against Israel because we know nobody will be there to protect us. Today we have a country.
Dude, also saying this is so, like, saying this on British broadcasters, like saying this on the British broadcasting network is so gross because, like, what do you mean no one will protect us? The fucking the UK government or the British government has literally given surveillance to the Israeli state illegally in secrecy, okay, since the beginning of Israel's genocide. The British government is directly aiding and abetting the genocide of the Palestinians. So is the American government. Without Western coalition forces defending Israel every step of the way, Israel would not be able to do this fucking genocide. Like the arrogance, the entitlement, Israel is all alone. Israel is doing the job that no one wants to do. We are all alone. It's like, come on, man. Come the fuck on, dude. Come the fuck on. You're out of your goddamn mind. 60% of reconnaissance missions over Gaza are done by UK. I don't know if that number is correct. 60% seems way too high. I'm sure there's more U.S. involvement in the reconnaissance. Why is British media turning against Israel suddenly? Because they got the permission. They got the boss call. All it took was for David Lammy's bitch ass to turn around and be like, what's happening in Israel, what's happening in Gaza is unconscionable. That's it. That's it. That's all it took was these fucking charlatans in Western media. All it took. Please stop that Jewish voice. What the fuck do you mean? The Jewish voice? This is not a Jewish voice. This is a very specific Middle Eastern accent that I'm doing, okay? An accent that takes many forms, oftentimes doesn't sound anything like other accents from the region. Okay, here, I'll give you another version of this. Israel has a right to defend itself after 19 months of genocide. Another organic, natural, beautiful Middle Eastern accent, okay? Ami Fatlo. That's one version of this, okay? The other one is the one that you're hearing on screen. Another one is, it sounds quite similar to the Philadelphia accent. You know, like Israel has a right to defend itself. Another accent that you hear in the region. Okay, very similar to Philadelphia for some reason. I don't know what it is. Keep Eve's hate name out of your damn mouth. I can't stop myself. The other one was Scottish. That's interesting that you're saying that that's Scottish. It's a Middle Eastern regional dialect. Excuse me. That's just like what this guy is he has a Middle Eastern regional dialect. Israel number one. Israel number one. Hamas. We must kill the Hamas babies of terror.
The days when Jews were massacred and there was no response are over. The days that we asked for support from other countries are over. Today, we have the capability to defend ourselves, and that's exactly what we are doing. We didn't start this war, but we intend to finish it without Hamas.
Here's another organic, natural accent from the region. Khalil, no! That's another one. It takes many different forms. A lot of you think like, oh, instead of saying instead of making the P sound, you make a B sound. Like that's like a regional accent. No, you're wrong. It takes so many different forms. Okay, Khalil, no. Enough champagne to fill the Nile. Oh. Why don't you insult their ideas instead of things they can't change, like their ridiculously stupid fucking accents? Shut the fuck up. Oh, okay. All right, here.
Kalel, no.
Kalel, no.
Kalel, no.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What is this? I don't think it's a coincidence that some Western governments and the EU are suddenly somewhat shedding light on Gaza and escalating the discourse. I think Israel is about to do something very horrifying somewhere in the region, and they're just paving the way for that. They will let it do what it wants for the next few weeks, and once it does, and it's perhaps time to stop or at least calm things down, they will frame this as if it's the reason why it stopped. I don't know what would be more horror if possible in Palestine and Lebanon, perhaps an attack on Iran. I don't know, but none of this is innocent. I mean, this is pure speculation for some random Twitter guy, but it is it's what I think is most likely the case as well. It's not an accident that CNN, like American generals leaked to CNN that Israel was looking to bomb Iran nuclear sites. The reason why Israel is doing that is because Israel has always tried to bring America into the fray, into this conflict in a more meaningful fashion. That's it. It's that fucking simple. And clearly the reason why they leaked this to CNN is because America's like, all right, dial it back, brother. Like, calm down. I feel like there's still a little bit of restraint here from America as opposed to how aggressive. Dylan Sapa says, airstrikes on Tel Aviv is a liberal position at this point. In the hours since I tweeted this, Israel has fired on 30 diplomats in the West Bank and made sufficient military movements. I disavow this position, for the record. I don't agree with this, okay? I'm not saying this, but he says, in the hours since I made this tweet, Israel's fired on 30 diplomats in the West Bank, made sufficient military movements towards a unilateral strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, and the U.S. had to leak it to the press. People seem content to just ignore Israel or lament how sad it is as long as it's only Palestinians in the extermination camp. But this state is on a collective death drive that knows no borders and will drag the world into war if not stopped by force. As my friends are wont to say, we have a Hitler problem. We do. We do. The other side of this is that Israel obviously... the other side of this is that, like, isn't the entire point, or at least an ancillary point of Israel to maintain instability in the region? Yes and no. It is in the interim, but like the grand design for the region is that Israel dominates, and Israel has even more control than it did before, with no enemies whatsoever that can cause destabilization down the line. But the other side of the story is why Israel is unable to stop this genocide. And I've explained this before, but it bears repeating. If Israel stops this genocide, okay, and let's say they get to occupy northern Gaza, this is a terrifying prospect, right? But it's somehow not the worst possible outcome of this scenario. So let's say that happens, okay? Then what? You let Western journalists into southern Gaza. What do you think happens? If you think people have already radicalized against Israel because they've seen brown children speak on their own demise in real time as they're being fucking lasered out of the sky, what do you think is going to happen when white people are there showing the fucking atrocities? White people that, other white people here in the Western world like and enjoy and listen to. I feel like Israel did not let in Western reporters into the fucking strip in the short ceasefire that took place that they violated instantly for this reason. Because if there was any fucking Western reporters that were allowed into the strip, it would have been over. Even when people get a peep of, when Rachel Curry, Thomas Herndal, great question, or rather, great point that you're making here. The dynamic is entirely different than the Rachel Corrie situation now. That's it. That's all this is. Because when Rachel Corrie was killed by an IDF bulldozer, most people were still very much locked into mainstream news. There was so much more trust for mainstream institutions, and mainstream institutions were of one mind. Okay? The level of resentment that people feel right now, against Israel is far worse than it was even when Shireen Abu Akleh was assassinated. It's a totally different set of circumstances. This isn't to say like Israel doesn't get to kill white Americans without incurring any punishments. I'm saying the flow of information coming out of the Gaza Strip right now and the mainstream coverage over it would literally change the tide permanently. Today, Netanyahu said these are the conditions to end the genocide, among them the Trump plan for Gaza. Yes. What is being set up by the West is an equation that Iran cannot escape from. Either it reaches an agreement to somehow stop enriching uranium, or it reaches a deal where it can enrich uranium, then Israel bombs its nuclear facilities anyway. Netanyahu says, amid another scheduled round of U.S.-Iran talks, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says, if they can reach an agreement that will prevent Iran from the capability to enrich uranium, we will welcome it. However, the state of Israel keeps the right to itself to protect itself. Here, Netanyahu also, some of the other things that he said. Jeremy Scahill also has a thread on it. By the way, this is an interesting person. Shael ben Ephraim was literally a Zionist. He was initially Shael ben Ephraim, if I remember correctly, is one of those dudes that a couple months ago was like, I'm done. I was one of the loudest voices defending Israel. I can't any longer. It is literally a fucking, a genocide. I am an anti-Zionist now. I was so wrong, and I apologize profusely. And he's one of those guys that just like flipped entirely. Now, that doesn't mean that he's like all the way there, for the record. But I'll take it. Netanyahu's new conditions for ending the war include complete occupation of Gaza and the Trump ethnic cleansing plan. The pretense is gone. This isn't about October 7 or the hostages. It's about complete destruction of the Palestinian people. All hostages returned. Hamas laid down its weapons. Leadership of Hamas exiled. Gaza is completely demilitarized. Implementation of the Trump plan, which is a final solution. Says the end of Gideon's chariot. All areas of Gaza Strip will be under Israeli control. He says that the U.S. and other allies are giving full support and weapons for what Netanyahu described as killing these monsters. Netanyahu calls Trump's plan for depopulating Gaza of Palestinians revolutionary. Netanyahu repeats his stance that Israel will not engage in a permanent ceasefire, only temporary agreements that will release Israeli captives, and will continue the war of annihilation with the ultimate aim of implementing what he keeps calling Trump's plan. I think him saying this is Trump's plan is bad for Trump. I don't think Trump will like it because he doesn't like losers. And Israel is not exactly a winner right now. And although it is quite literally Trump's plan, and he is not wrong, to call it that, Trump might not necessarily like this association. Netanyahu said he has changed the Middle East with his wars. He says the war in Gaza has taken so long because no army has encountered such an urban setting. There has not been anything like that in Fallujah or anywhere else. Netanyahu says it is taking this long to defeat Hamas because we want to achieve our goals with minimum loss of IDF soldiers. He adds, it won't take another 18 months. Netanyahu says that Israel will only allow aid for Gaza that is distributed in individual meal boxes, not trucks with aid for local distribution. Eventually, he says Israel will create sterile zones to distribute some food. Meanwhile, this is what's happening in Israel. For those of you who are confused, Israeli citizens, not military, not the police, trying to block aid trucks from entering Gaza. Hard to imagine how people end up this twisted. It's not that hard to imagine. Here's Channel 4's reporting on this. Obviously,
Israeli protesters have gathered near the border to block.
Look, I'm not going to say nothing, but the uniform has changed quite a bit since World War II. You know what I mean? Like mentally ill fascists. They used to wear Hugo Boss, you know? I don't know what's going on here.
Trucks carrying humanitarian aid into Gaza. Israel recently launched a new offensive.
It's just like what that Haaretz writer was saying. It's like the yogi Nazis
Against Hamas, but it also partially lifted its 11-week blockade on food supplies. Some trucks have been allowed into Gaza this week, but the UN says the military still hasn't given them permission to distribute the aid. Without it, international experts have warned of a potential famine. Anti-aid protesters were eventually removed by police from the roads to let the trucks through.
Ethan would call these people benign dudes that are just holding on the aid. Wow, I can't believe the Israeli military is stopping these people from rendering aid to the Palestinians, you know? It's really fucked up. Anyway, in other news, here is more Israeli depravity, more Israeli insanity. The Israeli occupying farts, fired near diplomatic delegation in Jenin, citing route breach. No injuries reported. Let's take a look.
Forces have opened fire towards a diplomatic delegation in Jenin in the occupied West Bank. The group included diplomats from the European Union who were visiting to observe conditions in the city's refugee camp. The Wafa news agency says at least 5 bullets were fired towards the delegation. Italy's foreign minister has summoned Israel as an ambassador to the country in response. We're going to go to Handa Sahut. She's joining us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. She's there because the Israeli government has...
What will it take, I wonder, for a coalition of the willing to form? Because, like what's going to happen? Do they have to, like, assassinate, like, a high-profile leader in a Western state or something? Like, in broad daylight? Like, the IDF just, like, kills a beloved European politician or something? Would that work? Would that actually cause what needs to be done to be done? Like, because I mean, it's not unlikely. Who's going to help? China, USA, Russia love trading with Israel. I think that even if European leaders were to be like, we're done with this, we're cutting it completely. Shell was on Breaking Points a year ago saying how he doubted the rapes since Today Taman happened. Then he became radicalized when the footage came out and he got the pro-rape riots. He calls it a genocide, but he posted your interview with Simone negatively. Simone Zimmerman. He posted negatively about my interview with Simone Zimmerman about Israelism, the documentary that she made about the efforts it takes to unbrainwash American Jews away from Zionism. That's crazy.
Has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Just give us a little idea of what has been happening in Jenin, what the EU delegation was tasked with when they were over there.
Well, it was dozens of representatives from many different countries, including EU countries, the UK, Sri Lanka, many Arab countries, including Jordan. And essentially what they were there to do was kind of get a scope of the scale of destruction that's been caused by the Israeli military since their siege on Jenin began more than 4 months ago. So this delegation was walking through when Israeli forces fired shots. Now, the military says that these were shots that were fired in the air as warning shots, saying that while this was a coordinated visit, they did give the delegation a specific route to go on, and they're accusing the dozens of members who came to see Jenin of deviating from this route. However, the army is now saying, quote, that they regret any sort of...
The Sri Lankan diplomat was like, let me take some notes. The IDF soldier was just helping them to better understand the situation. Yeah. Hello. Can you guys hear me? 1 second. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all? Why? Where is my shotgun mic? I don't know why this isn't working. Fuck. Weird shit. Okay. I feel like you guys can't hear me right now. Oh, you can hear me? It's quiet, right? It's quiet. I suspect it's quiet. I don't know why my headphones are not... I don't know why my headphones are not working. It's strange. There's or not my headphones, sorry, my Rode is not working. When I plug it in, it just doesn't read it for some reason. We're gonna be waiting out the internet breaking for no reason. One second. Let's see. Okay, there's obviously a big.
Yeah, what's up?
It's broken. I don't know why the fucking my internet went out, so I flipped over to the camera for the IRL stream setup, and the mics, the Rode mic auxiliary cord is not giving me any audio whatsoever. I don't know why.
Oh. Okay. Just like the little connector guy?
Yeah, the red one. The red gray.
Oh, try the there's a black like swirly one. Try that one.
The red. I don't know where the black swirly one is. I couldn't find it.
No, it should just be in the bag. You know?
Let me see. Let's see. 1 second. Oh, in the mic bag. Is it in? Oh, it is. Okay, maybe this will work. Let's see. Why would the red one not work? The Rodecaster one.
Because they're different kinds of mic things.
Okay. Wait. Oh. Wait a minute. I think it is working now. But it's on one channel only. Is it one ear? Is the audio...
that just means you have one microphone now.
Oh, I just have one microphone. Okay, well, my internet just came back too. And now...
Let's go.
Well, so it doesn't even matter. I'm gonna flip it back now. But yeah, you're gonna be here at 6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it all literally, by the time I fixed it, it already became not an issue. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that great how that fucking works? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'll see you soon.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Okay. There you go. Well, it's just how it is, baby. Like nothing ever changed. Nothing ever happened. Why is the other angle so dark? Because the camera was probably... The camera last IRL was most likely used outside, which is why the light filter was adjusted. And I wasn't worried about the... I wasn't worried about the way that things look when I was trying to fucking fix the... I was trying to fix the goddamn camera. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now. Was there a power outage? No, there wasn't a power outage. Okay. All right. Here's where we're at. Okay. Let's get back to this.
For government activities in the Palestinian territories. This is a person responsible in the Israeli military, is coordinating with different countries, different diplomats and representatives to kind of explain that this was a misunderstanding. But it just kind of goes to show you the reality on the ground of how you can be anybody walking through parts of the occupied West Bank and come under Israeli fire. These places in the Palestinian territory have been under complete siege. You have tens of thousands of Palestinians who've been forcibly uprooted and displaced from their homes as part of the ongoing military raids in Jenin, in Tulkarem, in their surrounding areas in the northern parts of the occupied West Bank. So the military says that this was an unfortunate event and is apologizing for it, and these diplomats were forced to take cover when the army was firing.
One would imagine that Israel is beginning to feel some sort of diplomatic pressure as well. Italy's foreign minister summoning Israel's ambassador to the country in response to this happening. Of course, it was only 24 hours ago that the UK was summoning Israel's ambassador to the United Kingdom over the actions in Gaza.
Look, there's been a lot of international pressure on the Israelis, on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government. For one, they're expanding military operations in the Gaza Strip, but two, because of their blockade of humanitarian assistance inside of the Gaza Strip, saying that even though Netanyahu had announced they're going to be allowing this very basic and minimal quantity of food to go in, that it is completely inadequate, that it does not suffice, that the people in the Gaza Strip need much more than that, given...
Bro, it is kind of wild that, like, it is kind of wild that this is what, like, even this is not gonna cut it. You know what I mean? Like, they are just opening fire on fucking ambassadors. They're opening fire on ambassadors, man. They're opening fire on fucking foreign envoys, which obviously their presence is directed by Israel. Like, they can't go into this occupied territory without Israel's go-ahead. The IDF regrets the inconvenience caused. Israeli forces open fire near a visiting diplomatic delegation in Jenin, occupied West Bank, prompting diplomats from a dozen countries, including China, Brazil, India, Russia, Japan, Canada, Mexico, France, Turkey, Spain, Portugal, Jordan, the UK, and Egypt to flee for cover. The Israeli military, in a statement, blamed the diplomats for deviating from the approved route. Yeah, they shot at them, and then they fucking turned around and were like, yeah, we shot at you, and it's your fault. It's so crazy, bro. It's so fucking crazy. Shouts are heard as shots ring out and footage shared by the Palestinian Foreign Ministry below. Isn't this like North Korea giving directed tours? Yeah, except North Korea is not going to fucking shoot at foreign diplomats. Like, understand the stupidity of the situation here. Israel is illegally occupying this territory. And it's illegal occupants of this territory that are enforcing a military occupation and apartheid upon the indigenous population have the audacity to fucking shoot at international diplomats that Israel invited to the illegally occupied territory. Like, recognize how fucking insane this is. It is a violent, terrorist, Nazi rogue state, dude. This only proves that they open fire on anyone anytime they get the chance. The idea that they're targeting Hamas is even more clearly a farcical, nonsensical narrative after this. Just like when they gunned down their own citizens escaping captivity, waving a white flag, or when they fucking killed the World Central Kitchen aid workers. They don't care. And they will not stop until they are forced to stop. Either it takes America and it's one fucking phone call that it seemingly can't get itself to fucking make, or a coalition of the willing, okay? Statement from Hamas. The government of the war criminal Netanyahu continues to use starvation as a weapon. The fascist occupation government is attempting to mislead international public opinion by claiming to bring humanitarian aid into the Strip, while using this false propaganda as a cover for perpetrating one of the most heinous crimes of starvation and extermination in modern times. We call on the international community to intensify its pressure campaign to halt these flagrant violations of international law, to take urgent action to end the war of extermination and the ongoing massacres against innocent civilians in Gaza, to lift the blockade, and to allow aid into Gaza without restriction or conditions. Interim director of Kamal Adwan Hospital, Dr. Sakar Hamad, told the reporters today, I went today risking my life to the Kamal Adwan Hospital and found thieves stealing everything from the hospital's resources. I tried to stop them, but we failed. And then the drones began firing in our direction, so we retreated and barely made it out alive. Truly, it's something sad and painful. We carved our way through the stone to bring Kamal Adwan back, and now it's being looted by the collaborators of the occupation, and we couldn't stop them. The hospital in northern Gaza is being subjected to repeated airstrikes from Israel since October 2024, including airstrikes, raids, and sieges. Now they are collaborating with local fucking criminal gangs to raid the hospital and steal the resources from the starving and desperate Palestinian population that is in desperate need of medical aid. Israel is activating criminal gangs in the region, in the Gaza Strip, to literally steal medicine from those who need it. And the reason why they do that is so that they can turn around and be like, Hamas is stealing aid. It's like, no, bitch, you're doing it. You are directing it. You're coordinating it. And you're stopping people from stopping those who are doing this horrifying action. Truly depraved behavior, like actual demon shit. It's vile.
The Israeli army's operations there, given that they've been under siege for more than a year and a half. So there's been so much pressure. And the largest of those pressures was a statement by the UK, Canada, and France saying that they're willing to impose measures against Israel, including sanctions, if the situation continues as is.
Hamda, thank you very much indeed. That's Sam Hamda Salhut bringing us up to date with developments from Amman. Thank you. Italy's foreign minister has summoned Israel's ambassador to the country in response.
Yeah,
I heard about the incident in Jenin today where Israel Defense Forces shot warning shots, but still shots at a group of diplomats approaching the refugee camp within the visit organized by the Palestinian Authority. We definitely call on Israel to investigate this incident and also hold these accountable who are responsible for this, and any threats on diplomats' lives are unacceptable. As Israel is also a signatory to Vienna Convention, has the right, the obligation to guarantee the security of all foreign diplomats. So I think this is important.
UN has also said that no aid has been distributed in Gaza, shocking absolutely no one. And most of the aid that they even sent in, which was just to, you know, tell people to shut the fuck up about it. And the aid that they actually even sent in was 1% of the aid necessary. And even then, out of the 5 trucks that they sent in daily, the majority of the trucks had fucking shrouds, like body bags for dead people. Yeah, or not majority, 45%. Israel only allowed 1% of the daily required aid into Gaza, and half of that aid was fucking body bags, dude. 5 out of the 9 aid trucks allowed in Gaza contain shrouds to wrap the dead. Daily. A total of 87 aid trucks have entered the Gaza Strip so far. The supplies have been allocated to various international and local institutions as a part of the ongoing efforts to distribute them to the Palestinian people and meet part of their urgent humanitarian needs. I think yesterday was the first day where they let in flour. The first day. It is a live streamed Holocaust. It is evil beyond words can comprehend. Evil beyond comprehension. The IOF is collaborating with a gang of thieves, otherwise known as Yasser Abu Shabab gang, to steal humanitarian aid on the Salah al-Din road. Palestinians in Gaza have spotted Israeli occupying force drones and other machinery filming a stage theft of aid to later pin it on Hamas. I think they're trying to do stage theft of aid, or they're trying to literally fucking get those guys to steal the aid. Half the time they're getting them to steal the fucking aid and literally offering protective cover with drones while they steal the aid. It is insane stuff, man. It is insane. It's insanity. Yes, in 80 days was the first time in 80 days where flour shipments just reached select bakeries in Gaza, those operating under agreements with the World Food Program. This is why, while this is happening in the background, I don't care when people are like, oh, well, you know, my concern is the feelings of Jewish people living in the West. Like, I don't care. That is not my concern at all. I'm sorry. Like, anti-Semitism is unacceptable. But if you are going to keep cynically fucking using anti-Semitism as a shield in this circumstance, like, the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? What are you, like, how do you live with yourself, dude? How can you be that fucking selfish? The true anti-Semitism in that regard is the fucking Israeli state claiming that they're starving, they're doing a Holocaust and saying they're doing it for Judaism. And you're more worried about like a rat emoji that Gary Lineker posted on his fucking Instagram story. You are a pathetically unserious person. If that is your hyper focus, it is so fucking insincere. You are an insincere, unserious, monstrous piece of shit. Okay? Especially when the nation that you're running cover for constantly depicts Palestinians as rats. Anyone that stands in opposition to the total and utter depravity of Israel, anyone that stands in opposition to those who are exposing the total and utter depravity of Israel is not a serious person. That's just the case. You can cry about it. You can say like, oh, dude, Zionists at this stage should not even be elected to the local dog catcher position. Wow, how dangerous and dehumanizing is this rhetoric? Yeah, maybe it's dangerous and dehumanizing to you because you want to defend Israel and not feel bad about it. Or maybe it's dangerous and dehumanizing to you because you're completely oblivious to the fucking atrocities that Israel is committing on a daily fucking basis. But it doesn't change the reality at all. Okay? It doesn't change the reality on the fucking ground at all. So if you're hyper-focused in this moment, if your hyper focus in this moment is like the feelings of your favorite content creator or whatever some goddamn slop tuber is saying, you are a pathetic worm-like individual. You are not a human being at that point. You have dehumanized yourself. You have become a straight up, inadvertent soldier of fascism.
After aid began entering Gaza, the United Nations says that none of the supplies have yet reached local people, and that is despite the easing of Israel's 11-week blockade. The UN says despite trucks reaching the Palestinian side of the Kerem Shalom crossing, no aid has been distributed so far. They say they've been waiting for Israeli military permission to collect the supplies, but this has not been given. A BBC correspondent also says that lorry drivers have slept overnight in their vehicle cabins. 93 trucks entered Gaza on Tuesday, carrying aid including flour, baby food, medical equipment and pharmaceutical drugs. Well, meanwhile, Palestinian media are reporting that deadly airstrikes have continued. While the blockade of aid has drawn sharp condemnation from Western allies. The UK is pausing free trade negotiations with Israel, and it announced sanctions on individuals and entities involved in the settler movement in the occupied West Bank. And the European Union voted on Tuesday to review the bloc's ties with Israel, that measure backed by an overwhelming majority of member states. Well, Israel has condemned the EU's decision.
Like, no free trade agreement for the future is such a silly fucking thing to do. I get it. They haven't said anything thus far, so like every kind of statement in the correct direction is welcomed here. But like, understand how ridiculous that is. No, dude, sanctions now. Sanctions now. And then if they don't follow through, coalition of the willing. It's ridiculous. Do you want to stop the bloodshed or not? Israel seemingly is hellbent on death and destruction. You can't, on the one hand, recognize the bloodshed, but on the other hand, be like, our hands are fucking tied. We have to keep giving them weapons. Like, it's crazy.
It accuses Brussels of completely misunderstanding the situation and providing encouragement to Hamas. Well, let's cross over live to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell, who joins us from Jerusalem. And I think, Yolande, should we just start with where the aid is at the moment? Our understanding is...
Sanctions for settlers are blocked in EU Council. God, the Europeans are such depraved little freaks, too.
It's crossed over into the Palestinian side of the Kerem Shalom crossing, but it is currently stuck there. Do we know why?
Well, the system requires that once these lorry loads of aid have undergone security checks, they just take them through Israel's main crossing, the Kerem Shalom crossing into Gaza. That aid is then offloaded, and it requires lorries which are hired by the UN with local drivers inside the Gaza Strip to come and pick up that aid. Now, what we've been told is that those UN teams in Gaza waited for hours yesterday, but were not given the green light by the Israeli military to advance and access those supplies, to take them off to warehouses and to those who really need them. We have been asking for updates this morning, but we've not heard anything yet from either the UN or from the Israeli military or from...
Well, do you think Europeans are actually that much different from Americans? No. In some ways, they're worse. In other ways, I expect them to at least have like a little bit of decency. Perhaps I'm wrong perhaps I'm wrong for making this, having this expectation, but like Europeans are proud people, okay? And this allegiance that they have with Israel is born out of their status as a vassal continent to American interest. Okay? So I hope that there are some competing motivators here. Competing motivators, like on the one hand, you're like, okay, I don't really care that they're killing Muslims. It's great, whatever, but maybe they've killed too many Muslims. And also, on the other hand, you're like, we are getting bullied by Donald Trump and the United States of America. Like, my expectation is that there's only so much bullying they'll take from America before they go, all right, we gotta do our own thing here. No, I'm talking about fucking politicians, of course. There's also the other aspect of this where, like, Western liberal democracies aside, like Europeans are particularly sensitive to being directly at odds with their population. So when you see massive crowds forming in the pro-Palestinian movement on European capitals, my expectation is that they might be more sensitive to that kind of democratic pressure than the American government is. But once again, it's just like Western liberal democracy is a farcical position. It's a lie that we've told ourselves. It's a lie that we've told ourselves to feel like we have evolved beyond that feudal structure that we once maintained. You know, we're no longer living under a monarch. Come on, we're proud. We have a proud tradition of liberalism. No real democratic process is taking place. It's just a fucking utter lie. And the more contradictions worsen, the more glaringly obvious this becomes.
From the Israeli military body that controls the crossings to indicate what is going on. Of course, there are these big logistical and safety issues. The UN has been highlighting that about picking up the aid and distributing it at a time when Israel has been intensifying its military offensive in the Gaza Strip. And one of my colleagues who was at this crossing yesterday said that they did see, heavy bombardment going on not far away from there.
And this is what the Israeli army is describing as a large-scale offensive in Gaza. So what are we expecting?
So what we've continued to see is Israel bombing parts of the Gaza Strip overnight, with more people killed across the Strip. At least 20 of them, according to the Hamas-run civil defense. In particular, we've seen people fleeing in the past couple of days from Khan Yunis, which is not far from this Kerem Shalom crossing, after the Israeli military issued evacuation orders telling people to leave there and to head westwards towards the coast for their own safety. There is this ground operation that is going on in both the north and the southern part of the Strip. And we had the Israeli military's chief of staff saying yesterday, this coming after all of the international criticism that there'd been, basically indicating that Israel's military course is not changing due to the external pressure that there's been, and also some domestic criticism too. He said that the plan was to expand the maneuver in Gaza to destroy the terrorist infrastructure until Hamas is defeated.
And just when it comes to the movement of these people, where are they being moved to? What kind of facilities are there? Is there even a humanitarian area now in Gaza, given the destruction of the whole Strip?
I mean, what we've seen in both the south of Gaza yesterday...
Is Israel's plan to literally just continue the genocide regardless of outside pressure? Yes, until America fucking reins Israel in, until there's enough pressure coming from European parties that causes America to also come across like a pariah. Because this isn't just about like Israel being a pariah state. Israel already is a pariah state in the collective consciousness of the entire world. Israel has always been a pariah state for the global south, and now it is even a pariah state in the minds of the populations in the Western world, even in a place like the United States of America. A lot of this stuff takes time, unfortunately. It doesn't happen overnight. Partially because no one is speaking out on these atrocities with the clear language that I do, for example, or independent content creators do. If mainstream media, that's why I've been saying, like, if mainstream media was covering truthfully Israel's behavior post-October 7, the things that you're seeing now, it would not have taken 19 months to get here, okay? It would not have taken 19 months to get to the point. It would have gotten to this point way before 19 months. The reason why you are constantly wondering, like, why the fuck does nobody care? Like, do they not see these atrocities that I'm seeing? The answer, unfortunately, is yes. Yes, they aren't seeing it. That's why I cover mainstream coverage on the issue all the fucking time. The reason why I do that is because I need you guys to develop a better understanding of how poorly or I mean, I guess their job is to literally propagandize Israel's position as a valid one. But I show how poorly they're covering this stuff deliberately by design, so you aren't confused when you hear from your parents an entirely separate worldview. And in spite of this narrative, it's obvious that people still recognize right from wrong.
From the Khan Yunis area, people...
Hamas deserves it, not the poor civilians. Hamas is the poor civilians. Like, at this stage, you're still saying Hamas deserves it, not the poor civilians. Who do you think Hamas is? Hamas is just a name, chatter. That's it. It's just a name. It is the current iteration of Palestinian militancy. That's it. Haha, no, they aren't, big dog. Wait, what? Who comprises Hamas? Who is taking up arms? Do you think it's like Hamas isn't the same? Yes, they are from other countries as well. What? No, they're not. What the fuck are you talking? They're from other countries? You know Gaza is a fucking enclosure, right? So is the U.S. border. You think the Israeli control over a tiny fucking minuscule open air prison with 2 million population that's round the clock surveilled, where Israel maintains the population registry of every single Palestinian living in every single fucking home before they bombed it, of course, is akin to the porous South America, the porous southern border of the United States? Are you out of your fucking mind? Also, again, projection. If you think that's true, you are lost. I'm lost. You just said Hamas is comprised of outside entities. You know whose military is comprised of outsiders and foreigners that also, get an Israeli citizenship because they're Jewish? Israel. When your fucking neighbor flies out to Tel Aviv to go fucking fight with the IDF as a reservist, that's a foreigner. Okay? That is actually a foreigner. It's pure projection. Hamas is comprised entirely of orphaned Palestinians. It is an orphan army. Yes, I'm aware, but Hamas isn't the same as civilians. You're wrong on that front. It is exactly the same as the civilians. Hamas is just the civilians that engage in the legal act of organizing a spontaneous militia. Okay? They, by the way, not only have a legal right to do so when Israel is, as a belligerent occupier, bombing the Gaza Strip, Israel is engaging in an illegal act, whereas Hamas, comprised of the orphaned Palestinians, are absolutely engaging in a legal act. Not only is it a legal act, but it is also a moral one. What would you do is the question I have for you. If the Israeli occupier, if a much more powerful military came to your home, raped and pillaged everything, destroyed your fucking ancestral homelands, killed half of your fucking family, what would you do? You'd take up arms too, especially when the peace process was manipulated in the most indecent way. You can't call combatants civilians. They're not the same. First of all, they are comprised of the Palestinian population. That's the point I'm trying to make. And secondly, there is also a civilian branch of Hamas as well. That's why people fucking constantly say, oh, Hamas run health ministry. Yeah, it is. So no, there are, of course, civilians in fucking Hamas as well. Dumb fuck. There's a difference between the Al-Qassam brigades, which is the militant wing of Hamas, and the Hamas internal affairs. Like Ismail Haniyeh, for example, the principal negotiator that was assassinated by Israel. He was not an enemy combatant. He was a civilian. He was not only a civilian, but also the negotiator that was negotiating at the behest of Hamas, at the behest of the Palestinian population. What do I tell people who say peacefully protest to that question? That's so insane because that's a lie. They wouldn't just peacefully fucking protest. Or even if they chose to peacefully protest, Israel would probably kill them as they did with the hundreds of people that they shot that were marching peacefully in the Great March of Return in 2018. But outside of that, even if they peacefully fucking protested, and let's say they didn't die, would they actually tell their neighbor to put their arms down? No, they'd be like, thank you for defending me, neighbor. I'll give you a great example of this double standard. Okay, I've tweeted about this before. If you think that coming from a PCM side of things, you don't understand how people get in. So how did Hamas get arms? Don't get mad, big dog. First of all, there are a multitude of different ways that Hamas gets arms. Some of them are actually very embarrassing for Israel because it's arms that they take from Israeli soldiers. But also, yes, there are tunnels. There are tunnels under Rafah. I understand that. But if you think that Hamas is entirely comprised or even majority comprised of outsiders, you are fucking delusional. Israel has more foreigners in its ranks that have come to Israel just to fight alongside the IDF than Hamas does. Okay? So you can't get people in. It is an incredibly difficult. No, you said Hamas is outsiders. They have outsiders amongst their ranks. You're a fucking moron. But as far as like how Hamas has weapons, they make them. It's artisanal, okay? Farm to table. That's why I always jokingly say they have bathtub rockets. Think about the diaper brigade, by the way, that gets fucking exploded while they're on their way to go kill another Palestinian child by a dude who made a rocket in a fucking bathtub from unexploded ordnance, okay? I'm not your little bro, brother. I'm a 33-year-old man. To your point earlier about watching MSM, to be fair, even MSM coverage is considerably more critical of Israel than what a lot of existing Israel defenders are absorbing at this point. I've been told CNN, WAPO, New York Times, Haaretz, Times of Israel, BBC, AP, Reuters are all anti-Israel at times. What do you even say to that? Yeah, I mean, they're fucking lost their minds. I've been trying to get other Brits, forgive me, to understand by comparing Hamas to the IRA. Do you think this is a good comparison? I mean, it depends. Do they hate the IRA? It is a good comparison. I use that comparison all the time. The problem is British people also think the IRA is a terror organization and it's fucking bad and fucked up. Speaking of the IRA, by the way,
heading towards Al Mawasi, this was originally set up among these sand dunes on the coast as what the Israeli military called a humanitarian zone, although aid agencies have rejected that description. At the moment, we're also seeing people who have headed from the western part and the north, from the eastern part and the north of the Gaza Strip westwards, also going towards the coast, people setting up their tents along the beach. But there are very few facilities in these areas, and this coming at a time where already we're told that there are these severe shortages of food, of water in Gaza, of medicines as well. All of that desperately needed, and still the struggle going on to get any aid into Gaza.
So, speaking of the IRA, if you want to understand how fucking utterly depraved the British government is, NECAP member is charged with terror offense. Now, as you guys know, NECAP are my boys. Okay? They are my boys. They're wonderful people. And they are very outspoken. NECAP is the name that they adopted after the practice of the IRA during the Troubles, where the IRA would shoot the kneecaps of collaborators with the British occupation. And after these guys came to Coachella, and I filmed their Coachella set on week 2, if you guys recall, on their second on their second Coachella week, they had a placard up behind them that said, "Fuck Israel, free Palestine." This drew a lot of ire from Israel dick riders. They lost their fucking minds over it. They could not comprehend that an entire arena full of young people was celebrating such terrifying messages. Terrifying only if you are, again, an amoral monster, a socially maladapted psychopath who only cares about Israel's agenda of death and destruction. After that took place, a lot of these Jewish advocacy groups that aren't actually interested in combating anti-Semitism, but simply interested in defending Israel, turned around and came after Kneecap pretty hard. They combed through hours and hours and hours of footage from their concerts to find a couple different instances that was actionable under the ridiculous anti-free speech rulership of the UK. Ironically enough, their name is literally invoking the IRA, which was also a terror organization. Okay? In the process of finding actionable items, there was a couple different moments that rose to the standard of terrorism. Okay? Because in the UK, you can't say that you support Hezbollah. You literally cannot say you support Hamas or Hezbollah. Okay? In one of the concerts, they said up Hamas and up Hezbollah. This was one of the actionable items. In another concert, Mohara was seen waving around a Hezbollah flag. Even having a Hezbollah flag, as far as I understand, in the UK is considered illegal. That is how fucking ridiculous this is. Now remember, Hezbollah is not just a militancy formed against the Israeli occupation of Lebanon, of course, but it's also a functioning party in the Lebanese parliament. Okay? And not every country has the same exact opinion over Hezbollah. So while Kneecap came out and apologized for saying up Hamas and up Hezbollah and even condemned Hezbollah and Hamas in an effort to avoid further criminal prosecution, okay? Because you could go to jail for that kind of thing, and the British government seemingly is not shying away from making an example out of these boys. Okay? Yes, allegedly. Allegedly, they said up Hamas and up Hezbollah. That wasn't enough. They still wanted to. That apology wasn't enough. They literally forcibly canceled all of their sold out events in the rest of Europe. And that wasn't enough either. Now, the British government is charging Kneecap's Liam Ohana, also known as Mohara, with terrorism offense over allegedly waving the Hezbollah flag. The charge relates to an incident on the 21st of November 2024 at the O2 Forum in Kentish Town, London. Officers from the Metropolitan Police Counterterrorism Command had announced in April that an investigation had been launched after a video was circulated online. Mr. Ohana, who performs under the name Mohara, has been charged under the English version of his name, Liam Ohana, and is due to appear before Westminster Magistrates Court on Wednesday, 18th June. In a statement, the Met Police said that Mohana had been charged with via postal requisition with displaying a flag in support of Hezbollah, a prescribed organization, namely in a public place, namely the O2 Forum in Kentish Town, London, displayed an article, namely a flag, in such a way, in such a circumstance that arose reasonable suspicion that he is a supporter of a prescribed organization, namely Hezbollah, contrary to Section 13(1)(b) and 3 of the Terrorism Act of 2000. So their apology was not enough. Their apology was not enough. The fact that they actually literally canceled all of their sold out tours in the rest of Europe was not enough. They still want to criminally punish anyone they can. For being a generally liberal country, how is the UK so backwards with free speech? They're fucking freaks, dude. They are freaks. They will cynically use anti-Nazi laws that were created and expand on said anti-Nazi laws and anti-fascist laws against anyone and everyone that is showing support to any resistance group, any militancy that dares to fight back against Israel. Ironically enough, this is exactly the type of shit that Russia was rightfully condemned for. Now, of course, while being a Nazi technically is illegal in the UK, they don't necessarily prosecute Nazis with the same intensity as they do the likes of Kneecap. This was recorded in January and just aired on RTE TV. Here is some footage from Kneecap's expedition.
A lot of people would like to say that like we never got the Oscar nomination because of our outspoken stuff on Palestine. If it comes down to awards or breaking America by sacrificing what you believe in, then America can go and fuck itself. I don't want to be 80, 90 years of age and my grandkids asking me why did nobody do anything about the Palestinian genocide. Me sitting there being like, fuck, I didn't do enough. I don't want to be on that side of history. A lot of people would like to say that like we never got the Oscar nomination because of our outspoken stuff on Palestine.
The Terrorism Act of 2000 was passed under Labor, by the way? Of course. Of course, needless to say, not a single British citizen who participated in the genocide in Gaza has been charged. That, for example, would not be a waste of police time. This was an artistic performance covered by A10 of ECHR, protecting artistic freedom and ability to play characters without being associated with the views of that character. No evidence to suggest support. Case will be thrown out. Kneecap should countersue for damages. Needless to say, not a single British citizen who has participated in the genocide in Gaza has been charged. That, for example, would not be a waste of police time. Fuck America, fuck you back. Okay, dude. Meanwhile, UVF designated loyalist terrorist group flags are flown up north every July and the Brits don't do a thing. Of course not. They are being punished for being outspoken. Spare me the fucking manufactured outrage over them flying the fucking Hezbollah flag, okay? It is completely fucking ridiculous. No, the apologies for that position wasn't the wrong thing to do in this situation, because now they can say they're simply playing an artistic role on stage covered by artistic expression, okay? They also had to say that so the rest of the fucking group would not be criminally charged as well. While that the UK devoted significantly more legal scrutiny to supporting Palestine than they did during the anti-Muslim pogroms last summer, yeah. Yeah, this is not the first time that the UK government has lost towards kneecap, by the way. UK government acted illegally in withholding funding from Irish rap trio. The flag of the British Paris is flown frequently in Ulster and areas of Northern Ireland. The group responsible for Bloody Sunday, 14 dead civil rights protesters. Yeah. The Department for Business and Trade said Kemi Badenoch's decision to rescind funding had been unlawful and procedurally unfair. Yeah. The reason why I'm covering this and the reason why I'm focusing on this is because I need you to understand like where the government's interests lie. Their interest is certainly not in addressing the real cruelty here, the actual systemic harm, but instead in prosecuting those who call out this systemic harm and trying to find anything they possibly can to criminally penalize people. That's it. It's utterly ridiculous. And they're doing this in direct collaboration with advocacy groups that are openly showcasing their desire for the continuation of Israel's genocide. So what will happen? What will fucking happen when inevitably all of these countries turn around and say, okay, maybe that was a genocide. Oops, my bad. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to continue this fucking song and dance? The least you can do if you don't have the bravery, the moral courage to do the right thing, the least you can do is step out of the fucking way. The least you can do is not go after naysayers, not go after people who do have that moral courage. Disgusting. Anyway, we already covered the Columbia University president getting booed over and over again. Now let's get to domestic affairs here as the House panel meets through the night on Trump's budget bill. Because obviously, outside of the foreign policy of American empire and the death and devastation it brings about all around the world, there are still plenty of issues here at home as well.
So-called big, beautiful spending bill remains uncertain this morning, even after he made a rare visit to Capitol Hill yesterday in an effort to push it through. In public, Trump is saying that Republicans are more united than ever, but there are issues that have the president in a position he's not used to.
Oh, yeah. If you want to know the fucking depravity of America as well, there is... I haven't even talked about, like, the crazy shit that took place, too. There's so much to cover. There's a liberal Joe Rogan shit. Oh, Mahmoud Khalil's legal team says ICE and private prison contractor GEO Group are refusing to let him have a contact visit with his wife and newborn baby. They traveled over 1,500 miles hoping Mahmoud could see and hold them for the first time since his arrest over 10 weeks ago. They are holding on to Mahmoud Khalil. And the fact that there aren't more politicians making a bigger deal out of this is mind-boggling to me. That's crazy. I want to remind you that Mahmoud Khalil is not charged with any crime. And yet he remains held behind bars for speaking against Israel's genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. This is what I was trying to get Bernie and AOC on board with, to go out there and to do a press conference and to demand a visitation for Mahmoud Khalil. This is what every single politician should be screaming about. We have someone who is literally unjustly imprisoned for speaking out against a foreign nation in a peaceful way as a legal permanent resident, like a green card holder, whose American citizen wife was 8 months pregnant when he was apprehended, kidnapped by the Gestapo, and has been detained ever since. It is infuriating that no one is making a bigger fuss out of this. And the reality of the matter is, if they don't make a bigger fuss out of this, the government gets away with it. And if the government gets away with this right now, they will... Man, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, this stupid ass chatter. When the government gets away with this, they will do more of this.
Possible opposition within his own party. Weijia Zhang is at the White House for us. She's been covering this. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Good morning to everybody.
Could you explain why they released Rumeysa Öztürk but are still keeping Mahmoud Khalil detained? Because Mahmoud Khalil was expeditiously shipped off to Jena, to Louisiana. Whereas Rumeysa and Mohsen remained in Vermont. That's why. There's a reason why they were. There's a reason why they're trying to keep people. They're trying to ship people fast to Louisiana. That may be inaccurate. No, Rumeysa was in Louisiana, but she was tried in a Vermont court. Whereas for Mahmoud Khalil, he's supposed to be tried in the in Louisiana immigration court.
Private, it was a different story. A senior White House official tells us that during that meeting with House Republicans, President Trump made clear he is losing patience with holdouts. He can afford to lose no more than 3 votes to keep the bill alive.
Trump met with House Republicans for over 1 hour.
That was love in that room. There was no shouting. I think it was a meeting of love.
But that love may be conditional.
I think anybody that didn't support it as a Republican, I would consider to be a fool.
The president said the legislation is very important for his legacy. Several campaign promises are wrapped up in it, like tax cuts for workers.
Listen to this one. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime.
The proposal also includes adding $350 billion to border security, deportation, and defense, plus spending cuts. Some holdouts are pushing for bigger state and local tax breaks, while conservatives want to trim entitlements programs. Sources who were inside the room tell CBS News Trump warned them, don't F around with Medicaid.
Here's what I want on Medicaid. We're not touching anything. All I want is one thing. 3 words. We don't want any waste, fraud, or abuse. Very simple.
House Speaker Johnson has said work requirements would be implemented. If that happens, the Congressional Budget Office estimates 7.3 million people could lose coverage by 2034. Johnson is confident his caucus will pass the bill.
We are right on track to deliver, and that's what you'll see this House do this week.
Also in the bill is $25 billion for President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's new defense initiative they announced yesterday called the Golden Dome, a missile defense shield that would cover the U.S. and apparently Canada. Trump said it would be completed before the end of his term at a price tag of $175 billion. Nate?
Ouija, thank you.
So Elon Musk is now saying that he will be spending a lot less of his fortune on politics moving forward. This came out yesterday in a new interview. So why is Musk making this shift now? You'll remember Musk spent more than $290 million.
We know why, because he ate the dick. He went on and attached himself to this unfavorable administration, and he became the face of some of its worst. It became the face of some of its worst, most unpopular positions. And also on top of that, he is a truly repulsive individual. He does not have the charisma to navigate this situation. He doesn't even have the charisma of Donald Trump to navigate these unfavorable circumstances. And therefore, it started harming the Tesla profits. It started harming the stock price for Tesla. So now he's trying to back away and quietly manipulate American the American political discourse.
To help get President Trump and other Republicans elected. Tesla, though, has struggled this year, really ever since Musk took a leading role in the Trump White House and began to lead his Doj efforts. And now Musk says he's going to spend more time, at least the next few years, still stay on as CEO of Tesla. Something that Harry Enton decided he wanted to look at. What is behind this shift from Elon Musk? What is behind it?
Yeah.
How unpopular is he?
How unpopular is he? How low can you go? Oh my. Okay, take a look here. Elon Musk's net favorability rating. Look at this shift. Back in 2017, before he really started this politics thing, he was at plus 24 points. Look at where he is now. Whoa, he fell through the floor. Minus 19 points. Among Democrats, the fall was even more dramatic. We're talking about going from plus 35 points on net favorability rating. That is quite a popular guy among Democrats. To get this now down to minus 91 points. You can't really go lower than that. I guess you could go down to minus 100 points, but he became political kryptonite. He was greatly disliked by the American public and greatly, greatly, greatly disliked by Democrats. And obviously we saw that in Wisconsin when, of course, he spent all that money and then the liberal won that Supreme Court race.
Yes. How has that plummet of popularity impacted the brand?
Yeah, exactly right. So this is Elon Musk individually. How about Tesla? Okay, let's take a look. The net favorability rating. Look, General.
Not nearly low enough, by the way. We could do better. If you hate Elon Musk, the answer is you don't hate him enough.
General Motors, we're going to compare General Motors and Tesla. General Motors, quite well liked by the American people, plus 23 points on net favorability rating. But look at Tesla.
There will come a moment when people have this same exact recognition of a lot of these fucking slop tubers too, because they're just as repulsive as Elon Musk is, and many of them also. Some of them do defend Elon, some of them hate Elon, depending on whichever way the wind blows. But every single person that is defending this administration will befall the same fate inevitably.
Minus 20 points.
It's just about who gets to be in the fucking crosshairs. Once that association kicks in, you shall see.
So this idea that Tesla could somehow separate itself out from Elon Musk, the American people saw it the exact same way. And of course, Tesla is a business. They're in the business of selling cars. Awfully difficult to sell cars when you have a minus 20-point net favorability rating driven by Elon Musk's net favorability rating right around the same mark. And it's not a big surprise that Tesla sales had fallen in the past, at least in the first quarter, compared to where they were a year ago. It turns out that Elon Musk's political kryptonite was also becoming kryptonite for selling cars.
So, and one person maybe that matters to Elon Musk, maybe, other than his investors, would be Donald Trump. How has Trump's view of him shifted?
Yeah, so, we're talking about Tesla here, but of course he's leaving the political game. Okay, Trump loved talking about Elon Musk at the beginning of his administration. Trump posts about Musk on Truth Social. Look at this, from January 20th to April 4th. He posted about 40 times. Look, from April 5th onward, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Donald Trump knows brands very well. He knows political brands, and he knew that Elon Musk's political brand's time had run out, and therefore Elon Musk taking a step back from politics.
It also might be a favor to Elon Musk.
Yeah, I would think so.
Post less about me while I'm trying to save my company.
Yeah, it seems pretty good.
Thank you so much, Erin.
Thanks.
Putting a brake on politics, accelerating on Tesla. Elon Musk says he plans to cut his political spending in the future after he spent a record sum to help get Donald Trump back in the White House. The world's richest man has been shaking up the federal government through the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. And now he says he'll turn his attention back to Tesla and plans to lead the company for at least 5 more years. CNN media correspondent Hadass Gold joins us now. Hadass, what more did Musk say about his plans? And it stuck out to me that he definitely kept the door open.
He keeps the door open, but it's stunning to hear from the man who spent more than $290 million in 2024 to help elect President Trump and other Republicans. And then he spent millions more on that Wisconsin judge's race to now say, you know what, I'm done. Take a listen to what he had to say.
In terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
Look at him. He's like a scolded child. It gives me a little bit of happiness, a little bit of confidence to see him like at least lose something, like get kicked down a peg. I mean, he went in there with a fucking mallet and basically destroyed every federal regulatory agency that was investigating every single one of his companies. So he at least got that out of the way. Still, I have a little bit of happiness here, you know?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
And I'm sure many Republicans hearing that will say, wait, there is a reason. We have a very slim majority in Congress. We're going to need your help in the midterms. And as you noted, he did leave the door open. But there's, of course, a question of why is he suddenly changing his tune when 6 months ago, just a few months ago, he's brandishing a chainsaw on stage and seeing so energized about working in politics. Now, we can just look at the numbers. First of all, we can look at the approval ratings for Elon Musk. If you look at his approval ratings in polls back in February, his disapproval rating was at 49%. In just a couple months, it jumped up to 57%, whereas his approval rating did not move at all. And his work in Washington has affected not only his personal approval ratings, but we've seen it affect Tesla's share price as well. I talked to somebody who has spoken to Elon Musk, who's in his orbit, and he said a few reasons why this is happening. He says Elon has too many asks coming to him, and everyone sees him as a silver bullet spender. He says that he warns Elon Musk has not chosen his midterm bets yet, and he says he is sending a message to the market and his shareholders. And as we saw from Tesla's share price right there, Tesla's share prices have gone up ever since Elon Musk has said he's stepping back from politics. Guys.
All right, Hadass Gold, thank you so much.
America's billionaires got a lot richer over the past year. Must be nice. This as Republicans on Capitol Hill are debating the president's tax and spending bill that could make the wealthiest Americans even more wealthy, while leading to deep cuts in certain safety net programs. Matt Egan here with the latest on this. Good for those billionaires.
Yeah, John, it must be nice, as you said. But look, this really highlights America's inequality problem, right? Oxfam found that the top 10 richest Americans got $365.
What will it take? When will people wake up, dude? When will people go, this can't go on, you know? There's gotta be a point where people just go, man, this is fucking exhausting and unjust and can't continue the way that it has.
$1 billion richer in just the past year. Now, this measures their net worth from April 2024 to April 2025. And this, of course, comes despite the fact that there was that scary market drop earlier this year. This amounts to these billionaires gaining $1 billion collectively each day, which is pretty stunning. And to put a finer point on things here, Oxfam also found that it would take 10 typical workers making median earnings 726,000 years to make $365 billion. It's kind of a mind-blowing stat there. Now, as far as who got richer. The top 10 list includes legendary investor Warren Buffett. He got $35 billion richer over the last year. Jim Walton and Rob Walton, the Walmart heirs, almost $40 billion, $39 billion for Mark Zuckerberg. But far and away, this list, of course, is led, not surprisingly, by Elon Musk, who got $186 billion richer in, again, just the past year. So I asked the White House about these findings and concerns about inequality, and a spokesperson argued that wealth inequality got better during Trump's first term, and that this legislation being debated by House Republicans would restore prosperity for Main Street. But John, nonpartisan experts, they're warning that this legislation would, in fact, make the rich even richer, while simultaneously cutting almost $1 trillion from Medicaid and food stamps.
Well, and overnight we got a new score about how much this legislation will cost.
Yeah, a lot of money. This is coming from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. They're finding that this legislation would add almost $4 trillion in debt over a decade. This comes completely contradicting what the White House said just the other day, arguing that this would not add to the deficit. Keep in mind, this would just add to the mountain of debt that the U.S. already has. Now, that's, of course, a bipartisan problem. Republicans and Democrats alike can share some blame. But this debate over the House GOP tax cuts, it's coming at a time when there's these growing concerns about the fiscal mess, right? Moody's, just the other...
Dude, this is such a funny thing to tell me. Like, Dems and the mainstream media are trying so hard to cope with the current 21% approval rating. First of all, it's even lower than that. And I fucking hate the Democratic Party. That's number one. And number two, do you think I benefit more from the Trump administration or you benefit more from the Trump administration? Like, we're at the precipice of severe Medicaid cuts. And your dumb fucking ass is turning around. Your dumb ass is turning around and being like, cry harder, dumbass. Think for a moment. Think for a fucking moment. I spend every fucking waking moment railing against the Trump administration. Am I an undocumented migrant? No, I'm not. I'm an American citizen. It's not out of self-interest, at least in the short term. I do think it's self-interested. The arguments that I make against Trump and the arguments that I make against the current American order of operation is in my self-interest in the long term, because I think that that will be a more prosperous nation and a more prosperous planet overall. You suck at arguing, law? Okay, you should think as well a little bit deeper about what I just said. Who do you think benefits more in the short term from the Trump administration and the sorts of things that I'm railing against? Me or this chatter? Me or you? And no, I don't benefit more in the sense that, like, what? You do because you're rich. Exactly. That's my point. This person is advocating against their self-interest. Also, I don't give a fuck about the content. I would be very happy if there was no content and no genocide. Are you fucking stupid? Trump's not giving anything to you. That's the point. He's giving you nothing. Why flex? That's your argument that you're rich. If you think my argument is that I'm rich, you are the densest person on the fucking planet. Okay? Also, you literally just said this. So apparently you too understand the point that I was making. You are rich, so you do fine under Trump. As opposed to that chatter, regardless of the other civil liberties being rolled back, yes, as long as I shut the fuck up, I would do much better under the Trump administration than that person. And he thinks, and he still has the audacity to come in here and defend the Trump administration. Do you not understand this contradiction? Perhaps it is not I that you aren't shutting up, law, but I could. I don't think you understand the point that I'm making or the point that I just made. Nothing that bad has happened to me is still proving the point that I'm making, which is that that person is yelling at me, advocating against my selfish, immediate, short-term best interest, while they are in the process of advocating against their self-interest. You're making more money by making constant content on Trump, no better than Asmongold. You're a disgusting little freak if you think that what I'm doing is the same as what Asmongold is doing. It's literally the same as just talking. Like your comparison here is like, well, you're talking. I've spent the last 12 years of my professional media career doing political commentary. Political commentary against the Obama administration, political commentary against the Trump administration, political commentary against the Biden administration, and now political commentary against the Trump administration once again. If you think that the only difference between me and Asmongold is simply that we're just like two sides of the same coin and just on different sides, well, that enough has a lot of recognition. That in and of itself basically fucking helps you understand. Yes, we are on the opposite opposing sides. Yes, he is pro-Trump. I'm anti-Trump. So people aren't allowed to step in the new interest? Okay, I'm done having a conversation with you. Yes, if your new interest is defending the fucking fascist administration of Donald Trump, then yeah, that's a bad interest. You should pick up a different hobby. Yeah. What's up, guys? My new interest, defending white supremacy. Yeah. Also, the mentions of Asmongold immediately pick up when he starts playing fucking video games in this chat. And then they clip my response to go, Hasan always talks about Asmongold. I don't want to talk about Asmongold. I don't give a shit about Asmongold. You are the motherfuckers who are bringing him up in here so you can clip it and then send it back to him and be like, Hasan is just talking about you again. So we can fucking cry about how I should get banned one more time.
Day cut America's perfect credit rating, and there are these concerns that this would also add to inequality. This is the nonpartisan Penn-Wharton budget model. They say that the top 10% of earners would get 65% of the gains here, and the bottom 20%, they would lose $1,000 each next year due to these cuts to Medicaid and also food stamps.
And speaking of Joe Rogan, CNN is trying to paint him.
Yeah, here we are. The Dems are searching for a liberal Joe Rogan. The story I've been meaning to cover. Democrats throw money at a problem, countering GOP clout online. At private gatherings, strategists and donors are swapping ideas to help the party capture the digital mojo that helped President Trump win. Yes, there's a price tag. And the person they have on here is Brian Tyler Cohen. Brian Tyler Cohen, alongside some of these other content creators, who I have no issue with for the record, you know, are a part of the party apparatus, okay? And they actually do get a lot of play online. They get a lot of motion online. Having said that, I don't think that they have the same level of prominence as a figure like Joe Rogan. They do. What? Joe Rogan had like 12 million people at his peak, dog? I don't know what Joe Rogan's peak looked like. I don't even like the fact that they're just like looking for a liberal Joe Rogan or a left Joe Rogan. Okay? The issue here is the Democratic Party doesn't want to change its fucking ways. They just want someone to defend the Democrats. And anyone that is a party loyalist like that is not going to come across as a unique, organic voice in non-mainstream circles. BTC was a huge Pestany fan until the sex scandal. They were collabing a ton. Yeah, I heard David Pacman also pulled out of a event that he was supposed to do with Sex Pestany. Womp womp. A lot of these guys, for example, are noticeably absent from the conversation of Israel. And the reason why they're noticeably absent from the conversation of Israel and Gaza, or the genocide of Gaza and the genocide of Palestinians, is because they're party loyalists. They are already serving that role. More money to them and more prominence to them is not going to make up for the environment that the Democrats cannot capture. Even money to me, or Chapo Trap House, or any number of different leftist, actually leftist, outside of the scope of the party content creators, is not actually going to change the dynamic. Because the issue here is the party. The issue here is the lack of interest in addressing people's real problems. Okay? That's the real issue. So if the party doesn't change, if the party does not change, no amount of influence peddling is going to change the way people see the party. As I've said over and over again, the Democrats have an issue. They cannot podcast their way out of this issue. Like, Brian's focus is entirely on Donald Trump and belittling the Republicans, which is great. There's obviously a lot of motion for that. There are a lot of liberals, just like David Pacman's numbers were popping before the fucking election, right? But this is directionless slop for the most part, right? I mean, there are obviously things that deserve coverage. Okay, there are obviously many things that he covers in throughout the day that are worthy of coverage. But this isn't anything different than what you get from like the New York Times, maybe a little bit more partisan, and that's it. You have to be pro something. You have to have a vision. There are so many different issues I have with the Joe Rogan of the left scenario. Obviously, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it real quick. Where is it? Oh, I said no amount of dollars spent will be as successful as directly advocating for all Americans' material interests, anti-war, free healthcare, college education, jobs programs, and public housing. If mainstream media failed, how will podcasts make Dems cool with the current smug technocratic gerontocracy? It's not going to work. Giving a bunch of TikTokers $100,000 to make podcasts promoting small business-focused tax cuts in underserved neighborhoods, as long as they promise never to boycott Israel, is not going to move the needle. Actually, that's not even true. They will move the needle. They will move the needle. It's just not enough. Because the goal that they're looking for, the person that they're looking for, is not like a unique voice that is seen as apolitical by the fucking unwashed masses. And their goal certainly isn't to change the trajectory of the party. Their goal is to throw money at this problem and continue with business as usual politics. Okay? Like, 1,000 Harry Sassans is not going to actually craft a sophisticated enough media campaign that that people that currently look at the Democratic Party with disdain turn around and go, yeah, I'm going to vote for you. It's not going to happen. It's certainly not going to happen on the debate sphere either. Because a lot of the problem here is that, like, people find themselves organically in the throes of reactionary politics. Joe Rogan didn't become a party loyalist. Joe Rogan still criticizes the Republican Party in ways that if you criticize the Democratic Party, you're out of this list, right? The Republicans don't give a shit about the criticisms of the party coming from guys like this because they recognize the importance of being on platforms such as Joe Rogan's platform, being associated with them positively. Do you understand? It's a much broader media landscape. And yes, moneyed interests have played a role in the algorithms boosting right-wing commentary. If the Wilkes brothers and the Koch brothers didn't fund a lot of these like right-wing institutions ahead of time, ahead of the game, because they understand the value of propaganda, I'm sure that there wouldn't be nearly as much right-wing commentary on the fucking platform. But there are different categories of content creation on the platform. You have the party loyalists that are directly mouthpieces for churning out American Enterprise Institute talking points or Manhattan Institute talking points. Okay, you have the Daily Wires of the world. That's that first bracket. Then you also have adjacent, like political adjacent content creators, people that do have some right-wing opinions, especially when it comes to social issues, that will often collaborate with the party mouthpieces like the Daily Wire and whatnot. Then you have apolitical spaces that also are maintained by people that speak to both sides, but you know, there's a lot of there is a lot of back and forth despite criticisms with the Republican Party. And then you have the liberal adjacent content creators who spend every fucking waking moment, for example, shitting on prominent leftist content creators like myself. You have the slop tubers. So that entire dynamic, that entire space is slanted to the fucking right. It is very, very hard to dismantle that and to create a propaganda network that will be able to target that in an organic way. You don't have the apolitical spheres locked down. And a lot of that apolitical stuff, a lot of those like apolitical guys find themselves in the throes of right-wing commentary because they respond negatively to the way that the Democratic Party presents itself. That's a huge problem. The Democratic Party presents itself. What is this? The Democratic Party presents itself in a very smug, entitled, annoying, elitist, technocratic fashion. And it does not appeal to the average person. At least these guys look at the Republicans and they're like, well, they'll let me be annoying and even say slurs every now and then without giving me a goddamn lecture. So I guess I find myself a little bit more on their side. Okay? This is a major issue. If a progressive Joe Rogan existed, they'd be exiled by the Democratic Party, which is incapable of receiving criticism. Obvious examples are Biden's age in Gaza. Yeah, this is why so many people present me as like an alternative to this, where they're like, well, there is a fucking left Joe Rogan. His name is Hassan Piker. There's been a fucking million different articles written about it. And what do I always say in those articles, seemingly to deaf ears? There is no podcasting your way out of this problem. You have to be able to respond to the organic resentment and disdain that your base of voters have for a lot of the issues that you present, a lot of the policies that you present. Reminder that incentives in the progressive movement make it impossible for a progressive Joe Rogan to exist. If one did exist, they'd exile him for his many weird beliefs. That's the ultimate reason why the online media ecosystem has turned so sharply against Democrats but the left more broadly. The progressive movement has become a movement of scolds. They criticize and are eager to purge any voice from the ranks who break from progressive orthodoxy. What is this? I don't think the DNC likes you, man. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. You and Stavi call yourself the Joe Rogan of the left? No, they call us the Joe Rogan of the left, and we joke about it. There's a difference. You're so deep if a song can't get you out of it. What is that? Who are you barking at? Who are you growling at? What? Call the Exorcist. Kai is going crazy. I don't know. This alienates moderates, independents, people who are generally non-political and have a mix of viewpoints. This process is especially potent online and hits the comedian podcast world especially hard. The progressive media ecosystem that does exist is either cannibalized by his own fans or dedicated to criticizing Democrats. As I've said time and time again, I would love to be the fucking propaganda minister of a Democratic Party that is invested in fighting for American workers. But until the Democratic Party changes and becomes that party, I will not be its propaganda minister. As I've said time and time again throughout the election, I cannot outflank the Democratic Party. There is no reason, there's no way to offer people the policies that they want to hear from the Democrats while the Democrats are spending billions of dollars saying, no, we're against that, actually. I can't just sit there and be like, Kamala Harris is anti-war. Trust me, she's fucking amazing. She wants to end all wars, as a matter of fact. And then she goes on the DNC last night and says, I want a lethal military. I want the most lethal military America's ever had. I can't say Kamala Harris is a serious person who is invested in ending the genocide in Gaza and then have Kamala Harris the next day come out and sing Kumbaya with Liz Cheney. Anyway. Zaid Jelani says, I actually think the Democrat influencers kind of give the Democrats what they want. Most of the Democratic base is deferential to leadership and has been that way as long as I'm alive. Joe Rogan's base isn't really Republicans, it's independents. Also, this list is kind of silly, but the Democrats are not looking to solve a real problem. They're just looking to market themselves better. That's it. They're looking to market the same dog shit product that they have that people have said no to over and over again. They're looking for new ways to put a new coat of paint, a new shinier coat of paint on the same dookie. And that's not going to work. You can't do that. It's still dookie. It still smells like dookie. It looks like dookie. It's dookie. That's why this is a fruitless endeavor. There will be a little bit of motion, and I think it might change the online discourse a little bit, right? Especially if they're getting paid and they're like fucking attacking right-wingers more aggressively, and there's more of an abundance of leftist voices or whatever, or not leftist voices, but like liberal voices that are pro-Democratic Party. But that is just the Daily Wire side of the equation. That's just the Daily Wire side of the equation. There's more to it than the Daily Wire. That's it.
Casters as the new establishment that helped elect President Trump and saying Kamala 20.
I have a feeling that one of their major goals is to attack people like you. I don't think the Democrats are that fucking insane that they would spend money pumping people on the liberal Democrat Party side and focus their attention on people like myself. That would be fucking insane. I'm sure some of the people that they fund will gladly punch left while they get that paycheck. But that in and of itself is the same issue. Yeah, also, the reason why I say I don't think that they'll punch left on people like myself is because, like, if they did that, they wouldn't have invited me to the DNC.
'24 run. But one of the comedians they interviewed is laughing off that idea.
Do you feel like you're part of a new establishment that's being created?
I don't think I'm part of a new establishment. If the idea is that me and a few comedians have more power than multi-billionaires, huge media institutions, a whole political party apparatus, I just don't think most people are going to buy that. I think it seems like a great way to excuse running an unpopular candidate on a platform that American people weren't sold on.
Very interesting. Greg, do you think Democrats are still missing the point?
I haven't seen Tim Dillon cook that hard. That's crazy. That's like shocking. That is legitimately shocking. That was wild.
Point. Joe Rogan was not born in a political lab. He's an original. He's authentic. He's got a brain like you. Like nobody can copy you, Greg. You cannot have a copy of Joe Rogan.
No, here's the deal. Democrats should watch the Tim Dillon interview by the CNN reporter, Ellie Reeves, I think. Because you'll see two different mindsets, and the reporter is trapped in.
Because you don't watch him. Tim has always said that type of stuff about media and politics. Yeah, I just think it's like weird that he's so aligned with some of the biggest, grossest fucking freaks. That's the only thing. Like a guy who makes a tremendous amount of content around, you know, the pedophilic elite has no issues having Kevin Spacey do the introduction to his fucking Netflix comedy special. Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? I don't understand it. And I know Tim knows who I am. I know. I know. And we are in alignment on a lot of stuff. I just don't get some of the stuff that he does where I'm like, the fuck are you doing?
In this rhetorical prison where every question she asks is, what was Elon thinking? What was J.D. Vance thinking? They are paralyzed. The left is paralyzed in this like default setting of mind reading. They think that they can read your mind. They know that you're having racist thoughts. You can't be serious when you said what you said. You really don't believe that, do you? This is a huge downfall for the left because as a filter to predict daily events, mind reading fails because you can't mind read. There's a classic piece of advice, and I would give it to everybody. What someone else is thinking is none of your business. Such a relief. Because if you resort to mind reading, you will always choose the wrong path because it's always the worst intention. It's like, Jesse doesn't like me. It's like, it's the person, you know, the most.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. The most miserable person is the person that constantly goes, are you mad at me? What did I do? Did I do something? What's wrong? It's like, I wasn't even thinking about you. I was thinking about my dinner. So when you look at the most hysterical, miserable people on the left, the lonely, mentally unstable, they are assuming that they know everybody's faults. When Musk.
There's something so funny about like describing the left in this way, in terms like this, the lonely and mentally unstable. When like, I think that's bipartisan, man. Like, who do you think is more mentally unstable? Like, the lonely and mentally unstable leftists online, or the fucking groiper right? Like, have you... Dude, here, I'll give you a great example of how the groiper right operate, okay? There's a guy... what's his name? The guy that's been on YouTube for 10 years. He was popping on TikTok. The guy who recently quit. What's his name? The old guy that Outdoor Boys. So Outdoor Boys, I think, is a Mormon family, and he is he's basically cultivated this like incredible community, right? And he has consistently made great content, great fucking content. He just like goes out there in Alaska, puts himself in like crazy fucking positions, okay? He never pushed his beliefs though. No, I know. He just made straightforward. I'm going out there and I'm like living. I'm going out there and I'm like living out in the mountains of Alaska for a little bit. That type of content. I'm gonna make a.
Hey everyone, this is gonna be my last video for a little while.
Yeah, he was like 3 million or whatever, but he gained like 12 million subs in 6 months because of TikTok. He really blew up on TikTok. He's been doing this for like 10 years, but he really blew up on TikTok. And then a lot of people started watching his videos on YouTube as well. I mean, he was a big content creator on YouTube anyway, but he became a massive content creator on YouTube after his blow up on TikTok. And no Outdoor Boy hate will be tolerated. It's not. No, why would I fucking hate on him? He's just he is exactly the type of content creator that is the perfect content creator, okay? He is the perfect content creator. Just keeps to himself, does his own thing, doesn't actually have like an agenda where he's just trying to like tell you, you know, gay people are evil or whatever secretly. Okay? He's the reason why I love honey butter and bread. Here we go. Another certified Hasanabi bad take. What? I'm not disagreeing with him, you fucking baboon. I agree with him. I'm making a larger point about how the right reacted. Can you let me fucking cook for a second? Hey guys, he quit. Okay? He quit because parasocial fucking weirdos were up his asshole and he wanted to maintain his privacy and he wanted to be with his family. And guess what happened in the process? Every single fucking right-winger acted like they were scorned. They started proving the point as to why he actually fucking ended up wanting to take a long hiatus. The reason why he took a long fucking hiatus was because he was getting annoyed with the additional fandom that he was experiencing. And this is how the right reacted. Don't let your ugly wife give you an ugly life. That's my black pill tweet for today. This guy just fucking loves his wife and his children. He wanted to have a normal fucking life. And all of a sudden, the people that actually loved everything that he was putting out turned on him and started going fucking freak mode on him, proving why he should fucking quit. That's how the right wing operates. Who do you think is more insane? Okay? Hasanabi talks about socialism while being rich. Oh my God. I'm not attacking him, you fucking freaks. God damn. How can you be in here for fucking 70 months and be so goddamn stupid? Here, there's another stupid take from Hasan. Shut the fuck up. I dread the day you drop this version of this video. It's going to come sooner rather than later with the way the fucking my freak ass, stupid ass, parasocial fucking fans behave. God damn.
You know, I've been making YouTube videos for 11 years now. First with the Catfish and Carp YouTube channel, then with this, the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel. And believe it or not, I've made 1,110 videos. It's been a wild ride. The amount of time and energy that I've dedicated to making YouTube videos is hard to communicate. So many late nights editing and packing and unpacking, camping with pneumonia, building log cabins while injured. But it's been a tremendous adventure, and it's allowed me to provide for my family while making wonderful memories with my wife and kids. But even good things can be taken too far, and I think I'm starting to reach that point. But I'm not just talking about the time and energy I spend making YouTube videos. I'm also talking about the attention it brings. In just the last 18 months, this YouTube channel has gained about 12 million subscribers. And because of people stealing my content and posting it on other platforms, my family and I have been viewed about 4 billion times, in addition to the 2.8 billion views on YouTube. The sheer volume of fans trying to contact me, trying to take pictures with me, or just trying to come up and talk to me in public, it can be a bit overwhelming at times. And my wife and I, we both have real concerns about what this will do to our family if I keep growing my YouTube channel at this pace. And the time to stop is before this problem gets so out of hand that my family and I can't live normal lives. Now, there's more than one reason for making this decision, and I still enjoy making videos and I still enjoy going on ventures, but it's time to start focusing on other things. And that's what I'm gonna be doing. For one thing, I've got 3 little boys who all wanna be YouTubers, including my oldest son, Tom, who's got his own channel, the Outdoor Tom YouTube channel. But I wanna spend more time helping him with his channel and preparing him to be an adult, which is gonna be in less than 6 years. But I've spent so much time focusing on me and my family and growing my business. It's time to step back and focus on helping other people for a change. And I'm excited to see where that takes me. But all that being said, I have a lot of half-finished videos, including the homestead project.
Like, one of the craziest aspects of this is like when people come out with like a totally normal response like this, and then the fan base's first reaction to that is like, you owe me. You owe me. You owe me more content. Like, I will kill myself if I can't watch your YouTube videos while I eat dinner alone. You know what I mean? It's just fucking insane. Like, the selfishness is insane. Let people live, man. It's so insane. And I see so many people justifying this kind of parasocial behavior too. With the fact that it's like, well, he made his money off of like developing a relationship with his fans. It's like, no, dude, you developed that relationship. And now he's saying he doesn't want to fucking, you know, he doesn't want to play a part of this. Crazy that Lou from the Outdoor Boys is leaving YouTube partially due to the focus on his family and their safety, and there's comments like this. He'll be back in a year, probably divorced. Typical boomer mentality right there. Classic female tactic to lower his status to her level. Women fucking suck, Montana Groiper. Women ruin everything. Some OnlyFans bunny tried to score him. Dude failed the shit test with flying colors. Bro doesn't flinch to wild wolves, but his wife folds like a house of cards. L. These people have so much fucking disdain for women. It's insane. They think every problem... behind every major problem in their lives, even if the problem is not even a real fucking problem, they should just like find a different YouTuber to watch. Jesus Christ. Immediately they're like, oh, it must be a woman that's at fault here. How do you fix these fucking people? They're such freaks. And the biggest freak ass part of this... The biggest freak part of this entire process is that they're not even ashamed of saying stuff like this, because there is no social mechanism that actually tells people to not do this. Okay? If there were third spaces, if there were more interpersonal communication, if there was more peer-to-peer communication in the real world, there would be at least some social pressure in the form of shame that would most likely cause people to be a little bit more normal. But the more time we spend online and the more things happen online that impact our lives in the real world, the worse people get. It's crazy. Freaks.
Some travel adventures, and even some extreme camping trips I've been planning for the last 6 months. But if I decide to finish those videos, or if I decide to film any other adventures after today, I'll post them at the end of the year, all in one big dump. But no matter what, this is going to be my last video for a while. Now, I know there's some of you out there who've gotten more than just entertainment from my videos. If you feel my videos have helped you in some way, then go out and find someone you can help. I'll see you guys later.
That's it.
Now you gone. Lose my mind.
Anyway. I think the rage over this is so terrifying. We're truly entering a dark age of individualism. We need to have culture in America desperately. We cannot continue down this path. Yeah. He's just like a normal dude, man. He's just a dude who had a unique and particular interest in like being outdoors. That's it. He was an outdoor boy. No, he didn't die. He just stopped. He said he's taking a long hiatus. But people are reacting in a very unhealthy manner. And it's a lot of right-wing content creators that are reacting in a very unhealthy manner to it. So that's the reason why I brought that up is because Greg Buttfelt was over here talking about how like, shitty and mentally ill the left is. I don't think so. I think everyone is shitty and mentally ill, but it's especially right-wingers. Most of you do spewing vitriol over him, leaving you to watch him climb mountains, build fires, and sleep under stars because your life feels like a waiting room with fluorescent lights. You use the freedom to escape your own cage. And now you chose his family, or now that he chose family over feeding your parasocial fantasy, you resort to attacking them because you won't be getting your hit of wilderness and purpose between coffee breaks. Yeah. Also, all of these insane attacks against him and his fucking family prove his point as to why he was like, this is too much. This always comes in waves, by the way. Psychoanalysis on Twitter. Okay, dude, it's correct. Are you offended because it hit you? It hit too close to home? Is that what happened? Is this your defense mechanism to be like, psychoanalysis on Twitter? How silly. I'm so above that. This is no way to live your life, okay? It's not. It's not a good way to live your life. It's just not. If this is everything to you, if this is all you care about, and this is all you got going on, and at the first sight of one of your treats being taken away from you, you fucking piss and shit your pants and lose your goddamn mind like this, then you are not living a life at all. Anyway, let's get back to Buttfeld now.
Salutes. He's a Nazi. When Trump said fine people, he's a racist. When Trump said bloodbath, he meant violence. There are thousands of examples of this, and they're always wrong. Tim was incredibly patient with this. And all he kept saying to her is, I don't know what he was thinking. How would I know what he's thinking? That's how you deal with it.
So, Shannon, I mean, the Democrats are thinking that maybe it was their social media presence that didn't win them the elections. But Joe Rogan said they had him until they didn't.
And the thing is, they're right to recognize that these podcasters became super powerful. We saw the influence of them. But when you try to say, okay, let's go out in a lab, as you said, and create our person, our Joe Rogan of the left or whatever it is. First of all, these podcasters do not like the really powerful ones, popular ones, to be siloed. They're not all Republican. They're not all Democrat or liberal or conservative. They don't like to be pigeonholed at all. But you can't create something that younger people feel is authentic. Like you said, they want authenticity. That's what we keep hearing from young people. And if it's about who's out there shilling for you, the vice president, former vice president, had the biggest stars in all of culture. I mean, when you've got Oprah and Beyonce and all these people showing up for you, if that didn't work, that's not going to solve the problem. There's this Democratic data firm today called Catalyst that put out all of these terrible numbers of what happened to Democrats in the fall. They lost with younger voters, men, voters of color, infrequent voters. They said the results were so bad that for the first time since they've been crunching all this data, that younger, infrequent, and new voters who tend to shift to Democrats, they were at less than 50%.
I mean, she's right, by the way. People are going, Oprah. Dude, this is why I laugh whenever dumb fucks like Ethan try to be like, Hasan is the reason why Kamala Harris lost. That is the absolute dumbest fucking position. That is the absolute dumbest fucking position you can arrive at. You know someone's right-wing pivot has started when they start defending pedophilia? What?
Matter.
Oh my fucking Lord. Okay, listen. Listen. When dumb fucks like Ethan or any number of different dumb fucks are like, oh, Hasan, are you happy? You caused Kamala Harris to lose. Do they not fucking understand that Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris? Do they think I have more power than fucking Taylor Swift? It's not even just the fact that old media no longer has the same relevance as new media. This is true. New media has a lot more relevance. But the point I was trying to make with my tweet was exactly this, which is that if the multi-billion-dollar apparatus of mainstream media that is slanted towards liberalism cannot carry the Democrats across the finish line, and that does overall have a lot more fucking power and prominence. Legacy media does have a lot more power and prominence than the podcast orbit or whatever. If they can't do this, why the fuck would a couple podcasters be able to change that? You do, man. Who gives a fuck about their political opinion? No, you are deluding yourself. I'm not saying I have no influence. I'm saying that I cannot outflank the Democratic Party's positions. And the very fact that they're out there looking for a liberal Joe Rogan, when in fact Joe Rogan was the liberal Joe Rogan, and they fucking yelled at him for being the liberal Joe Rogan who endorsed Bernie Sanders, and they also yelled at Bernie Sanders, should clue you in on some of the major failures of the party in the way that they communicate. They consistently go in the reactionary slant after elections on issues that they are actually supposed to combat on. They don't know how to fight back on issues like trans issues, for example. They don't know how to fucking they don't know how to actively fight back on shit like this. The real way to deal with trans issues is to deflect away and recognize it as the distraction that it actually is, the red herring that it actually is. The method is simple. I say it all the time. I told Theo Von this as well when we had that conversation. He was blown away by it, where he's like, I never thought about it like that. When I said your landlord is not a Guatemalan migrant, okay? Your boss is not a trans person. These are the real people that are and the real systems that are causing harm in your life. And the Republicans do a very good job of taking all that resentment that you experience on a daily fucking basis, going through the trials and tribulations of being a fucking cog in the machine of capitalism, and they turn around and present much more vulnerable enemies to distract you away from the real problem, the super wealthy and fucking corporations. Also, even if your boss was a trans person, or even if your landlord was an undocumented migrant, they wouldn't be shitting on you because they're trans or an undocumented migrant. They would be shitting on you as your landlord. They would be shitting on you as your boss. That's it. It's the structural problems that we must clear, but the Democrats never address those structural inequalities. And instead play this like incredibly weird role where even when they are defending certain marginalized identities, they do it in this like incredibly cynical fashion where it's just a deflective shield. Just like Israel says, you know, you're anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel. Democrats will be like, oh, I guess you're transphobic. I guess you're homophobic. I guess you're racist for hating the Democratic Party. And then you ask them if you're gay or trans or a migrant or related to undocumented migrants. You're like, well, what are you doing for them? They go, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and vote for us. What a stupid way to try and win support. It's insane. For the past couple of decades, they've just simply adopted the framework of you have to vote for us or else the alternative is significantly worse. And while the alternative is significantly worse, more and more people will go, all right, I'm still not voting. Fuck you. And there's nothing you can do about it. The Joe Rogan of the left. That's my goat. I want to see what the fucking take
Their
is.
commentary on the matter.
I wonder if he would pack her lunch. She was
Someone
high
needs
school,
to.
right?
Although she was old enough to pack her lunch. Don't be rude. 17, come on. Don't infantile her. Don't treat her like a baby.
What?
So there it is. I mean, it's quite possible you probably just paid her not to talk about it.
I was thinking the same, quite honestly. I hope so.
We have
I
to
hope
do
she's doing great.
We have to
because
do
of
our
it.
ad.
Ugh. I mean, he's trying to make a joke, by the way. He's not saying he's pro Seinfeld dating a 17-year-old. You guys are fucking reading too much into it. I know he's not the best comedian. Yeah, you're bait posting. Ugh. I don't really care. Anyway, I shouldn't have even watched that. That's just like... The guy who debated you on stream during your Cambridge visit cooked Charlie on stage and debated and called what Israel's doing a genocide? No way. The guy that was yelling at me about my fucking anti-Semitism and defense of the Houthis and shit like that, cooked Charlie Kirk. He's now the president of the debate club. Oh, I love to see growth.
What African country is currently ongoing a civil war?
Believe it or not, I know about Sudan because I'm not an idiot.
How about what Southeast Asian country has an ethnic cleansing going on right now?
Myanmar.
Good. And you have strong opinions on both sides?
Unlike you, I take an effort to be informed about foreign policy and to come to conclusions. You are a culture warrior. I believe when everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you and the people you've supported as corrupt, as selling the country out to the lowest bidder and of doing irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference,
I think you will have to reckon with that
difference
one, Mr. Kirk.
is when...
It's not growth. He's a fair weather debate pervert. He only says the inverse of his opponent in order to win the audience. I mean, I don't think he won the audience when he was coming after me, super aggressive style. I enjoyed my debate with him, for the record. That's why I kept talking to him after the fact. I just debated Cambridge and Oxford. At Cambridge, instead of focusing on their own decaying country, they're obsessed with Israel. The lack of moral clarity on this topic is chilling. I decided to put this bouncy Brit in his place. Watch. He didn't listen to a word you said after the talk. I don't know. It seems like he is still. It seems like he's still arrived at the same conclusion. Bouncy Brit is pretty funny, not gonna lie. That is cap. I put this bouncy Brit in his place. Bro literally drops the mic to enormous applause as Charlie stands there miserable and humiliated. Did you edit out what happened right after the part where he absolutely bodied you? Oh, that's so devastating. He's a D fan. D is basically a fair weather debater himself. They just love the thrill of winning a debate. He calls it Trump's genocide now. These people are kind of gross. Charlie Kirk to contact U.S. State Department over Lucy Connolly. What she said would not be any prison time in America. Is this the way that a liberal democracy and ally of the United States acts? You gave free speech in the world. You gave free speech to the world and are becoming a totalitarian country. What is this? Who's Lucy Connolly?
Hour or so today, it's Tuesday today, she's had her appeal denied. So she's going to be carrying out her 2.5-year sentence for solitary tweets. So outrageous. Which she deleted 4 hours later. What's your take on the whole situation? Well,
I suspect that she is a fascist, right? If Charlie Kirk is going out, of his way, to fucking defend someone like this on free speech grounds, I assume they gotta be a fucking wife of an MP who said to burn hotels. Oh my God. During an active pogrom, the wife of an MP that said to burn specifically the hotel that actually they were trying to burn. If that's not that, first of all, what she said would not be any prison time in America is wrong. What she said literally would be prison time in America because they did burn the fucking hotel. Not the wife of an MP. I mean, her position doesn't fucking matter. The real fucking free speech debate here should be the kneecap boys. But I suspect Charlie is not going to come out and defend those guys because he doesn't give a fuck about actual defensible instances of free speech. Since Charlie is now bald, will provide solidarity. Free speech is only for racists. I have learned. Yes. It's true. All right, let's hear what the fucking Tim Dillon is saying.
I ask because.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're part of a new establishment that's being created?
I don't think I'm part of a new establishment. I think it would be pretty difficult to look at these podcasts. I know it's a popular thing right now, especially in certain media circles, to say that after running an incredibly unpopular candidate who was introduced very late in the race because an elderly man who could not be the president, who everyone told was functioning as the president for 4 years, decided to, this wind is wild, huh?
Yeah.
See? But this was a very specific circumstance in which Kamala Harris ran for the presidency. She was somewhat unpopular, and she was not a star in Democratic politics before this at all. And her communication strategy was pretty weak. I think most people have admitted that. So to hang this defeat all on a few podcasts and to say that they were the problem, I just don't buy the narrative. So I don't think I'm a new establishment. If you weigh, again, a few comedians with podcasts versus all of the people that supported Kamala Harris, you know, Democrat donors, billionaires, big people. If the idea is that me and a few comedians have more power than multi-billionaires, huge media institutions, a whole political party apparatus, I just don't think most people are going to buy that. I think it seems like a great way to excuse running an unpopular candidate on a platform that American people weren't sold on.
I think even beyond politics, though, even beyond the question of the election, like, again, I know that the, like, liberal Joe Rogan conversation is so dominant and I think not, like, nuanced enough. But there is power in a massive audience.
There's absolutely power in a massive audience. But if you're saying that that power is equal to the CIA or all of these other people that have been very critical of President Trump, right?
Yeah.
So the idea that, like, the power that Theo Von has would be equal to, like, the intelligence agencies or these massive legacy media institutions seems crazy.
But you got way more audience than, like when you're saying we don't have power, we're not the CIA. Well, you know, there's some gradations between that, and also I'm sure there's, like,
well, just you use the word.
I don't think he's wrong. And by the way, he has every opportunity here to fucking puff his chest and flex about the unprecedented amount of influence that he has, just as I do when all these fucking same exact media operations are coming to me being like, oh, you're the new, you're the left's Joe Rogan. Like, you're the left's Joe Rogan. But he's not wrong. He's not wrong when he says, like, yes, they have influence. Same with myself as well. But, like, no one here is a fucking kingmaker, okay? Because at the end of the day, you still have to look at the goddamn parties. You have to look at the parties and the policy and the way that they present themselves. It's not just a messaging issue. Oh. Sorry for the off topic. Have you covered Asmongold's recent videos farming white genocide bullshit regarding South Africa? No, but I'm not surprised that he would take a white nationalist position alongside the fucking president of the United States of America because he's a moron.
Establishment. Yeah. I didn't say that we didn't have any power or that audiences weren't powerful. But when you use the term establishment, I think that that's more than just having an audience. That's having an institutional component that I don't think we have. But I think legacy media does. I think the government and the intelligence communities do. I think Hollywood certainly does. And I think all of those people, all of those power factions have worked together for a very, very, very long time. So to say that a few comedians with podcasts equal that seems crazy.
I see
to
why.
me.
Okay, I understand.
That's the only thing I'm saying.
Like, even the dumbest American could still realize that Biden was fucking mentally decrepit.
You know, again,
and I guess in some ways, the Democratic Party machine was even dumber than the dumbest American, because they fucking turned around and thought that they could, like, keep up this song and dance. You're biting on his pivot. He's discounting his pull. He has millions of people's attention for hours and hours a day. Hollywood does not have that power. Tim's response is nonsense. The context of this conversation was how cozy his media cohort is with the administration. By the way, the CIA would kill to have his platform. Dude, you are failing to comprehend what I'm saying. I'll give you an example. If I had this level of fucking... If every single podcaster... Here, great example for you. If every single podcaster tomorrow, alongside myself, we all got together, I know all these people, I communicate with all these people, and I somehow got all of them to literally ride for Jill Stein. Do you think Jill Stein makes it out as a third-party candidate? Do you think the entirety of the podcast circle getting together and backing Jill Stein would have actually made Jill Stein win a single fucking state? One state. I'm willing to bet that not a single state would be won by Jill Stein and the Green Party. And we don't even have to entertain this idea. Joe Rogan at his peak, far more powerful and prominent than he is now, endorsed Bernie Sanders. So did I. Did that move the needle? No, it didn't. You cannot fucking outflank the goddamn parties and the message that they're putting out there. Just like no matter how many great policies the Democrats were to even present, if Joe Biden was the guy, it was a bridge too far for many Americans. They were like, nope, he's too old. I think that if you had all these podcasts hammering that for multiple cycles, you could move the needle. But I see your point. Dude, that in and of itself is already proving the point that I'm making. I think for a lot of people, like you consume my content, okay? So I get why you are the worst possible person for me to shake some sense into. Everyone in here tends to, and all of my haters as well, who are also extremely online, tend to overestimate the influence that people like myself and others have over the broader populace, over the broader population of voters. Okay? The overwhelming majority of voters don't know who the fuck I am. You aren't Joe, though. Okay, you're still going back to Joe Rogan and totally avoiding the point that I made about Joe Rogan, which was that Joe Rogan endorsed fucking Bernie Sanders. And he had more prominence at that point. He had more influence at that point. And what did that do? Nothing.
I can name you.
I think you and other streamers really downplay the reach people get. No, we are not. We are telling you critically. We are telling you. I'm telling you that, yes, of course I have a lot of influence. Of course I have a lot of influence. That doesn't mean it's enough influence to literally change the dynamic of an election, especially when the party is indefensible. It's not that I'm giving up. It's that I'm being fucking honest. March, what's good? Cameras here, bags here. 2 of the batteries are on the couch getting charged. Hopefully they're charged enough.
Hi, chat. Very successful left-wing or left of center comics who are playing in theaters and
You can take it off
arenas
the wall, though.
and have movies out. And then I can name you some which apparently now there's 5 podcasters that dominate the whole world. This is a crazy thing. But this is every article that's been written since the election.
I understand.
Is that 5 guys now are the only people in comedy who make money or have audiences. It's the craziest narrative.
I legitimately don't understand why you get criticized on the left so much. I don't fully agree with everything you say, but for the most part, most of what you say I do. I think you're very pragmatic and strategic, though I commend your efforts. You try to keep your goals realistic and understand why you get so frustrated with chatters. I get criticized by the left because the format that I exist under is super, super clippable in a negative way. In a positive way as well, which I think my fans do a decent job with. Right? There's a lot of like content out there on TikTok from fan channels that are clipping some of the points I make. A lot of them go viral. It's great. But the content that I make also is endlessly clippable in a negative direction, where someone can just like take something completely out of context and just constantly pummel it. And when I have a steady, like a massive audience of haters that farm all of that negative attention and have been doing so to relative success for the past like 5 years at this point, people end up moving. People end up getting swayed by that. A lot of apolitical people end up getting swayed by that. Especially because no one has enough time to watch even a fucking 20-minute video. It's much easier to watch someone else's 20-minute video that captures all of my worst moments from their perspective, that's like negatively placed in front of people, so that you can just have like this bite-sized apolitical framework that is much easier to consume.
Ever, and it came off the heels of running one of the most unpopular candidates with a platform that the American people largely rejected. They largely rejected this platform, and they rejected it in 2016, and then everybody got together and said, it's actually these 5 guys who had podcasts. They're the most powerful people in the world. They're the new establishment, and they're the reason for this electoral defeat.
From October 2024, Pew poll, social media is the primary news source for 20% of Americans, podcasts for 5%, other 4%. Well, social media and podcasts work side by side, though. Because when people say social media is a primary source, these podcasters are on every platform. I'm on Twitter, I'm on TikTok, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitch. So obviously I'm covering a lot of that, okay? And so is Tim and everyone else. So yeah, all of this stuff is silly at the end of the day if you're not going to change any of your policies, and instead, if you're not going to change any of your policies, and instead you're going to fucking go out and I don't know, play tickle party games with Liz Cheney. All right. Another Tim Dillon clip. Okay.
All those people who had the left-wing shows like Amy Schumer and Michelle Wolf, Samantha Bee, those have all been canceled. All those shows are canceled.
Well, but there'll be new ones. There'll be new ones. I mean, do you not have the faith? Do you think there's going to be no left-wing comedy?
I don't see like a little ecosystem or like a galaxy.
There's a galaxy.
World,
there's
right?
An establishment.
There's Rogan, and there's all this stuff.
I mean, is Trevor Noah not popular? He does arenas.
No,
He's an arena comedian. He's one of the most popular comedians in the country. Hassan Minhaj, Ronnie Chang. These guys are all left-wing, and they're all really funny, really popular comics who I'm friends with in life.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I don't think this thing's happening. Whatever everyone thinks happening, I don't think is happening.
Yeah, I don't think Tim is wrong on this. I'm not going to lie. I think he's right. No, I don't think he's wrong. There are a shit ton of fucking... I mean, he's wrong when he says, like, Trevor Noah is really funny, but that's besides the point. Like, there are incredibly famous left-wing comedians out there Bill Burr is probably the greatest comedian of our generation, consistent. He is the most left-wing comic out there. What the fuck are we talking about? I'm shocked that he didn't even bring up Bill Burr. He does?
Is happening. This idea that like left-wing like where are they? Where are they to be found? Where's Amy Schumer? I don't know. She's in her $15 million townhouse in Brooklyn. I think she'll be okay. I will text a few of them and go, people are worried about you. Okay. I think they're okay.
The idea that Stavi's going to save the Dem Party is this collective cope that comes from the fact that nobody believes that the Dem Party is capable of changing. Yeah, also, people like myself or people like Stavros or even like other comics, for example, I'm not saying I am a comedian, but like media personalities that have a political idea are not going to fucking stand aside and turn around and be like, we love the Dems. Yeah, Amy Schumer's a great example of this because she is a Democratic Party mouthpiece. Ain't nobody gives a fuck about what Amy Schumer has to say about politics. Amy Schumer's not left-wing, but she is definitely a Democrat. I mean, she's literally related to Chuck Schumer. Perhaps the Democrats should work on, ironically enough, if their fucking hyper-focus is about getting media prominence, perhaps they should focus on some of the most outspoken media that covers the Democrats in a negative fashion, myself included, and take notes from what our commentary revolves around and then change their policies in that direction, because I think that would be more impactful for the Democratic Party's future prospects. Because I think people like myself or people like Bill Burr or any number of different fucking like independent media outlets that do criticize the Democratic Party are unironically closer to the people's demands than the fucking DC media bubble that they are invested in. That's it. And the polls show this reality. I mean, everybody fucking hates the Republicans, but god damn, they even hate the Democrats more. And the reason why they hate the Democrats is because the Democratic Party's base hates the Democrats. At least the Republicans' base likes the Republicans, but the Dem base doesn't like the Democrats right now. One must ask the question, why? I'm sorry. But if you're getting outflanked by a podcaster that was literally invited to the fucking inauguration on the issue of Israel, which is I know everyone wants to fucking brush it aside and say it's not that significant, but definitely a major point of contention for basically every American at this point. Like, if you're getting outflanked by Theo Vaughn, who literally interviewed Donald Trump, played a role in Donald Trump actually humanizing himself, went to the fucking inauguration, what are you doing? They do this for everything. They're supposed to be the popularists, right? They're supposed to take their notes on transphobia. On transphobia, they love listening to the polls. They're like, nope, sorry, trans people. I guess you're going to have to fucking die. We didn't defend you at all, but we're going to defend you even less. Actually, we're just going to fight you alongside the Republicans. And somehow we'll be able to win support back doing that for some reason. Not going to work. Very stupid. But when it comes to Israel, they're like, whoa, calm down. No popular sentiment there. When it comes to fucking Medicare for all, nope. Popular sentiment doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up. Perhaps the reason why popular sentiment doesn't matter on all those issues where you don't even have to demonstrate moral courage, by the way. Perhaps the reason why they don't want to listen to that shit is because they are invested in the moneyed interest. They're invested in maintaining their position as a controlled opposition party. You know? I work with hundreds of people and none of them seem to know much about what's going on in Israel. I think you overestimate Americans' awareness. This guy again. If you ask them, do you think what Israel's doing is good? I think the overwhelming majority of them would be like, nah, not really. At least polls don't show what you are explaining. And Israel is just one example. Ask them if they want free healthcare. Notice how I said not just Israel, but other issues as well. So many people know. Bro said he works with hundreds of people and just lied. Yeah, I work with 1,000 people every day, and I polled them on their opinions, okay? Yeah, for some reason, nobody is speaking out loud about Israel at my workplace. I go to work every day, and no one is taking the time out of their day to start talking about Israel. You want to know why? Because if someone randomly did that, you'd be like, that's a Nazi. Okay? People still have the fucking awareness to recognize that that maybe is not the best look, okay? Out of nowhere if they brought it up. But if you were to ask them about what they think about Israel, I'm sure plenty of them would just be like, yeah, that's fucked up. What cable? No, there's a splitter on the ground over there. No, I know the splitter, but another one of those swirly guys. Wait, this one? Well, try it. Try it and see. I don't know. What's up? No, I don't have gum here. Just nicotine gum. What is what bullshit? What? Dude, it's on the kitchen island, or on the next to where the charger is. Hey, y'all. Austin's here, and Christian's here, and March is here. And we're gonna go fucking spud time. Gonna go spud it up, lads. Fucking hell. Spud time. The biggest political Twitch streamer in the world just told tens of thousands of people I should kill myself. I will report to the Australian Federal Police to make sure that he is denied a visa to enter Australia in the future. Wait, what? Okay, good luck, Drew. Body cam footage of international terrorist Drew Pavlov's arrest following a CPS raid has been released. What are you looking at? Why are you standing there showing me your midriff, you slut? Yeah, also, why did Asmongold, who is the biggest political Twitch streamer in the world, why did Asmongold tell him that? Well, Asmongold's never leaving his house, let alone flying to fucking Australia, so don't worry. Can't do a lefty Joe Rogan because you'd never find a liberal who's willing to entertain the possibility that the giant of Kandahar might be real. Wrong. I am that guy. You don't know what self-reflection looks like until you get called a grifter by Asmongold. Oh my God. Asmongold reacts to the Aiden Ross and Connor Eats Pants drama. Fake personality. Shows a grift off shitting on on the most popular thing. A lot of Minecraft streamers do this instead of trying to rebuild their community. Damn, dude. 68,000 likes. When I see stuff like this, I am reminded that like the incredibly narrow focus that we have on this stupid fucking platform. Like even on Elon Musk's platform, the Nazi platform, even the other fucking Nazis don't fuck with Asmongold, okay? Like, You can try every goddamn day. You can try all day. Okay. You can pop off on YouTube all you want. It doesn't matter. When the average person that takes daily showers encounters this man's opinion, they go, oh my God, how can someone live like this? Getting called a grifter by the Roach King himself. I'm trying to get you to read this. Good take? No, I'm not going to read it. We are going to be going to get a spud later. Brutal new data for Democrats on the demographic shifts in the 2024 election. They lost ground or failed to improve with every cohort and subcohort, with the exception of a 1-point gain among married white women. Spuds are stuffed potatoes, jacketed potatoes. We did it, Joe. Dude, imagine being so fucking shitty. Imagine being such a disastrously shitty fucking party that the guy who was like, we're going to melt every brown person, was able to make major fucking ground with a bunch of Latino men. Like the alternative wasn't like, why would anybody fucking vote for the Democrats, man? Why? They are just the gayer and more smug and annoying version of the Republican Party. Why would anybody vote for that? It's like the diet soda version for a country that does not care about getting diabetes. One of the funniest things I hear so regularly is stupid ass fucking liberals that still have the audacity to come in here and be like, Kamala Harris would have been better on Gaza. It's like, bitch, she's not even running for president right now. And it's an incredibly popular issue. She's literally not said a single damn thing until Eden Alexander was released. And then she still was like fucking awful Hamas terrorist piece of shits. Thank God for our big, beautiful, brave president, Donald Trump, releasing Eden Alexander from the treacherous grips of Hamas. He was just a simple boy. Like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean? She has every opportunity. She's not in politics right now. She has every opportunity. If she was this like bold fucking Israel destroyer that you claim she is, she'd probably be... she'd probably be fucking out there at least being like, yeah, this is really fucked up that the Trump administration is doing this genocide. I would have fucking actually done something different if it were up to me. No, that wasn't the one that was kidnapped from a tank. That was the one that was kidnapped from a military installation. She ain't talking about fucking Trump's deportation policies, partially because she also was advancing that same cause, obviously. You know? Kamala Harris is the Jill Stein of the Democratic Party. It's crazy. What is this? What the fuck is this? Objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. What? Hasan Piker's bitched about me in his live stream to tens of thousands of people. Do you understand what power this is? A random 25-year-old from Australia, completely rent-free inside the Hasan Piker OODA loop. This man does not stop posting about me. God, I fucking knew that Bad Empanada should not have fucking mentioned that little creature. Is it true that Trump is get angry Bibi? Angry get Bibi? No. What is this? Explain. Oh, the gay month. Did you see that? The gay month is coming. Yeah, progressive DA Larry Krasner fucking won, by the way, and is also cooking. What is this? Feels like this guy would get arrested for a warrant if he tried going near a courtroom, but see you there, bud. Even Nick Pollum is cooking yeet now. Anyway, all right. Oh, I was going to talk about this as well. The Department of Justice is investigating Andrew Cuomo.
News confirms the Justice Department is investigating former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. He is currently running to unseat New York City Mayor, that's Eric Adams. Now, you'll remember that Adams faced criminal charges until the Trump administration dropped them. Scott McFarland is looking into this for us. Scott, good morning to you. What's this all about, and what do you make of the timing?
Hey, Gail, good morning. Two officials familiar with this matter tell CBS News the criminal investigation centers on Cuomo's testimony to Congress regarding his response to the COVID-19 pandemic. U.S. House Republicans have been pressing the Department of Justice to investigate Cuomo for months over that. They allege he lied to lawmakers last year when he testified he had not been involved in drafting and editing a state report in 2020 that vastly underestimated the number of nursing home deaths in New York. A spokesperson for Cuomo says the former governor testified to the best of his recollection and has not been contacted by law enforcement or received any subpoenas. He went on to call this probe lawfare and election interference, plain and simple. The Justice Department dropped charges against current New York City Mayor Eric Adams earlier this year for alleged bribery and campaign finance offenses. It was a highly controversial decision, with the Trump administration accused of doing so to pressure Adams to help the president on immigration matters. Both Adams and Cuomo are now currently running for mayor in an election this November. The Department of Justice has not provided.
So this is a common technique that the American government applies to the likes of Erdogan, for example. It's also a common technique that the Turkish government also engages in, and many other governments also engage in. Whenever they have someone that they want to control, they will use oftentimes a frivolous lawsuit or a very real lawsuit. This Department of Justice investigation, unironically, is a valid one, but the timing of this Department of Justice investigation makes it so that it is very clearly done for political purpose. The reason why they're doing this, like, is there a valid inquiry into Andrew Cuomo potentially being the annihilator of boomers during COVID times? Yes. That is a valid investigation, except the reason why they're conducting this valid investigation is purely for political purpose. They recognize that Andrew Cuomo is most likely going to win the mayoral race, at least by their estimation, and for that reason, they are trying to get him under control, just like they did with Eric Adams. This is exactly the same thing that they did to Eric Adams. Eric Adams, valid investigation took place. Then they used, once they got into power, they used that valid investigation to their advantage to literally make Eric Adams comply to the fucking ridiculous demands that the administration was making. That is exactly what happened with Eric Adams. They dropped his case so that he would play ball. Now they are starting a case. Hold on. What's up? Yeah, I haven't stopped streaming. I'm gonna leave right now, and I'll be there right on time. Like literally right now.
Hang on, I'm losing you, Hassan.
I'm going right now. I'm leaving right at this very moment. All right, perfect. Bye. That was Phineas. He's making sure that we're fucking going. Sir Caps-a-Lot? No, it's not fucking Sir Caps-a-Lot. I'm getting moving right now. I'm moving and shaking, baby. Don't you worry. We're also gonna be live. We're doing an Uber trip as well, as I know you guys love that. I was gonna drive there, but then I was like, you know what? I can't deprive you of a classic fucking Uber ride. You know what I mean? Yeah. Hold on. I need to use my brain here, and I'm having a hard time doing it. Don't worry. Austin is already pre-complaining that I better call it Uber Black.
I know I'm not riding in no comfort. I'm a classy bitch.
Is the camera and everything open? Yes. Okay. Tell your editors a clip chomp. Yeah. Fucking diva, pre-complaining, dude. That's crazy. I don't think you'll beat Chemtrail Guy. That's what you think, dude.
I'm so excited to talk politics in the car on the way.
Can they even hear you? I don't know. All right. Okay. Where you going, BB Cakes? I'm going to fucking...
While covering Donald Trump's 2024 campaign.
Nice. All right, we'll play this video.
I'm flipping it. You know he might actually stream more than you do.
He does
Yeah, I don't know why you're... All right, we're back. Also,
why are you besmirching his name?
Yeah, why are you besmirching the good reputation of Christian?
What's crazy is I kind of forgot what that meant too.
Of course.
Yeah.
Classic.
I think it is alarming that you forgot already.
The word besmirch? Well, you should use simpler words for us simpler people.
Don't describe gay people as being simple. Pride Month is literally like...
What? No, wait. I wasn't talking about gay people. I was talking about people in
exactly
general.
What you were saying.
Yeah, you were saying...
Don't even try to
considering that, your argument was that, like...
That's the language of the proletariat.
Marge, I'm getting a hotel room for you, by the way, for DreamCon.
Okay.
Wait, is proletariat...
Hey, can
that's
someone
the
post
rich
the meme
people,
right now? March, we need to do this right now with no notice. Okay, smile.
Yeah,
What if I had plans next week?
Well, I texted you in the group chat. And you
Yeah.
said yes.
Yesterday. You told me yesterday.
Marsh, you need to go on strike.
No, I'm down.
You need to unionize. I'll join you in a union.
Give me a hotel room. I expect it to be a 2-bedroom suite, 5-star hotel.
You're going to DreamCon next week?
Yeah.
Bro,
less,
that's Pride
obviously.
Month. You're missing Pride Week? West Hollywood Pride?
Well, of course he is. What, is that even a question?
Are you kidding me?
That's insane that you think I would...
You were going to stream with me on West Hollywood Pride, remember?
You think that this
I thought you were going to do a...
This would sway you.
This would be a part of my calculation.
I can't believe he's missing...
Wait. You're missing West Hollywood Pride this song?
Wait, we were gonna do a podcast for Pride.
The gay community
start of
shambles.
Pride Month. Wait, what day are you leaving?
We can't.
You can't talk about that?
I don't know yet. I don't even know.
Oh my God, where is this DreamCon?
It's in Texas, right? Or
in Texas.
North Mexico?
Houston.
You're going to like one of the most homophobic parts of the country to celebrate the start of Pride Month. It's crazy.
First of all, is there even a Pride Month under Trump? Like, what are we talking about? Pride Month?
Oh yeah, no, there's a Pride Month. Well,
the gays are going to rally regardless of who's in office.
Yeah, you kidding me? Any chance to celebrate?
Shit.
Gays are gonna get more racist than they were before.
Yeah, the gay community is capitulating to the right.
Yeah.
We're reducing the letters.
Say the word and I'll put the lens on you.
We're moderate gays now.
Yeah, the tax goes be hitting.
That's right.
You know.
They be hitting.
Who's we? You got a turd in your pocket? Gay Twitter's blowing up right now, by the way.
Why?
Because of what you
Yeah,
said.
they've imploded.
Yeah, it's trending already.
What is
Gay Twitter.
Because you're not gonna be at Pride Month.
And you're going to.
It's
you're
the
going
whole
to Texas.
month. You got a whole month. What do you want?
You're gonna have to do something to make it up for me. Make it up to me.
First of
like
all,
get in the tub.
I'm pretty sure that we're not even. I can't even get in the tub yet because I've been fatter than ever.
You literally lost weight. I see it in your
since
face.
France.
You lost weight. You
know
are.
when I came back from France, I was. Oh, you
were the
flip it.
poster. You were the poster child for body dysmorphia.
Dude, when I came back from France, I was 240 pounds. I gained 10 pounds in literally 6 days.
Well, that's water weight.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine.
And I cut down.
It's water weight. 6
I'm
pounds
down
is
to
water.
But you know what? When in
233.
France, you have to
Hasan,
eat.
yeah.
Boston. Yeah, me. Who we got?
That's Christian, everybody.
Yeah.
He's my roommate.
Shame on you.
Fine.
Gay Pride Month is so close.
That's right.
At least say he's your.
Yeah, we'll update them in June.
At least say he's your roommate that you have sex with.
We'll see if Austin gets out of the friend zone.
Sometimes we do.
Sometimes I have gay sex with my roommate,
Platonic gay
but we're
sex.
not gay.
But sometimes it's straight sex. Anyway, so you gained how much? How much weight?
Away from the
can't
last
say that.
statement that you just. What do you mean you have straight sex sometimes? What does that even mean?
I don't even know. I don't know how.
Put a backwards hat on.
I don't know who gained that.
No, he keeps his socks on.
That's right.
That's
That's
how
right.
you know. That's how you know it's straight sex instead of the gay one.
No, sometimes it's just boring, which is like that's why.
What? What the fuck?
No, I'm
It's his
kidding.
fault. If
I'm
it's
kidding.
boring, it's his
I
fault.
was trying to make a joke and then I realized.
Not yours, King.
I'm excited.
Not yours.
No, it's never boring.
No one believes that.
I didn't realize. I went for the joke without thinking about the insult.
Yeah,
And it was classic.
Classic
I'm
Austin.
Sorry. Is this? Oh, well, I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah, no, just fucking talk about noticeable landmarks.
I haven't been.
I know you were about to say, and the answer is yes.
I haven't been on camera in a minute. I'm a little rusty. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
It's been a
Which
few.
is why
it's
it's
been a little
extra
bit.
funny that you were like trying to tell Christian what not to say and what not to do when he streams more than you.
I know.
Oh.
It's gonna change.
When will it? I don't know about that.
I do stream more than you.
He does. It's gonna change. Believe me. I mean, he'll always stream more than me, but
What can I say?
I'm definitely gonna stream
We're
a little.
Stay fed.
Yeah, I'm gonna stream a little bit more.
Believe me, folks.
Believe me, it's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be great. Did you see?
What?
Well, of course you saw. You see
What?
everything. I was just gonna say how Trump talked about Biden's cancer.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No, I called it the day before.
Oh.
Because the day before he released like this PR statement, which
Yeah.
definitely he didn't write.
Of course, yeah.
And I was like, oh, he's gonna come out and be like, look, I did the cognitive test and the mental
Wait,
test.
you said that
and
and he
the
did it?
physical test.
God.
And I aced it, and many people were saying I was not all there, but Biden wasn't all there. And he said it verbatim.
You're kind of recently. You've been right on with
Yeah.
predictions. You predicted the
Alcatraz
thing,
prison thing,
and
that was crazy.
And now the Biden cancer response.
Yeah, I mean, he is very predictable. So,
but yeah, so we're gonna today, folks. We are going to be going to get spuds with FINNEAS.
Yeah.
We
Jacketed potatoes.
How did this come about? My culture.
Yeah, Christian is British. He's half British.
We can't be.
He's half British.
Why are you slandering him?
He is. He literally is half British. He just said my culture.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Into a microphone that I said. Remember what I said in the beginning?
Yeah. Well,
So-
look, I can't help it.
Yeah, he's not ashamed. Or he's
Oh, I
ashamed.
am ashamed.
Okay,
No, I'm
he's
very
not ashamed
ashamed.
of this part of his culture, but the rest of it he is. He doesn't claim any of
Any
it.
heads know why we're doing this.
Yeah,
Right. But
we're
if you're-
doing this because when Phineas, who was a Hasanabi head just like you,
Yep.
the viewers,
And me.
when he came on the Fear M podcast, we went on this like long tangent about all of the different like TikTok accounts that we watch, and he revealed to me that he watches these like Spud Guy TikToks from the UK, and they're all the rage. They make the sloppiest, nastiest looking jacketed potatoes that are stuffed with mushy peas and fucking beans. Yeah, yeah. and Phineas is obsessed with it. So I was like, all right, let's go together and let's do a taste test. And fucking a spud, yeah, it is a spud. That's what we're doing. We're eating a proper fucking jacket potato spud feast tonight.
Oh my god, I gotta listen to your British accent for like an hour or two straight.
Yeah, that's fucking right.
Oh god.
You're gonna like it too.
Oh no, oh no.
You're gonna fucking like it.
See, when I'm at home, I can just hit mute.
Oh my god. You hate my accent?
Oh hell yeah. When you're doing a British accent, I fast forward in the video.
You suck, bro. You suck.
I watch all your stuff. What more do you want from me? All right?
I can confirm. He does watch your content.
I do. Ask Christian. Christian, tell him what I do every day.
Well, Hasan's always playing in the background. Whether it's not really the live streams, more it's like the
Wait,
YouTube.
even when you guys are doing it? It's kind of hot.
It's like you're in the room there with
No,
them.
we've never done that. I could never do that with you in the room. It'd be so
I don't believe you.
uncomfortable. No, it's like your brother. No.
Christian?
No, Christian's
Can
not.
you
Wait,
confirm or
you
deny?
do it to... You have done it after watching Zone of Interest.
It's not true.
How could this be worse?
It's not true. It was not on at the time.
How could this be harder than watching?
It was not on at the time.
One of the most gruesome depictions of the Holocaust.
This is what he does, and this is, see, in the age of misinformation, it's hard to really know what is true and what is not. Now, this is false. He's stretching the truth. The movie was present, but it was paused. Yeah, it was paused. Yeah.
I'm getting some looks.
What, Christian? You don't remember?
No, I feel like this insinuates that I was, but I don't remember that.
Well, yeah, because we were.
No. I remember the movie. I watched it without you.
Yeah, no, I watched it. It was a great movie. Anyway, speaking of movies and documentaries, have you seen the new American Manhunt documentary on Netflix?
Yeah, I heard.
It's
American propaganda.
From one of the
I couldn't watch it.
He's right. One of the one of the writers that I follow, who's like a former vet, and he does like a lot of investigations into Fort Bragg specifically, was panning it hard on the timeline, saying like, I didn't even realize they had these people. They had Mick Booyah on, Robert O'Neill. These are some of the greatest fabulists in the American Navy SEAL program. They are famous liars.
Oh.
So the fact that they had like some of those guys on. Seth Hart mentioned the fact that some of those guys were on it means that it's like 100% not a accurate documentation of events.
No, but it was interesting to see how I nearly relapsed into liberalism in just a few short hours.
Yeah, you were like, oh, man, they really got that.
Watching the documentary?
They really got that scumbag. Fucking yeah. War on Terror was worth it. $7 trillion spent, 1 million dead
that's not.
Well,
What's interesting about it is in the documentary that I did find interesting is that the documentary. When did we invade Iraq? 2004.
3.
3. So the documentary at 2003 skips to like 2008. They skipped like 5 years of the Iraqi war.
Parts.
They skipped the entire Iraq war, invading Iraq, everything.
They skipped the bad parts.
And they don't talk. Well, they briefly covered the pushback that the United States got on bombing innocent civilians. They briefly covered it. Briefly. But where I slipped into liberalism, back into liberalism, is when they talked about Obama. That's it. Point blank period. They talked about.
Saw Obama.
I saw.
Look handsome and charismatic.
I saw Obama get inaugurated, and then he took out Bin Laden under his administration, and I started to become overwhelmed with patriotism, and that's what I'm saying, and that's what we need in this country is not necessarily Obama, but we need somebody like him that. That has some good policies.
I'm calling it right now. 2028, he is going to fall for Pete Buttigieg and try to argue.
I literally told my mom the other day, I said, Mom, no Pete Buttigieg. She's like, but I like it. No, Mom.
Party for Socialism and
No. I'm not. It's not happening. No Pete Buttigieg. No Newsom.
no gay shit, huh?
No Newsom, no Buttigieg. No, it has nothing to fact that Pete is gay or not. He can be gay, straight, lesbian. I don't care what Pete is, right?
What?
He always talks like a politician.
Gay straight to lesbian is crazy word.
Have you not?
Right.
That was see Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. You just went down the alphabet.
On Andrew Schultz.
What did he say?
He's like, the Democrats, they say, oh, you're gay, you're the most wonderful person. You're black, oh, how amazing. I don't care about these things. It's really funny. It's a really funny line. He was just trying to like criticize Democrats using like identity politics as a shield. But then he came across like kind of funny in that moment where he was he did it, not the best job.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you would have liked it. He was being homophobic.
Yeah, but I get the sentiment.
He said, "You're gay, tremendous." I care about what you believe. That type of shit.
Yeah. No, I get where Bernie's coming from. I think we should run him.
Run him again?
I mean, at this point, hell, I saw the statistic about the Republican or the Democratic House members. Like, we've lost 6 of them in 13 months.
Oh, yeah.
That's an astounding statistic to lose 1. Like, that's crazy.
Well, it's not
6
well, when
in
you look
a
at
year.
When you look at the average age,
it's like a retirement home.
When you look at the average age of the Democratic politician, you're like, okay, well, that's expected. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. No, but you look. I worked at a retirement home, right? And
oh my God.
no, I did. And,
I know.
And so
It's
you'd
such
show
a perfect job.
No,
for you.
you'd show up on a Monday, and it's like, oh, Betty died. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's what? It's
true.
It's
People
true.
kick
It's
the
what
bucket,
happens in retirement homes. You don't expect that in fucking Congress. You know what I mean?
Well, same age demographic, so
You
kinda
know?
makes sense.
You know, people. What do you mean, Jesus, man? They were like Betty was 105 years old. That's what happens when you get to 105.
You die.
You die.
One morning you're eating chicken piccata.
Good morning.
Yeah, they get whatever they want when they're that old. And then the
You
next
feed your dog like
You were serving the old Betty chicken piccata? No wonder she probably fucking died of heartburn.
yeah.
You fucking clapped her, dude.
I didn't make the menu.
You
Okay.
killed her in the August years of her life.
No, I didn't.
She had how much sex were they having?
Oh man, there was a couple.
Did you hear it?
No, I didn't hear it, but like it's very common amongst that demographic.
Yeah, they fuck
Wait,
a lot.
didn't you serve at the restaurant?
I did. Well,
Yeah, he was serving ass. At the
No,
restaurant.
it was not.
He was
Bending
serving
over at the
looks.
restaurant, huh? You
But-
were getting hella tips. Huh?
no,
I wonder.
they
From a generation where they're
So
like,
there was this
they're
one
open
guy.
about that.
Yeah.
They had somebody that got married. Like she was widowed and he was widowed, and then they got married. And anyway, you could just tell he would come down with the hair all messy, with his walker, and
You knew he was.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
he
going
was
to-
getting
going
it.
to town.
Oh yeah, he was getting it for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, they have like crazy high STD rates
Yeah.
in old folks' homes for
Mhm.
that reason.
Yep.
Ooh.
Like the villages and shit, they
Yep.
have a crazy high
Really?
Yeah,
STD
but
rates.
isn't the Villages also a swinging community?
I mean, I think all old folks' homes are swinging communities. That's
Fair.
basically what happens.
There.
I mean, hey, more power to him. That's what I
Yeah.
have to say. Anyway, but yeah, you just don't expect the age of Congress to be that old and kicking the bucket like a retirement home. You just
Well,
don't
they're-
expect that.
They're looking to assassinate David Hogg for
what?
for the crime of
Suggesting that maybe they not be old and run for office?
yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like they're interested in any change in that direction.
Yeah. Well,
So I don't believe we're getting any change.
what the hell was going on? I was on Twitter and Doug and Atrioc were talking with Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, I think they're the Dems are doing like some Twitch shit where they're
Why don't
like talking.
Why
to
don't they
people.
come to me? I think no,
ain't got
seriously.
it,
Just talk about how you're not on your lip shit.
I
and then
interviewed
you just
Hold
ask
on,
for
hold
the
on.
Democratic
Don't
Party to come for you-
don't
come to
don't
you.
even say that.
Also,
I got
hey,
it.
yo, bro, chill.
I interviewed Bernie Sanders before you did. Okay. I did.
That is actually
It's
not wrong.
That's
think.
true.
Yeah.
I interviewed Bernie Sanders first.
and for longer.
And for longer, I did.
Yeah.
I did. I definitely did. And I then got to interview. I also played cards with Ossoff, a couple of senators. Ossoff. And,
I set that one up.
You did, and then you didn't show up, so I had to do it.
No, I wasn't.
Oh,
no.
you gave it to me.
No, I set it up. They were worried at the time.
Right.
about anyone that was radical for the Georgia race.
Oh, right.
And they literally didn't want me or AOC.
So they chose liberal, moderate Austin Show.
So I was like, I got some people for you. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? They were like, yeah, we can't have you and AOC on.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Like, sure, whatever, I'll help out.
So anyway, not to take away from Atrioc and Doug. Not saying that they shouldn't have been on there. I'm just saying I'd like an invite to talk to Gavin Newsom because I would like to challenge him on some of his politics.
Period. Well, you're never getting invited.
Well, yeah, true. True.
Yeah, way to really sell your case there.
Well, I'd just like to him to describe his strategy for including right-wing crazies on his podcast.
Yeah. Ahmed, you said you were coming from San Diego. You're dropping someone off? Are you from there?
Yeah, I'm from San Diego.
Nice. How do you like it?
I love it.
How long you been there?
Since 1996.
God damn. Where'd you come before San Diego?
Jordan, Amman.
Oh, you're from Jordan.
No,
Nice.
I'm from Iraq.
Oh, you're from Iraq, and then you moved to Jordan. Oh, I'm sorry that you had to hear my friend's insensitive remarks about Iraq.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, no,
Did I?
that's crazy. You did.
Oh, I did. I was watching
celebrating.
No, I was not. I was
You
not
were
celebrating that at all.
illegal invasion.
No, I was not celebrating that at all. Excuse my friend.
I'm so sorry about that. I'm from
Yeah.
Turkey.
Yeah.
I have to put up with this shit all the time. He's Lebanese. You know how they are.
I'm Lebanese.
Oh, you love that, don't you?
I am. That's the first time he's called me Lebanese in a while.
One of those kinds of Lebanese, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't speak any Arabic though. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Proving my point further.
Okay, so my Wikipedia page,
The daywalker.
Because the one time I mentioned Syria because of my family in there, where they immigrated from.
Uh-huh.
Somebody keeps changing my Wikipedia page to Austin Show is a Labano-Syrian American streamer.
Oh wow.
Labano?
Labano?
I don't even know, but that's what it says. L-E-B. Here, let me look it up. Look.
wrong.
No, look. Yeah, look. Austin Show is a Labano-Syrian American Twitch streamer.
That's awesome.
I don't even know if that is a thing.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
Oh man. So you've been in San Diego since 1996, and you came through Jordan.
Right.
What do you think about everything that's going on right now?
Fix your goddamn mic.
What?
Where?
What in America?
Yeah, bad and good.
What's good? What's bad?
Bad. They should start giving more money to people. They should have more job available. You know, they need to cut off on percentage. You know, rental. A lot of things need to be cut off because I remember I bought my apartment in 2008. My apartment was $145,000. Right now, my apartment's worth $900,000.
Damn, you're balling.
It's not about balling. It's about the people that can afford it or not.
No, I feel
what
you.
There's like a huge gap. Like if it's we're around in the 300-400 range, okay, that's fair. You know, oil change, new build, whatever. You know, there's a fair amount. But the huge gap that jumps all the way up, people can't afford it. A lot of people that left from San Diego, from LA, either they go to Texas or Arizona or Michigan just to afford to be in the house that they own. You know, a lot of things that should be more fair. You know, I mean, we're at that time when the Iraq War happened. A lot of people got here in 2006 and up.
Yeah.
They couldn't make it.
Yeah.
They can't make it.
Yeah.
People that they were here in the 90s, before the 20s, you know what I mean? Things happen like that. You know, they probably made it, but people after that, they wouldn't.
Yeah, I feel that. So what's the good?
Christian, block
What's
the AC
good?
from your mic.
You know, changing some of the tax as a business owners, it's good. Being able to do or talk whatever you want, do whatever you want. You know, I mean, it's good. Always good in here. I mean, never change.
They're also stopping people from being able to talk, I feel like, nowadays. Like, if you say something about Israel, they're like, nope, you're going to jail.
Right, I agree with that. But the different here, everybody, they can say whatever they want to say.
That's true. Until recently, you're right. You're not wrong. I hope they don't take it away.
No, I hope so.
Because it seems like they're going after that, you know? I hate that.
But I tell you what, I like how you made yourself talk like Donald Trump. It was amazing.
Wait,
because I heard you like making yourself talking like Donald Trump.
When?
Earlier.
Oh, earlier.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, that was him. He was doing it.
Whoever was talking, I didn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking at you.
I think I was doing it too.
I think Hassan.
It might have been me.
He was the one doing the British one.
Yeah.
So if you ever felt uncomfortable at any point during this time, it may have been from his accent.
I think it probably was when you were talking about how the Iraq War was great.
I did not ever support. Are you kidding me? Even when
when Barack Obama did the troop surge, I nutted.
No. Even when I couldn't vote, I was debate lording in the 2004 election for. I would have voted for John Kerry at the time, as well as Al Gore. I was politically active at 6 years old.
Period.
And I've been a lifelong Democrat, which as you know, recently I've changed. But now I'm an independent.
Yeah, he's a Trump supporter. How do you feel about that?
No, I'm not. I am not.
Oh,
You're a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, so you want to raise you want to tackle the cost of living crisis, but you're for
you don't have
Trump.
to agree with him about everything. Right?
What do you agree with him on?
I agree with him not going to Iraq. People shouldn't be going to Iraq.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
You know,
That's why he's a Trump supporter.
You know, you shouldn't be doing a lot of things that in Iraq happened in Middle East, and they done it. I agree with him about only this part. You know, I mean, I agree with him about people crossing it through the border. You know, I mean, I agree with him about that too, because put yourself in his shoes, or in your house. Do you want people to jump into your house?
No.
It's a little different.
Okay,
I feel like.
No.
The country's a little different.
No,
I feel like.
No, you the president of, let's say, this area. You control this territory. You have walls under this territory because you don't want nobody to access in it. Only if they come and ask, hey, can I come in? Yeah, sure, come in. You have the paper that I need, come in. You don't, then I'm sorry, it's not gonna, because if that happened, half of the world is gonna be over here, right?
I mean, if we didn't fuck with half of the world, they probably wouldn't come here, but
People coming over here just to survive.
Yeah, but what are they escaping, you know? They're escaping
wars.
Yeah, but who's doing the war? Who's most responsible?
Israel. Doing the war.
Well, Israel is part of it, but Israel is doing it as an extension of America.
Who's backing up Israel? America.
Yeah.
Who's backing up America? UK. Who's backing up that? France. Who's backing up that?
No. America is the great Satan in this equation. They're the ones who control it.
Honestly, everybody have their foot in, but they just don't want to say it. Probably America, the only people that say, "Okay, we did it."
So what do you think about Trump holding up Benjamin Netanyahu's seat and like giving him a seat and stuff like that?
That's wrong.
Because he's like
this guy should go to jail.
I agree. Well, you should be under the jail.
You know, like if you're talking about Saddam Hussein, this guy did more in fucking 6 months. Period.
Yeah.
You know, half of Iraqi hate Saddam because what they did to their family, got them in a war with Iran and blah 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 blah. You know.
Yeah.
How I said, there's stuff I don't agree with Donald Trump. There's stuff I agree. There's stuff I don't agree with Biden, and some stuff I agree.
What do you agree with Biden?
Having people the power that people can come here. You know, ask.
Okay,
if you want to come here and you want to make it, you think you're gonna you're gonna make it. Give them a chance. Don't close the door on everybody because people are suffering.
Okay, but Trump is closing the door a little bit, don't you think?
Trump is closing the door because there's a lot of fucking things going on over here. He needs to control here, settle down, have the economy go up, open doors again. Sometimes you gotta think about yourself and your family before you think about others.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
I don't know if Trump thinks about anybody else other than himself, but you know.
Yeah.
He says he's a politician. He says he cares about others, but he just cares about himself.
But I think kicking them out is actually going to have the opposite effect on the economy.
So what if I were to tell you, like, all the people that are here right now, if they don't have a criminal record, if they don't have a criminal background at all, and they lived here for like 10 years, you know, working and stuff like that.
They should have stayed. There's no reason for them to leave.
Yeah,
because
right?
they
Okay,
pay taxes.
so that's, yeah, they've been paying taxes, right? Like, so that's one of the things that I vehemently disagree with Trump on is that he, wait, is this the spot?
This is the spot.
Oh.
The Spud guys, yeah.
Oh, okay, it is the spot, yeah. Okay.
So I'm gonna pull into the
Yeah, you
gas
pull to
station.
the gas station, yeah.
So I agree with you on that. Yes, 100%.
So instead of kicking him out, you think it'd be better if someone was presenting the alternative that they should get amnesty and like the proper paperwork, as long as they haven't like committed a crime or anything like that.
No, my sister, she doesn't have paper, and she came over here as a student. You know what I mean? And she applied for a citizen, and they don't because her status changed.
Yeah.
I came as a refugee, so I got the passport faster. But hers is taking almost 10 to 20 years. She haven't even gotten a green card yet.
Yeah. Good luck with that, brother.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you for
have
the
a good
ride.
one.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Yeah, you too. Well,
God, I fucking love Uber conversations.
I'm noticing a trend with Uber drivers.
Yeah. Fucking awesome.
The sign was over here.
Yeah.
What?
I thought you were gonna come to the Spud guys because remember when you came with FINNEAS? It's here.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to try it.
What's up, man?
Kevin, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Kevin.
Were you guys coming here or you just coming back?
No, yeah, we're going there. We're going to get Spud. Where is it?
It's right here.
Okay.
We have it at the front. It's a little closed up, but it's back alley. It's funny, we were talking
Dad?
about you guys today on the podcast.
Wait, are you one of the Spud guys?
Yeah, that's why.
Oh, okay. I was like, I thought you were just like randomly.
No.
Jesus Christ. Okay, this is hidden as fuck, dude.
Wait, they're behind us.
Yeah, they're behind us. Hassan.
What? Oh, there they are. What's good? One of the guys of the Spud infiltrated. He fucking popped out of the gas station.
I'm David. Nice to meet you,
What's
David.
good? What's good?
Hi, Phineas.
Hi, good to see you.
What's up, man? Hasan?
So sorry. Wait.
We've not met.
Yeah, I'm Christian. Nice to meet you.
Christian.
Oh, let's get out of the way.
We're blocking the guy from Smash Mouth from getting through. What do I do?
You got to put the magnet on.
Okay.
I'm March. Hey, March.
How you doing, dude? Good, man. How are you?
Good.
How's life?
No.
Good, man. How
I'm
you
fucking
Good,
stoked.
What you up to?
Good. Just been traveling back and forth.
Say hi to the chat.
What's up, chat?
Do we go through here for the Spud?
I mean, this looks
This
like
is
a
a
kind
hard-
of a grand entrance situation.
Oh, I smell the potatoes.
Ooh. Hassan, we had David and I had kumpir while we were in
What's up?
Hamburg. We had kumpir together while we were in Hamburg. It's fucking good.
You had what together?
Kumpir, bro.
Oh, kumpir.
Kumpir.
Yes. I mean, this is it.
Oh man.
Hassan. We've been really relishing how AI they've gone. Like, look at the.
Hey, how are
look at
ya?
the AI.
Wait, is this AI?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
10 minutes? Yeah.
No. They can
Hassan,
use. They can use.
They'll be ready in 10
yeah,
minutes.
it's fine.
What's up? Oh, you guys not?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
Oh, what's good? Look at you in a brick and mortar. Congrats, dude.
Oh, you've been. They didn't used to be brick and mortar.
We used to go to a parking lot.
I have a gift for you. I ordered it, but he said it hasn't came yet.
The gift hasn't even arrived? Wow. What are we making? Garlic butter. I mean, we've hit you right at opening hour, so
yeah,
it's all good if you need some if you need a beat.
Could I buy a Diet Coke from you? Anybody want a drink?
BDS, bro.
Oh, it's not. It is. Oh shit. Okay.
Water.
Never mind. Water would be great. Yeah, water would be great.
What's up with it?
It's BDS.
Yeah, I didn't. Sorry, Chad. I had no idea.
What's BDS?
Work on divestment and sanctions for Israel. They'll cook him alive if he drinks a Diet Coke.
Don't you figure the water brand is also owned by?
You want a water?
Yeah, Doritos got to be okay, right?
Want a water? Three waters.
And I would do an orange Doritos.
Orange Dorito.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would do an orange Dorito too. 2 orange Doritos.
Are these I want a water, dude.
And Hasan wants a water.
What are these, like root beer down here? What do you got? Or are these just beer?
What?
Like, is this like IBC or is this all beer? What is this down on the bottom? Over here in the tucked in the corner. Yeah. What? Oh, it's beer. Yeah, great. I'm okay.
Thank you. How's it been? How's having a spot been? Has it been stressful or has it been okay?
Stressful, but it's been stressful.
Nice, man. Congrats, dude. Yeah, we were pulling up on the parking lot when it was raining in the winter time.
You're a dedicated Spud guy.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Where are you guys from?
It's all good.
Originally. Armenian. Okay. Yo, my bad, bro. I'm Turkish.
Don't worry,
bro. No. You guys, in Turkey we have kumpir. We have something called kumpir. It's the same. It's like jacket potatoes, like stuffed potatoes.
Did you get one of these?
Yeah.
There you go, sir. You're welcome. Who else got the?
I did.
Dorito. Here we
Thanks,
go.
bro.
There you go.
Oh my God, you guys get Arizona too, or is that just yours? You just went and got yourself in Arizona.
Yeah, I thought it was like a stalking. Like I thought someone was like stalking me. I was like, oh, here we go.
And,
bro, you guys got Labubus too? Oh, you're giving it away for what?
What's the criteria?
There you go.
Giving it back to our customers.
Oh, really?
You just post a little info on Instagram. Like, just tag your friends, post it on your story.
They're giving away a Labubu.
What's a Labubu?
Dude, it's all the rage. It's like one of those Pop Mart little dolls.
Like kind of like a Funko Pop kind of?
Yeah, but like way cooler.
Thank you.
Way cooler than a Funko Pop.
Walk us through this.
Well, listen, man. Again, this is my first time in the actual establishment, so they've grown
water too?
items. They didn't have corn to sprinkle it last time.
Yeah.
I'm vegetarian, so I'm getting a bunch of veggies. They didn't have fajita veggies last time.
What was
Is it
that might be the only
so we're hot.
changes.
Mike's hot.
Cheeto dust, that's also new. I've not had the Cheeto dust or the hot Cheeto dust.
David.
You guys have added so many toppings, bro.
Yeah, I'm on the podcast with Hasan. And Christian's a streamer.
Pretty sick.
And Marsha's a producer on the podcast.
Yeah, we've been on tour. Amazing. It's been so fun. That's been really good. Look at this necklace.
Oh, I thought you were going to do the fucking get me. I was like, oh my God.
Dork!
Thank you.
So fucking fun.
Yeah. So I like won't look down. I've been traumatized too much. I've been bullied too much.
I've never had that done to me, and if I did, I'm sure I would, react with
the same
fear.
way.
I'd be scared. How you been, dude?
Look good, man.
Been up in
Oregon, yeah.
The P&W.
Yeah. We've just been going back and forth. I'm going to move here soon.
Congrats.
That Uber car, that car ride.
What part of Oregon do you live in? Portland.
Love.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Love Portland. Little Mount Tabor.
Oh
Actually.
yeah.
I don't know
It's
how.
a great spot.
Dude, it's because the average.
How do you
The
fit
average
in?
American
is my
and
boyfriend.
their political perspective is so warped.
Yeah. So, and he's a streamer.
They are.
Yeah.
They are
comfortable on
an
the hot
enigma.
mic.
Very difficult to comprehend.
Yeah. So he's from Florida.
Oh shit! What part?
Cape Coral. But I went to school in Miami for a while.
Oh, they're talking
live
about
out here?
here. That's why they're. I was like, what's PDX man?
Yeah.
You guys bounce back and forth to Portland?
Yeah. So we fly back and forth. I fly every weekend for the podcast. I mean, he's in TV and film, and then he does Twitch too. So it just makes sense to be here. So, yeah. So I think within the next week or
What's
so.
that back there? What are they whipping up? Bacon?
I don't know.
I can't tell. Is that corn? Yo.
Oh. What's up, Rat? How's it going? Yeah, this is the way. This is my boy, Rat.
What's up?
What's up, man?
Nice to meet you.
Hassan.
I've heard
This
nothing but the
on-
best
Oh, cool.
from this guy and this guy.
Yeah,
These
yeah.
two rappers. Wait,
Where's Jill?
Jill's at work.
Oh, yeah. She's
But
clocked in.
She texted me. She said, "I'm so jealous. I'm not at Spud Guys."
Yeah.
So I'm gonna bring
Jill,
it back whenever.
Yeah, Jill and Rat and David and I have all been to the tent. We've all had Spud tent.
I had my first day at the tent.
Yeah.
We did. Yeah, hard to get a
You are
reservation on a
fucking-
Saturday night. It sounds like we go every 2 days. We've been,
Yeah, what
we've
the
been,
fuck?
we've been in total 3 times.
You fucking love
Potatoes, baked
you
potatoes.
You live for the
Dude,
stuff.
I'm Irish, man. It's my heritage. It's all potatoes all the way down.
Austin,
love it.
Nice to meet you, Austin.
Yes.
Ricky or Rat or Mac? You can pick.
Rat or
What did
Mac?
you say?
I called you Rat.
Rat.
Yeah.
Rat's the one.
This is
I'm
Christian.
going to
Nice to
Ireland.
meet you.
I'm going to Dublin.
When?
In I think October or September.
For what? When are we going?
Trinity
Where we-
College is gonna.
So
So March is going.
March
as
is
well.
just finding out he's going to Dublin. Yeah.
We got a lot of trips. We got a trip. We got to do the China trip.
Wait, when are we going to China? Is that a fear and trip?
Yo, is he speaking French?
He says this, but then when we get to the planning of the trip, we're all going to China.
Oh, okay.
How fun. Yeah. He wants to go I actually want to go to China after many years of not wanting to go to China. I think I.
Why do you? What does that even mean?
I used to.
Have you ever been to China?
What's
Have
up?
you been to China?
I've never been to China.
I really want to go.
I want to go so bad.
Yeah,
To
you want to
China?
pull up? Yeah.
Tell him the thing about Mikey.
Dude, I have this friend who one day discovered he was like number one artist in China.
Who?
His name is Mikey.
Mikey?
He had a song that was like huge on something called the Depression Cloud.
Uh-huh.
And now he's going to tour China, but he's like,
I have a very similar story with another friend who also told me he discovered he was number one in China all of a sudden. So now I'm feeling like maybe one of them
They're
is
telling
lying.
people that.
But
Yeah.
different times I've
Yeah.
But he checked it. The song had like 2 billion streams or something like that.
2 billion?
Yeah.
No, it's BB No Money is what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Yeah, and he also tours China, and he like closes out fucking massive places. Yeah.
Because like, you
Yeah.
have to like really chug this water.
Oh, I engage with the culture. Trust. I don't speak Mandarin though, unfortunately.
Not yet.
Not yet. One day.
When you're number one in China.
I don't think I've been making inroads. I've been trying to. They have like social media like Bilibili, or like I think it's like Weibo.
Dude, yeah, my friend was supposed to play the Bilibili Gala.
Yeah. So I have like a user generated fan clips industrial complex on YouTube and TikTok where like fans can just like upload whatever videos they want of me. I don't have any IP or whatever.
Yeah.
And they've been uploading them to Bilibili, and they've been going viral because like I'm, unlike the average American, I'm very pro-China.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, this guy's awesome. So now I'm trying to literally do that. My dream is to live in Shenzhen and become a.
I thought you wanted to live in what is it?
Chongqing? Oh, you didn't want to say it.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean? Chong. It just, if you don't know China, it may sound wrong coming from me.
Yeah.
So I just want to err on the side of caution. Yeah, I know. Biggest city in the world?
You ever seen Chongqing Express?
No.
The movie? Where they get one car wide.
Oh, okay.
What is it? What's it called?
Yeah, but it's the exact same city. I might think of the wrong city.
Who is in this movie?
No one that I would know the name.
Really?
It's just like the most famous director in Hong
Oh,
Kong.
is it? It's Chinese film.
It's his other movie. That's like it's so good. We'll watch it tonight. I'm gonna come over to my one tiny little apartment.
Yeah, once we're done with the spud,
Oh, bro.
once we get spudded up.
You're never done. Once you eat it, you're living it for like a while.
I mean, I've had this before. I'm gonna match this up. I can't criticize it too much because they're Armenian. I'm Turkish. It's gonna bring up unnecessary tensions. Well, I will be fair and balanced in my criticism.
So this is it's a food review.
Kumpir. Yeah, kumpir.
Okay.
We had Kumpir in Hamburg, and we spent the next many days. Hey, by the way, they're live streaming also right now.
Oh shit! Hell yeah!
But it's just the.
What's up, dude? How are you? Good to see you.
Well, there's gonna
What did he say?
Well, just give it a second. There'll be more than 2.
Chat's going crazy right now.
Yeah.
Stream's got 2 viewers.
So,
No.
I wonder how one.
They opened like
I
1
wanna know
minute
what's
ago.
behind the Spud.
They're
How did
still
they
making things.
Get to the point where they're like, I'm going to open up a Spud shop.
They're filling things.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh my God, Robbie
Can I ask you a
also
question?
was
What
Yeah, and then,
made you want to open up a Spud shop?
long story. How can I make a show?
Well, let's give me the whatever version you want to give me.
Franchise?
Yeah, Manchester.
Okay.
I bet you it's a 124. I cut 20.
For McDonald's every time I land.
Uh-huh.
And then I was doing some protein clubbing. 150 grams and I left.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, what's there to eat over here? It's 5 a.m.
Fine today?
LA, everything
No,
closed,
dude,
and there's nothing to eat. So
Yeah.
I went to the shop and just
Having such a good climbing day, and Jill's like, "So we gotta do this for it. It's so crazy."
I came back over here and Spud man, Spud
I love you.
Spud guy, Spud food. Everybody starts popping up on my
Use your finger, so I didn't climb it in, so you don't know.
Yeah. So you need to make one. So that's how you did it. Really?
That kind of shit, it's like you take one day off and then you never leave.
Yeah.
And if you like try.
Yeah, hell yeah. And that car, yeah, now you got a new car. Did they come after that one? They take that one?
Today for a couple minutes.
Okay, good. You caught up eventually. That's cool, man.
That's awesome.
Well, congratulations.
Well, I also like.
And did
I
you
haven't
start with a
gotten
smaller store
less-
and now this is the bigger
I
one?
haven't gotten less capable. I've gotten much less stamina.
Wow.
My stamina, like I did
That's
a few
awesome.
climbs and then I was
Well,
like,
congratulations.
couldn't do anymore.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, this.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's big time. That's big time growth. Yeah. What an incredible story. See, that's journalism.
PA.
Take notes.
We've got.
Oh, they couldn't?
Lights they haven't put in yet.
Well, Chad,
No LED
basically,
no LED
he
bars
went to
for the
Manchester, England, and he went clubbing. And after clubbing, naturally, you're looking for something to eat. And in England, at 5 o'clock in the morning, there was nothing but Spuds.
Yeah.
So he went and got this. He's like, this is delicious. And then the algorithm started feeding him a bunch of
coming
Spud
on.
shops
Here
all
we
around
go.
the country. And he's like, this is my calling.
I like how
so he's
big
like,
this
either
PA
make a,
is.
he had $500 in
I like
his
how
pocket.
big
He's
the
like,
PA
I'm gonna make a
is.
$500
Yeah.
car
What does
payment,
it say?
or I'm going to open up a Spud shop.
No way.
He put his last $500 into the shop. The rest is history. Now he's
You're
driving a
you're a
Ferrari.
DJ? Yes. That's right.
I don't know about the Ferrari part, but he does have a new car.
Back of your shirt.
Oh, what is it?
It says resident hater.
I'm resident.
I'll tell Claudia. I'll tell Claudia. That means a lot. bro.
President hater.
I love it.
There's so many voices at once.
I know.
Maybe we should have boomed it.
That's what I was thinking. Where's you have the boom?
Basically, there's a guitar that I think is favors his phone. I was like, I never played it, but I will see it in the video. They're ADHD, it'll be fine.
Because everybody, that conversation's being picked up. This one's being picked up.
I wanted to make sure eventually good before I'm like, yeah, let's try it. So I played it. And it's like.
I feel like for the stream.
Oh, it's all good.
I feel like for the
Those TVs last forever,
documentation,
too.
the fact that they're letting us, they're opening shop with us is very sick.
Yeah.
This feels like
This is
parts on.
Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah, and no reservations. Dude.
Yeah.
You got to do a voiceover underneath this. You got to be like, so I went to Studio City to try out the American version of Compere. Compere.
So you said the last $500, and you have another car now?
I know.
No, I had one car, but I'm saying I took the risk instead of making my car.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I got the full story.
He spent his last $500.
Last $500, and he, instead of making the car payment, he opened the shop out of a tent. And then I said, did they repossess the car? No, but he made the payment eventually.
That's
The rest
sweet.
is
But within a
magic.
month, he had this
Sometimes
shop.
sometimes the tent would have like real long lines. Sometimes people are waiting like an hour for the spud.
Yeah.
I've said this before, but my favorite part about the whole thing is on their streams, on their TikTok, whatever. So much beef, so much hate going on. All the comments are like, comments are all like, Spud Man is way better. What?
Yeah.
Oh, this is live?
Oh yeah.
Going live?
Yeah.
Wait, you're just streaming it?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to tell Jill to tap in.
How are you live? You
What?
have like a little, like a Bluetooth in the backpack?
Hasanabi. That's my Twitter.
Huh?
Did you really not know?
No, I knew it was gonna be live. It just doesn't look live. It looks like it's a nice camera.
There we are, right there.
Facts, bro.
Yeah.
That's insane.
What is that?
It's a
That's
live
the-
view.
That's the stadium backpack. It's like what professional TV stations use. The same shit.
So they take all the cell services and they combine them into one signal.
Yeah, there's like 12 modems in there.
No way.
Yep.
We gotta get this for Fortnite, bro. Our Fortnite mobile is about to be insane, bro. Yeah. Oh, I like the glasses. This is a good look. Oh my god, are those Meta glasses? How's it going, dude?
Is he live on Facebook with the Meta glasses?
So are you
He's live
streaming from
there.
here? Got it. Really good.
That's crazy.
Should we get some stuff or? I've never had it, but kind of curious. Sweet. Yum.
Nashville
She
blend.
does.
I'm definitely gonna try whatever the fuck Nashville blend is.
Yeah, you guys are you seasoned travelers.
You're Spud guy.
I've done tuna once, and that was great.
Not Spud Men.
No, not yet.
No.
There's only
You gotta
one
get a
Spud
Spud
man.
mitzvah before you.
It's that guy.
Is there? What are the other ones? Spud Bros.
Spud girl, Spud woman.
Spud Bro, Mr. Spud, I think. Let's see. Who knows?
Is that me?
We've established
It's a
that
photo of
potatoes
me.
man.
Yeah, it's in my Discord. I asked him what to say. 'Cause I can't get
Created a
anything
little
weird.
surveillance state. It's great.
Potato sauce, beans, or chicken, jalapeno.
Yeah, so Meta glasses on Instagram Live.
Which way are you gonna go?
I don't
It's
know.
not AI, bro. it's Vivian's
I
Millennium.
think we're gonna share one.
Or no.
Is that?
That's what this
that a
area
good
is,
idea?
right? Or the. I thought it was the artist that made the rendition.
Okay. So you're not hungry right now?
But I think it's just Vivian's Millennium is the.
Okay.
She was like, I'm so fucking.
No, Vivian's Millennium is this like the restaurant that they're
Is it?
part of. I think, yeah.
This is like.
I thought it was the name of an artist. It's the name of a very famous artist.
Let's
Very
see.
famous illustrator.
I'm too curious now.
We're gonna ask him. Vivian's Millennium is the restaurant, right? Yeah.
We have sex for the first time.
Like this place is Vivian's Millennium?
We're from.
Sex.
Yeah.
Got it.
I walk out, she's been taking the cold leftover Spud guys.
Got it. So you guys come in every day and take it over.
Yeah, so
And it worked out.
yeah, and she's always like, before we went to school, she was like, oh shit, like.
What time does the business pick up the most? Like at night?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm
Well,
glad
Be
we're ahead of the
correct.
crowd.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting one.
Yeah, she's
We're ahead of
yeah.
them
Hell yeah.
being
It's
open.
like kind of like I'm a pregnant woman. I'm eating.
Yeah.
Shit, it's so hot. It's hotter in here than it is
Yeah.
outside.
Which way are you gonna go?
I don't know. I'm not sure. What's the best way to
Keep
go?
the steam going.
Which way?
Are you mic'd up?
I mean,
we
honestly,
gotta
I'm
get you
trying
mic'd
to,
up, dude.
trying to like, you know, Pride's next weekend. I'm trying to like, you know, I'm trying to make, I'm trying to stay clean. So like, I'll probably be. Yeah, I know. That's right.
We gotta. There, people are. Coming
Yeah, I'll
in,
probably
we
get a
gotta
little
serve.
chicken.
We gotta.
Oh, yeah, we gotta be
assert our
assertive.
dominance.
We gotta be assertive.
And then
You're sharing one, right?
yeah.
So I'm gonna get
You guys can go first.
Sorry.
Can we get a little Cheeto dust?
Share plate.
I'm gonna get a plate. Yeah.
You want food,
Can we
right?
get a little Cheeto dust?
Austin,
You want
Christian,
me
you guys
to
want
hit an
spuds?
order?
Yes.
I'll hit an order.
You want to split one? Christian, just make it for him.
Okay.
I'm so excited.
I haven't had a spud in a minute.
Chat,
can you hear me?
It is hot.
Is this
Since
distracting?
December or something. It's very hot.
hot.
Yeah, a hot interior. Traveling with the seasons. Yeah, let's get some red. Some Pinot? That's
Chat, it's
actually
difficult because
that's
there's people that
actually
don't realize
great.
we have
You
mics,
want
so
some-
there's
all right, I'm
multiple
gonna get a silk,
conversations that
and
are
you can
happening at
get
the same time, so I do apologize.
A bottle of Pinot.
What's Spud sauce? Oh,
You want it. That's
You just revealed that secret so fast, bro. You did not have any, no care or consideration for secrecy whatsoever.
In the Spudverse. Look at this. Boom.
Spud money shot.
Yeah, get the money.
Yo, really quick, just tag yourself between the two. Which one do you want? I'm definitely the one on the left, but I wish I was the one on the right.
Look at that. Look at this pile pie.
God damn.
It's good stuff. You burn your hands a lot doing this? Sorry, man.
But you get used to it.
Do you? Damn. That's brutal.
He's gonna have baker's hands by the end of this.
Asbestos hands.
Like our co-host, Cutie Cinderella, she was a baker.
Yeah.
So she can literally grab like a hot stove and not feel anything.
That's crazy.
Okay, yeah, show that.
So he's prepping, and then I'm gonna.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, you've been a dirty boy. You've been a dirty spud boy. A spud
beautiful.
guy.
It's beautiful.
Sorry. Not you.
I've been traveling on tour.
In general. I was just putting it out there, you know.
Europe, yeah, we were all over Europe. It's really
So
fun.
wait, how many spuds do we have? 1, 2, 3. Everyone's getting a spud.
Austin and I are sharing one.
Yeah.
He has
Okay.
more coming up.
Sharing, bro.
Hot mic.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we'll share.
Yo, what's up, Piker Nation?
So Rat just put out a Sue Me just came out. Audrey Hobart, check it out. Produced by Ricky Gourmet.
Thank you so much.
Little cross promo. You know the deal.
Fuck yeah.
Oh my God. Yo, what's up, Piker Nation? Comment what you want, what kind of spud you want us to eat. Yeah. Sound off in the comment section below which spud you want us to eat. Go crazy. Hurry, we're running out of time. Real answers only. No, you can just, we'll share it. Are they?
They love mouth noises.
Yo, do you guys like two random dudes? These are like those ASMR mics, right?
So sorry, chat. I'm so sorry.
What was I gonna say?
What did you move out to LA for?
Well, I'm gonna do some TV and film stuff.
Sorry?
I'm trying to do some TV and film stuff. So yeah, I signed with an agency and I'm manager. Rise Artist Agency. Yeah. Thank you.
He was doing Broadway before, right?
Yeah.
I can't tell you what this means, but I'm so excited
for like,
I can't wait.
Like 14.
Is this really live?
Yeah,
Are people really listening to what we're doing?
Not Broadway, but I've traveled the country for yeah.
They're having so much fun. What are you
Getting on
playing?
some radio.
Are you playing Snow?
Yeah, bro. Can I hear that? There you go.
Just to decide on. Yeah, it's not good. Have fun. Have fun. We're just waiting anyway.
You ever thought to do that?
No. You got a real knack for the streaming thing.
Dude, yeah.
I really need you guys to tune in. Do you want to? I'll take song requests.
What are
It's
those
playing on my
things called
iPhone.
again? The boo-boo?
Labubu.
Labubu. What do you know about Labubus?
Dude, I don't know shit about Labubus, but apparently they're all the rage. So now I want one.
That's kind of how that works.
Yeah, get his order. Get his order.
I'm so sorry. I'm just in the way.
Christian, no butter. No butter or cheese.
What was this?
Okay.
You want me to get this
No
one?
cheese?
No, for me.
No cheese?
Wait, no, we have
Thanks,
to get butter.
Rat.
You have to get
No,
cheese.
butter, you crazy? That's the seasoning.
Salt and pepper.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing?
We gotta get a little butter.
Okay, I have to get butter.
Cheese and tomato beans.
Butter and cheese.
So garlic butter, salt and pepper.
Okay.
And then
No tuna.
No,
cheese.
Okay.
no tuna. No tuna. The king's vegetarian.
Ooh, I was thinking maybe the hot
He does want
tuna.
beans though.
Hey. Little spicy cake.
You're crazy.
What can I say?
Look at that ladle.
Okay, what else?
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Good stuff.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
Maybe the.
Let's do a little corn. I love it.
He's adding some corn. Corning it up.
Last time we were here. Corn is new.
Corn is new. You heard it here first.
Sauce should we get? You can get spud sauce, sour cream.
You can't get corn unless you're the king.
Sauce or spicy mayo.
Crispy onion.
Small amount of corn.
But I don't know if it matters.
You don't want too much corn.
So much bean and very little corn in comparison.
The ratio, it's all about minutia like that.
Yeah.
I feel like I gotta try some hot Cheeto dust. You got that?
I was wondering who's going to try the hot Cheeto dust. He's Dustin.
Squirty on to say how she do that.
Call him Hoffman the way he's Dustin.
Is it fucked up not to get beans on it? Like, do I have to get beans?
You should get beans on it. Beans are great nutrition. You seem like you work out. You'd love the bean.
I do, but like that beans is so wet.
Trust me, it's going to work. This is the oldest recipe known to man.
Okay.
You're going to love. And that's how it's done. Do you want this mic back? David, do you want to go? I'll narrate your order too.
Oh my god.
Yo, you heard it here first. Marinelli's order. Here we go.
Marsh, come take a look at this. Look at this thing. Oh, you already did? Oh, here.
Oh, he's already.
Out of the way, Christian.
He's already going in. He's not even waiting.
Oh my god, look at that. That's a masterpiece.
You know Nashville blend. I recommend you do too.
Wow. I'm gonna go with whatever he tells me.
I like that.
You gotta go with the boss man.
Well, you know what? Like I used to work at a bunch of sandwich shops. You just always go, "What would you make for yourself?" And that's how you get the best.
That's excellent. I feel like
they usually make.
I feel like that could also go wrong though. They could be like annoying.
9 times out of no, you know what? If someone comes up to you and is like, "Make it the way you do it," I think you're chill. Like they always make it so nice.
I like that. That's a good move.
But sometimes you just have different taste buds. Like one time you're gonna get fucked over.
Yeah. What if the guy eats just the worst sandwich?
It's happened.
I'll be back.
Oh, he's out of here.
They can hear you, by the way, if it just rests on your chest.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is just for the bit.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Gotcha.
I just thought.
I had no idea.
I just.
Sorry, my bad.
I'm just hoping that it's like
I'm
clipped
ruining
in
it.
for them. And
I'm ruining the bit. I'm sorry. I had no idea.
No, it's cool.
That's cringe. I'm so sorry.
No, there's nothing. Hey,
I'm so sorry.
you are in the biz. You know there's no such thing.
No, I know. I'm sorry.
I don't want you to be sorry. Nobody should be sorry. It's.
Austin tried lol. Oh, it's because chat's complaining.
Are they mad at me?
No, they're not.
Blowing their ears out.
Fuck.
They're just audio files. They just.
Yo, sorry, it's not high-fi enough for you.
Can I get some crispy onion?
Oh my god. Like nobody wanted Phineas's goons, but that's what they're getting right now. We'll put this mic back on him, okay? I'll sleep it on.
This is better.
It's really hard.
I really like your shirt.
Do you want me to turn on the air
I
conditioning?
couldn't agree more. Do you want me to film it so they can see?
Music is so cool.
This is the shirt in question. Oh my god.
Yeah,
What is
it? I also like it.
If only the Grammys shared this sentiment, am I right? Or Pitchfork? Okay, who else wants to go?
I'll go.
Okay, here you go. The
All
sun's
right.
up.
Boss man, what do you suggest? Well, how would you make it for yourself? No tuna. Okay, I don't eat any seafood. How?
So afraid to say anything.
Yeah.
Tomato sauce beans with the
You're
chipotle
so
chicken if you like spicy.
Am I good?
Okay, I like spicy.
I'm so good. Dude,
This is the spot.
Okay. Yeah.
it's all about.
I like that.
No, I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
Regardless of Pride Month.
I definitely want hot Cheeto dust and jalapenos too.
No, yeah, exactly.
Quick little,
Run 6 miles.
Quick little
around, it'll be
bulking
good.
session. No, I got it. Yeah, no, that'll be good.
You good with that?
Where'd the
Yeah.
flex at?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Damn, it's squirt.
I like bean runs out. It's squirt.
So do you guys all like kick it as homies?
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah. Well, when he's available,
I see.
you know.
And how do you guys all know each other?
Marsh through. I mean, I met Marsh a long time ago, but we all know each other. We all work on the podcast together. Hassan, myself, and Marsh.
What's the name of the podcast?
Fear and.
Fear and?
The FINNEAS one.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been hearing about it, and I need to actually tune in.
Yeah,
I'm so excited.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, dude, I want to, but it's also like if I knew too much coming in, it'd be weird as
No, it's all
I'm meeting
good.
you guys as people before I'm.
No.
Do you want to get mic'd up while you're eating, just by yourself? No.
What kind of sauce are we working in there?
Sauce?
How did you two meet?
Spud sauce.
We haven't talked about that on stream.
Instagram.
Oh yeah, we don't have to talk about it.
No, we can talk about
Instagram.
It's okay.
Dude,
That's cool.
look at that.
They're just getting more, you know.
Yeah, they're getting
That's
more.
a bad boy.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Is
it's a
there a lot of
dirty
fucking
boy.
boys and shit?
Between
What?
us, Christian and I. Yeah, there's a little bit of lore.
That's what's up.
I left him on red a couple times.
He left me on red a couple times.
Perfect.
And then he,
Thank you.
then he hit me up.
Yeah.
will.
I mean, I slid in first.
He was desperate, you know.
Okay.
That's cool.
He drove 2 hours the first time to meet me. So.
Actually, an hour.
Damn, it's hot.
Okay.
Either one's romantic.
yeah,
I don't know.
sport.
That's chill. Okay, you guys go and I'll go last.
Okay, ready?
All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right. Should we take out the mics if we're gonna go outside?
Yeah, do you want this for the king?
Yeah.
Nobody can know my order.
Yeah.
Secrets.
Here you
Just
go.
hide it.
Bing.
Here
Just
you are.
regular cheese.
Bye, everyone.
Austin, give me your mic. We're going outside.
Okay.
Don't let it drop though.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry.
I know, dude.
Alright, time to try some authentic
Oh shit!
UK
It is so much chiller
delicacy.
out here. Here.
Oh god, it's so nice out here.
Mic yourself up to get some fucking mouth noises in there.
Holy shit.
Magnet.
Is that what? Oh shit.
Yeah. You guys
Fair
do
enough.
TikToks. You don't use this level of production.
No, dude.
No, it's mostly Rat running around with the camera.
Yeah, Rat's
It's all in post for us.
Yeah, we fix it in post.
All right, first ever introduction to the Spud guys.
Sorry for stream. I chew loud as fuck.
They can't pick it up.
What'd you get?
Badly.
I got whatever he told me. He wanted to put tuna in there. I was like, no. But instead, I got the Chipotle chicken.
Did you get a habubu?
Yo, can I get a fucking habubu with Nashville sauce?
Okay.
Be right back.
The tomato sauce beans is the one he recommended.
So good. I love it.
I probably would have gone with bacon, but I didn't want to. When the boss man says this is what's up, you got to go with it.
Yeah, they got a whole restaurant.
Tomato sauce beans is like
Is this their whole space?
gotta be right.
I don't know.
Crispy onions.
The crispy onions are bomb.
I feel like Anthony Bourdain right now.
This is actually how it must have kind of felt though.
Right.
Yeah. Because he was kind of rolling pretty deep, I feel like.
Yeah, when he was in Lebanon, he was getting bombed.
That episode
just
is
like
so good.
just like us in Studio City, eating fucking jacket potatoes.
No, it's good.
No, come rip it.
Yeah, come on over. Put the mic on. Girl, put your
Dude.
mic on.
Because we too are getting bomb potatoes.
All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Authentic UK delicacies.
That's right.
What did you think?
It's good.
It's not convincing.
It's good. It's good.
He's a food diva.
No.
It's hard to impress him.
Is he really?
Right now, oh, yes.
What food has been
pretty
impressing
solid.
you?
Go out to eat with the sun. If I was smashed at 3 in the morning,
Yeah, I mean,
this
if
would
I was
be-
hammered, this would be
Yeah.
this would be the bomb. It's just the viscosity is all over the place. It's very wet food.
I hear you. I hear you kvetching. I love it. I'm so happy.
This is incredible. Holy shit.
Dude,
There we go.
I think the crispy onion is the thing that really makes it for me.
I need to. You know what I want in this? I'll be honest. What would have improved this for me?
Red
less, red wine, Pinot Noir. No, less wet beans and more crispy onions and more hot Cheeto dust.
Well, I got good news for you.
What?
It's a direction away, dude.
Yeah.
There is a jacket artist. Sit. There is a jacket potato artist in there.
You want one of these? Sure.
Happy to oblige, bro.
I'll leave it when I'm
It's
over
good.
drinking.
He fucking loves it.
Oh yeah.
Oh no! Look at he loves it. That's what loving it looks like, right
Yeah.
there.
Oh yeah, my dish is gonna be clean, bro.
Dude, I have to take a little pic.
I can't believe you guys have excluded Cutie from this also.
No, we literally we did not want her to come.
Why?
Well, we just thought she'd be weird because she's a fan of yours.
Oh my god.
Who's Cutie? That's a cool name. That's what I hoped my nickname was, but I got Rat.
Why Rat?
Get him, bro.
My name is Matt, and I had a worse nickname, and I was like, please let me get a new one.
What was
I
it?
was
Fat?
Kiss Ass. No, it was Kiss Ass.
Not to us.
Fat? I was just going off the Rat.
Not to us, by the way. We never called him Kiss Ass.
No, this is like in high school.
Why'd they call you? You were ass kissing?
Yeah, are you kidding? I was like, Miss Villanova, how was your weekend? Shout out Miss Villanova if you can hear me.
I don't think so. She's not watching.
Yeah. Dude.
No, she's a big fan.
I feel like Miss Villanova could tune in, man. I don't know. But like, yeah. And then I became Rat. Because the guy that was Rat was like, you're Rat now.
Oh.
And it was just everything, the rest is history.
So true.
Oh shit, dude. The Nashville is the wet.
What's the Nashville?
Paprika.
Can I try it?
Garlic. Yeah. Give me another bite. I'm so hungry. And then I'll give you a little piece.
So the Rat passed it down to you.
Yeah.
That's how
that works.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I like, I kind of learned to love it, but a couple of years where you're like,
Cutie, I think you should have been here.
So
who's Cutie?
Is she in the
Cutie's
chat?
our podcast co-host.
I'm just saying.
No, she's not.
It'll get clipped.
You know why she's not
Wait,
here?
she's gonna love that.
You know why she's not here?
God.
She's listening. She wanted to hang out with Kendrick Lamar and SZA instead.
That's where Claudia is too.
She's not weird because she's not a huge fan of them.
There's a Kendrick Lamar thing tonight?
Yeah, Kendrick Lamar playing SoFi.
Oh, fuck. Should we go?
What?
He's like, what the fuck am I doing here with these bozos?
No, I want to be at the Kendrick thing. This is the best case scenario for me. I love you guys. There wouldn't be love at the Kendrick
There's that
concert
kiss
if you guys
ass,
weren't
bro.
there.
I like
You
it.
see it in motion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you the editor? Are you editing content?
No, I'm just.
Who's editing?
For this, be his YouTube channel editor, so somebody that
It's gonna be on YouTube.
actually sure who does it. Up there, YouTube.
Austin Ox.
Do you never do the editing?
He does.
I do for the podcast.
He offshores his editing.
Because I felt like we talked about the podcast.
Yeah. I'll either edit the podcast myself when traveling, or we have a go-to editor.
Got it.
If you were taking us to your favorite spot, what would it be?
I already have one a place in mind.
Where are we going?
I just found a. Well, I mean, it depends. If I'm going like actual favorite, I probably my party trick is Sun and Dung, which is a Korean joint that makes this like very specific type of this dish called galbijim, and it's incredible.
Is that the blowtorch thing?
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Yep.
So later, like right after we're done with this, are we heading there or like?
Yeah.
Should we?
Yeah. How much can you put away, Hasan? Because Rat can really put it away, dude.
So much.
Should we go head for like band for band?
Yeah. You want to out meet me?
I'll do whatever, man. But like the idea that we keep going to someone's favorite spot and then have to keep eating.
I actually kind of like that as a concept.
That's a good YouTube show
Yeah.
right there.
You get dropped off somewhere.
You tap. You have to when
eat
someone taps.
an item of food at every restaurant between where you get dropped off and your home.
Yeah, and like maybe you have to eat at least 2/3 of it. You know what I mean? I don't know if I can even.
Did we go to a dancing saw?
Wait, why did you say you could put it away then?
Oh, I'll put it away. If this is a real competition, I'll get a separate one for Jill at home. I'll put it away.
Or are you gonna save half?
Yeah, because I'm a good boyfriend.
That's so nice.
I can
Man,
also just get her own.
I crushed that shit, dude.
I could get her own and be even better boyfriend, to be honest.
Oh my God! You
Yeah,
ate the
dude.
jacket and all.
Yeah.
That's where all the-
Fiber.
That's where all the nutrition is.
Yeah.
Really?
No. I have no idea.
You guys want me to flip the camera on?
No,
What
it's
are
all
you guys
good.
thinking? You guys were a little nervous. It felt like.
Yeah, we've almost eaten the whole thing.
It's pretty
so
bomb,
good.
right?
Yeah, it's
so fucking
really
good.
fucking good.
Yeah, I've definitely grown.
It's really good.
Fond of it. I've grown fonder of it as I take more and more bites.
It's like anything beautiful is scary at first, but then you're like, oh shit.
Everything beautiful.
We each went into this thinking we were only going to take a couple bites, and it's almost gone.
There you go.
Oh, it's so good, too.
That was like food for me today. Probably all I'll eat tomorrow is just what I just ate.
I did too, Marsh.
You guys ate before you came?
Yeah, and I still
What'd you eat?
We bought meal preps. So
We bought meal
We
preps.
both ate 2 meal prep meals.
Yeah, both of us ate 2 meal prep.
Pride Month is coming. So.
Yeah.
I have to be, snatched for the girls.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Yep.
You're already snatched.
What was the meal prep?
I had a chicken fajita bowl, and he had turkey meatballs.
Yeah, it had zucchini noodles in it too. Zoodles.
Yep.
Dude, I've
They're
never had
low-key
zoodles.
fire.
Were they bomb?
Yeah, they're
Come to
really
think
fucking
about
really
it, I fuck with zucchini in a crazy way.
I actually love zucchini. So
In a
it's easy
crazy
sell for
way.
me.
Zucchini sees me coming and gets scared.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You fuck up some zucchini? You going on that shit?
I'm doing it right too. I'm like patting it dry.
Ooh.
I'm putting salt on it so like gets rid of all the
take
moisture.
your time
I
with
had some
it.
fried zucchini
I
the other
take
night for
so
dinner.
much
So
time
good.
with it.
Yeah.
Dude, it's crazy how like I think the name turned me off as a kid for no reason. And I was like,
Interesting.
it just seems like
He
something
hates
I wouldn't-
Italians.
No, not true.
You know what I like?
I
was,
love Italians.
Those zucchini veggie sticks that I was always eating. In the bag, Trader Joe's bag vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Really good. Okay, so we know Hassan's favorite restaurant. Where are we going on your favorite restaurant on the night of all favorite restaurants? Where are we going?
Okay, in LA?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh my God.
The Abbey.
Look, it is a great restaurant.
What's the Abbey?
It's a great restaurant. You should
know
try
what the
it.
Abbey is? God damn.
It's actually, you know what?
Rad is homophobic.
You know what?
Yeah.
Honestly, that would be fun because it could end our night of restaurants. We could end our night of
Is it
restaurants.
like a club?
Yeah, it's a club.
That's
It's a gay.
awesome.
It's a gay club bar.
Are you
It's the Pink Pony Club.
Are
Yeah,
you
the pink-
dancing? Like, is it like a dancing kind of
Are
club?
are we dancing? Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, I'm
Oh, he's
fucking
dancing.
If I'm dancing at any club.
Period.
Yeah, 100%.
Let me think
Oh,
of my
there's
favorite
dancing.
restaurant.
And they have food there too?
Yeah, hella food.
Is it good?
And
It-
like pastries.
The food is
and
actually good.
pie.
No, it's not good.
Hassan, when was the last time you ate at the Abbey?
It's been years since I've been.
This man, the last time he came to the Abbey, I invited him out for my birthday.
Okay.
He stayed for 2 minutes and 30 seconds and left.
Russia had invaded Ukraine.
Oh my. Bro.
I remember vividly because I was there. I
This
was
man,
there, and they
this
had a
man acts
flyer.
like he's the president of the United States. Like he had
No,
to go
but I had to do
to the
coverage.
Situation Room.
That night, David and I texted each other. My favorite text conversation ever. I wrote "bruh" and he wrote back "bruh," and then he wrote "war" and I wrote back "war."
Dude,
Yeah, it was a.
it was also at
traumatic
night. You
time.
weren't going live. What were you prepping for your
No,
live?
I was prepping. I wanted to fucking be up early, but it was crazy because we were at the Abbey
Yeah.
and they had a banner for Ukraine
Yeah.
at the Abbey.
Yeah. Of course they did. They've since taken it
This
down.
this den of debauchery, and in the background it's like "Stand with Ukraine."
Slava Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everyone was standing with Ukraine back then.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Trump wrapped that shit up. He's like, what's crazy to me is how Republicans went from hating Russia in general because they were like, oh, these guys are fucking communists, to like almost overnight becoming fans of Russia. I feel like you can convince people. That's like very powerful. If you can undo your entire life's programming overnight, almost, we could get these people to convince of anything.
If they could get Steven Seagal.
But that was what was convincing, I think.
That's crazy.
When I saw Steven Seagal, I was convinced.
At the victory parade.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Crazy story today.
Yes, tell us. Flip the cam.
Get him.
We also finished our spud, by the way. We said we were gonna
So
have a couple
good.
bites. And we
Oh,
finished both.
chalup.
It was just very random.
I don't think it needs it.
I love that.
I want to try it, bro.
Well, now this is a high pressure situation because
Yo,
the story.
if this sucks, they are going to dramatically alter
the
their
story's
opinion.
not good.
No, not at all. You gotta trust that I'm a kiss ass, bro. I'm gonna gas you the fuck up.
Okay.
Don't gas them.
So,
I can't help
so
it.
today,
It's my programming.
so I went to Fox today.
You went to Fox.
Yeah.
The
Like-
news network?
No,
Or the
not
motorcycles?
Fox News, like the lot, like the Fox
Oh.
studio place.
Why?
I had a meeting. Anyway, Top secret, Hasan. We'll talk about it later. And I was in the lobby talking to the security guard, and this guy comes up with a camera and he's filming all around. He's got glasses on, a hoodie, and he's like,
"Is it a dream you had? What is
no, it's real. It's real.
Okay.
It's real thing." And he's got glasses and a hoodie on, and he goes, "Hey man, what are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Oh, I just have a meeting or whatever." And he goes, and I go, "What are you doing here?" He's like, I'm here like filming my movie. And I go to shake his hand, fucking Chris Rock.
Okay.
Wait, so Chris Rock came up to you with a camera?
Swear to God.
And said, "Hey man, what are you?"
That saved my story, thank God.
Wait, at Fox News?
No, it wasn't at Fox News, it was at Fox Studios.
Oh.
So,
Why did you think this wouldn't land?
well, I don't know, because it was.
Why
you know-
wasn't? So wait, he was. So he
Are
was
you questioning my story?
He was filming.
He was filming, like, he was not filming me. He was like filming around. You know when like you take a video of like a office, you're like, hey, this is what I'm doing today, blah blah blah, and he was just like filming
With a camera?
with like a phone camera.
But Chris Rock?
Chris Rock.
With a camera phone.
Yeah, with a camera phone. He was like filming around like
A video phone.
Yeah, like filming
Chris
his.
Rock of Madagascar and Madagascar.
Madagascar.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought it was very cool and random.
That's so cool.
Yeah. See,
I
thank
love
you,
that.
thank you
Dude,
so much.
Also, like, I haven't thought about him in too long.
Yeah.
So just, thank you.
Yeah.
So, like, thinking about him now. I'm
No,
like,
I hadn't either. But I didn't recognize him by his face because I couldn't see it.
Everybody hates
'Cause he was in a-
that show
'cause
was
his-
a
Yeah, because or he had like a hood and glass. I couldn't see it, but his voice
His hair,
is
what is
recognizable.
Steven Seagal.
Seagal?
Yeah.
Seagal.
I said Seagal, he said Seagal.
You guys think it's a real story, Chad? I promise you. Why would I make that up? It's such an obscure thing to make up.
Yeah, no, nobody believes him.
What, really? You're already
Wait till that video of Chris Rock at
Of
Fox
you- of
Studios,
you.
me in the video, right?
So who paid the Spud guys?
Wait.
I will.
Do you think we've dined and dashed?
No.
We have not. We will be back.
I told him I was going to go back to say thank you personally when I was done.
I-
with it. Compliments. Well, I do because to be honest, like
compliments to the guy.
If you build rapport with the person making your food, they make it for you so much better.
Well, they
and
put
you
love
enjoy
in it,
the,
yeah.
And he really puts love in these potatoes.
Love is
This
an
not like a
optional
thing.
ingredient, and he's putting it in.
He
Are
really
you
goes out of
are
his
you
way.
the type of guy everybody knows you when you go to your spots?
Hang on. Take a beat. Hang on. I'm gonna do. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. He's that
I'm
type of guy,
Dude, he is that type of guy.
I love that.
By the way, he was that on the other side of the cash register. The reason we know him is we lived near each other, and then I went to Intelligentsia one time, and he was the barista.
Oh, okay.
And he was just friendly as all get out, and then we became friends, right?
You're that
so
type of
like,
guy.
It's a two-way street.
You also you were the barista.
Yeah, I was his neighbor and a barista, and I was like, bro, you're my neighbor. And he was like, I don't know. And I was like, bro, I see you with your pit bull on X Street, and I live in this house.
Were you kind of creeped out by it initially?
No.
Okay.
Twitter.
I had a huge goatee.
Funniest man alive, dude.
Yeah.
Funniest friend of mine.
No, it's good. I like that. I like that. That's how you do it. You make friends with a lot of people.
Spud man.
It's good.
Spud
Yeah.
guy, yeah.
Are you still on a facial a week?
No, actually, after our podcast, after your recommendation, I stopped. I
You
stopped
still
doing.
going sometimes?
I still go, but
not once a week.
No.
Cool.
Pride though?
Pride. I'm in I'm at a crossroads because I'm trying to get lean, so I'm doing a lot of cardio, so I need more facials.
Wait, what? Why does that?
Because
how do you
I sweat a ton
Dude.
and I break out. You know, I got a star on my face.
sweaty.
I'm sweaty.
I get
Yeah, I
that.
get sweaty as fuck. So, but yeah, no. But ever since that conversation, I went down a rabbit hole on the
How many
impact
facials? Yeah.
of like peeling your face. So I do go a lot, but I don't peel as much.
Nice.
What's with your back? Is it because I had horrible back knee, and then his facialist was like, put Head and Shoulders on your back, and my back.
Oh, interesting.
If you're dealing with that, you don't.
No,
have to
no,
use
my back is clear because I use a loofah.
I mean, I use a loofah, but I was still
Yeah,
getting.
and I have this purifying wash that I use.
Did you ever do Accutane?
I did.
How was it?
It worked great. My acne was a lot worse when I was a teenager.
Wow.
Yeah, I had moderately severe, really bad.
You look like you've got glassy skin your whole life.
Yeah, he
Maybe
does.
You haven't.
No, he has. He has. He's thinking about it. He can't
Yeah.
remember. He can't remember a time
It's
where
like
it was bad.
when someone gets that compliment too, like, oh shit, fuck, everyone's.
You know,
gonna
he thought about it. He was like gonna try to bring up one point where he had some.
One
zits.
pimple,
He was
yeah.
like, well, but he couldn't.
That's cool.
My skin low-key has always been tea.
That's awesome.
His skin's been tea.
Is there anything you're doing that people aren't doing, or are you just blessed?
Good skin out there in Florida.
What?
No, I would say the Florida humidity really does help.
Okay.
And like I was like outside my whole.
But he lives in Oregon now, and it's still
hang on,
nice.
You were outside your whole childhood.
Yeah, like
You just left him
primarily,
out.
I would, my parents would have to drag us inside.
Yeah,
It's like,
got
you know,
it.
we were banshee children running around barefoot.
Banshee children.
Yeah, it's true.
I've just never heard that term.
Like what part of Florida?
Where where the banshees are, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Sarasota?
The
Like-
swamp. Yeah, like Southwest Florida.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, damn.
All right, that was a solid 8.9 out of 10.
Oh, that's very high.
That's really good. I take it back. At first I was just like you said, you know. It didn't come easy for me at first.
It's really good.
It was very wet at first. I was like, this.
You get the wrong bite. I mean, I should have guided
dries
your
out.
I should have
Only
guided
dries
your
out.
spork
Yeah.
in the right way because you gotta
To
cut
hold my hand
You gotta
through it.
cut through the Earth's crust
So-
and get down into the.
Yeah.
Is the spork the cultural utensil to use for the spud?
I think it's perfect. It's designed for this.
Yeah, but this is their first time having sporks. When we
Okay.
when
Wait,
we-
really?
Yeah, when we pull up in the parking lot, it was a spoon.
I could fuck with a spork pho though, like with a little knife on the end.
That's cool.
I feel like that'd be good for like
Cut skin.
Yeah.
That's too much. You're doing too much at that point. That's a thing.
Never tell me that again.
Wait, spork. How would that be?
Spork pho.
Spork pho?
Spork.
Where is the pho? The knife
Like
is.
The FE from a knife, maybe?
It could be a spinork.
But what about... Oh.
So you're anti-pho.
Funniest man alive, bro. So good. So funny. Keep going.
I feel like it's so gooey that like you wouldn't even need to cut it. The spoon like kind of does the same thing. I'm very rarely like
So
prodding.
you're not bringing that back to Jill. You're getting Jill a new one.
I'm eating it slow. Here's the thing.
Bro, that's crazy.
Wait,
There is
Jill, this is
literally
not for Jill.
3 pieces of corn left on your plate. That's so disrespectful.
You called me out for not going hard, and I'm like, okay, let's take my time. I'll eat this. But like, I just feel like.
What's
to be
up,
honest,
Jill? This is what we got for
I'm
you.
just gonna take her here to like tomorrow.
Oh shit.
We also haven't paid you yet.
It's okay.
What you got, bro?
Ever since I opened my business, you've
Yeah.
done a lot for me.
Yeah?
Supported me, bro. You always talk to me.
What number? Hassan just rated it.
He rated it?
Do you want to tell him your rating?
Do I want to know?
Oh,
you want to know?
Give it an 8.9 out of 10.
8.9, bro.
That's a big one.
He wanted to hate it, but he loved it.
Yeah, bro.
Hi,
that's
by the way,
wow.
Phineas. Nice to meet you. How's it going?
So, bro, I ordered your gift. Now I don't know why it's taking so long,
What?
right? So I'm gonna give you this temporary one. This is the Spud Guys Platinum card. All right.
That's
Yours
crazy.
is coming in. It's gonna be metal with your name engraved on it. So it's already gonna be like an Amex card before Spud Guys.
This is crazy, bro.
God willing, bro, we go worldwide. Anywhere you go in the world, if there's a Spud Guys, you go in there, you eat on the house. Right?
Yes!
Wow.
Wow. Star power. Wow. Huge, brother. Huge. We'll come back in and pay in a sec, dude. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, yo, try to pay with that.
Thank you very much.
I can't wait to be like, ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Okay,
Wow.
it has a number on it or something.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but this says potato members card. Member since 2025. What a sweet man.
Dude, he's the best, bro.
So the backstory on that is we went like the first couple days it opened because I saw it on TikTok and I was like, oh, I gotta go. And I go, they didn't have anything yet. There was like cash only, whatever. And I go, do you have like a Venmo? I don't carry cash. And he goes, I have a Venmo, but I only use it for gambling.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit. I was like, I'll give you the money. And he was like, I'll just gamble it.
Oh yeah.
I hope maybe you won big, dude. Yeah. Maybe you got some. Yeah.
He's a risk taker. That's the guy.
That's a risk taker.
That's a risk taker.
yeah, that makes
I mean,
sense.
he bet his last $500 on this place. Wow, what a story.
Easy to take risks.
Yeah.
God willing, bro.
You know,
Go,
I think
God
God is
willing, we
fine.
go
Wait, does he have
worldwide.
multiple locations or is this the only one?
He does. He already has. He has like one on the campus of USC.
Oh my gosh.
Dude.
He's
He's
gonna start
He's a
franchising
mogul.
them.
He's a potato mogul.
That's
Spot called
amazing.
Spud Nuts, and honestly, it's a donut place, and they should collab.
They should.
I need to tell them about
Spud Nuts?
Yeah, Spud Nuts Donuts. So I
Yum.
went to USC for a year.
So
That place
good.
is pretty awesome. But imagine if you had a donut.
David, what are you texting? Show the stream.
Oh, I just put on my close friends. Just hit the craziest zinger of my fucking life.
Hasan, who's your funniest friend?
Probably Will. Will Neff.
He loves it, dude.
Oh.
Will's pretty funny.
Will is one of the funniest people on the planet.
Funny guy. Where is he?
He couldn't make it. I don't know what
Where's
the
he
fuck
at?
he's doing.
He was far away.
Why are you being cagey?
I don't know.
He was being cagey.
I don't know what Will was a busy guy. I don't know what he was doing. Will
Was a busy. Is he dead? Will's
No,
dead.
no, he's alive.
He died.
I don't know. I don't know. I think he had to stream or something. He's probably live right now. Yeah, he is. Yeah. He had to work.
He didn't want to come with us because he fucking wanted to stream instead.
Yeah.
We're live, aren't we?
Yeah, but he's
Tell
live
me,
on his
please
stream.
Tell me we're live.
Yeah.
Warm Doritos, dude. Nothing like it.
Unironically, yes.
Oh yeah?
Right now.
Okay.
Just a sip of it. Does the body good.
I'm gonna go pay.
Can we turn off the mics? Because I have to tell you a funny joke, but I can't just go. I can't.
Aren't you not even on mic right now?
Are they gonna get? Can they
No,
not
they
do
can
it?
still pick it up.
Still pick it
But
up.
we're gonna end it anyway. But we wanted to
8.9.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for coming on and enjoying the show. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Shouts out to everybody.
Rat. David.
Rat, David, Phineas.
Mr. Spud guy.
Yeah. Shouts out to the guy of Spud.
If you see
Austin Christian.
Platinum card, it's a goddamn lie. There's only one dude.
Yeah. Well, we don't know yet. Maybe he's being a little hoe. He's giving it around. You never know.
Not him.
All right.
You guys want me to throw that out for you?
That would be awesome.
Everybody.
That's so nice of you.
Peace,
Thank you.
And see you tomorrow.